Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranam. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Varanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranaya Vansa. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayabo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 153, the discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 28, 2023. Theruvan Saranaya Mahalsa, I bow down at your feet. During yesterday's Zoom discussion, one son spoke about a trip he went on. After listening to him, I wanted to share my own experience, which was quite different. I went on a trip with my workplace colleagues. Normally, I enjoyed such trips, but this time it felt very different. When people were eating, taking photographs, and engaging in activities, I felt all of it was meaningless. Even when I tried to force myself to enjoy these things, I could not. There is another trip being planned, and honestly, I do not want to go. Yet, I feel I cannot say no. It is only after listening to your Dhamma discourses that this transformation has happened in me. Now I no longer see value in these activities. The second reason I wanted to join this Zoom meeting is to thank you for the blissful change you're bringing into our lives. R.M. Hanse. Almost everyone who listens to these discourses begins to feel this transformation. They begin to see the world differently because of the experience the Dhamma awakens in them. When we look at the world honestly, what do we see? People running endlessly after things. The late Jackson Anthony once said, "Devils dance with joy because they are receiving such a gift." Everyone is following this path. Today, people laugh, dance, and celebrate. Tomorrow, they weep uncontrollably. At the end, with wrinkled skin and frail bodies, they endure pain and suffering. This is why the Buddha said, "The world is insane, a mad world." People chase after illusions, but in the end, nothing remains. Life is short, yet people perform a mad dance with it. Some intoxicate themselves with substances. Others intoxicate themselves with their own thoughts. People become entangled in wrong views, religion, nationality, and identity. They abuse one another and pass away. Look at the animal world. There is no religion, no false views. How beautiful it is. When I lived in the forest, hermitage, I often saw birds coming in pairs, sitting on branches, flying away to collect food and returning peacefully. Such a relaxed life they live because they understand and move with the natural forces. There was even one crow with only one leg, yet it perched happily on a branch, content. There is no self that experiences joy or suffering. In reality, what exists in each moment is only thoughts arising from forms, colors, sounds, smells, and touches. These occur due to the vibrational systems of nature. It is a natural occurrence, like a stone thrown into the air, falling back to the ground, or rotation of the earth. So, this participant claims that he has been noticing differences, a blissful change, and he sees that how non-fruitful these things that belong to the mundane plane are. And Narayan Mahansa says this change that you're feeling is natural. Most of the listeners of Buddothpado discourses experience this. When you listen deeply to this Dhamma, the heart starts to see the madness of the world. Earlier, those trips and gatherings seemed fun, but now you see them as empty because they are. The Buddha said this world is insane. Buddha always said this mundane plane. The people from the mundane plane, they're crazy. Pruthajjana Unmattaka is the Pali saying. People laugh today and cry tomorrow. They chase pleasures, wealth, status, but nothing stays. Life is very short, yet people dance with a mad dance with it, running after things, running this rat race, endless one after another. As a child, it's education, getting through the scholarship exam, then comes O-levels, then comes A-levels, then getting into the university, and then doing a better job, doing a good job, getting married, having kids before a certain age. If you don't, then you're answerable to the society for not ticking off the boxes of the life events. And then the second child, the third child, and then sending them to school. The same rat race repeats, and marrying them off to suitable partners. The endless rat race. And someone who claims to be out of the rat race follows something else, thinking that he or she has been different. Yet it's another rat race, still in this mundane, crazy plane. Some are drunk with alcohol. Some abuse substances, intoxicated all the time, escaping the reality. Others are drunk with their thoughts. But the animals, they live simply, without wrong views. Birds fly, eat, return. So much peace. Even animals without legs, they live happily, content. This is the truth. There is no self that suffers or enjoys. So, to make their simple experience more complicated, they do not have a sophisticated mind. So they just live for the moment. Only vibrations, sound, color, smell, touch, giving rise to thoughts in each moment. Just like a stone falls when thrown up, or the earth rotates. These are natural occurrences. The sun, which rises in the east, is sure to set in the west. So this nature is like that. No one has the control. It takes place according to its system, just like whatever we do in our lives. Sleep, get up in the morning, go to work, do whatever it takes, come back home, take care of the kids, go to sleep, go back to work the next day. All part of the nature. And then the thoughts are created. There's an entity called the self in these thoughts. That's also part of how this mind works, how these thoughts are created. The order of the thoughts, chitta niyama. But there's suffering felt by a person because of these thoughts, because of the ignorance, because there's wrong view. That system has been taken for a person, mistakenly identified as a person. That gives rise to suffering. So in this journey, why this person, why this participant doesn't have, or rather, why does this participant have less suffering is because he's been listening to the discourses by Buddothpado and Vahanse, which talks about how to the Four Noble Truths, how this mind is created in the moment. How this suffering is created in the moment. A thought arises. This person hurt my feelings. In that thought, there are few different elements. This person, who's not myself, who's another, whose otherness is emphasized in the thought. That person has done something. What has he done? He has hurt. What? My feelings. So when that thought arises, already there's duality. There's the assumption there's another person, there's a self here, this other person has hurt my feelings. And we, due to ignorance, we automatically assume that the meaning that's behind that thought, they're the same thing. It means the same thing, which is the wrong view. That thought appeared in the awareness because that is how the system is. What is that the system is used to? But in truth, there's no self here. That's a misconception. That's a wrong view. This, as a child, this system took on a thought, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things belong to. That misconception continued, was nurtured thought by thought and grown into a bigger monster. Now we cannot, even though we know it, the habit is so strong, we can't just exit it, we can't just transcend it every time. How did the practice or the habit come about? By practicing it so many times in every thought. Now similarly, we have to kind of undo it in a similar way, thought by thought. So it takes that much of effort that took for the monster to be nurtured. It takes that much of effort for the monster to be not so powerful, monster to return to just to thoughts, just to vibrations that it is, that it is made up of. So that is the whole journey. We've been talking about this for so long in different ways or in all kinds of angles. Even today we have, that is the same thing that we have to talk about. And that discussion is very beneficial because even when we listened to this Dharma, it didn't make sense in the first go. It took many repetitions. Because first, when you listen to it, only a portion of it will be sinking in, will make sense. The next day, whatever you understood the previous day, plus a little more, will be sinking in. So it takes many iterations before we really see this truth within us. First, even to intellectually understand, because this is very profound, and over a period of 40, 50, 60, 70, however much your age is, that many years, this illusion has continuously been real to us. With every iteration, it becomes much more stronger. And the beauty is, as we see this Dhamma in the moment to moment too, you can see that it's slowly losing its power. Something that once felt like something really out there, with its all the magnitude or the magnificent beauty and all that, that grasp is slowly being let go. They don't mean so much now, whatever it was. They don't have so much power over so-called us. All that is slowly losing that grip of the so-called self, that sense of self. Everything is happening to me. How dare you? This person said this to me. How dare he says that? I've done this, that, and the other things. Such ungrateful people, whatever, like all those thoughts and feelings that we had. If you watch these dramas that are being telecast on TV, or if you listen to someone who's really engrossed in the illusion, as your grasp on the so-called self is diminished, you are able to clearly see that difference between yourself and another person who's strongly engrossed in the illusion. That is that the absence of the self, the subtle absence of the self can detect somebody's heavy self. That is that non-vibration. Before stumbling upon this Dharma, however much we learned Dhamma, we took it in the form of knowledge. It was just mere knowledge. It was not even in a logical, intellectual sense it wasn't making, they weren't making sense. So we never were able to detect somebody else's ego, how someone is strongly grasping onto the illusion. But we are not, even if this not system is not fully realized, that could be seen in others. Where your diminishments are the lowest, you can detect that aspect of diminishments in others. It's a beautiful thing because that clearly tells us that, that is kind of another angle that reinforces the fact that this is the true Dhamma. So and that's all we have to do. Continue to not, I mean, we can't help but noticing these things, not us, the system. But that is not the journey. Journey is to have that attention on the thought of this system, yourself, the so-called self. And whenever there's a burning, an internal burning, to see how that came about. The suffering, and what was the reason for the suffering? Because the reason was the belief on an external world and a so-called self. How can the suffering be ended? By seeing that there are no entities in a thought, there are no physical objects in a thought, there are no stories in a thought, because they are just made up of manifested vibrations. As one sees this, that is the Four Noble Truths. And that is the path. So to see that there's nothing of inherited value behind a thought other than a bunch of vibrations. When it says, my tummy hurts, there's essentially no me or a tummy or a hurt. Just whatever you're feeling, whatever, can't even say whatever you're feeling, whatever is felt at the moment, just the raw sensory input, raw feeling. So by going beyond these raw sensory feelings, seeing something, hearing something, smelling, tasting, touching, or detecting a thought in the awareness, which is raw feelings, thought created by the raw feelings. If this could be seen, there's nothing to cling on to, nothing to hold on to. The illusion is already shattered in that seeing of the truth in that moment. And that is all there is. That is all that ever there was. That is all that there ever will be. This tangling of one thought to another, creating a sense of continuity, creating a sense of continuing self, continually existing self, creating the past, present, and the future, all illusions that comes about due to the speed of entanglement, the vibration. Without a speed, nothing could be communicated, nothing could be communicated as existing, nothing could be communicated as disrupted. If we can see that truth, that is why in computer systems too, they had to invent ones and zeros to communicate a continuous message. Because if it is one, nobody would notice a difference. If it is just zeros, nobody would notice a difference. There has to be break in between for that communication to happen. That duality has to be there. And that speed needs to be there. So if one can see this clearly, these are just words, but if you can contemplate and get to that penetrative insight, this make much, much more sense. Nothing could be born, come into place, arise without a speed and that opposing polarity, which takes us to the Majje Sutta. There needs to be an opposing polarity that gives rise to. If there is an opposing polarity, that automatically gives rise to the rotation, the vibration, the speed, which with time matures into what we see, what we hear, what we smell, taste, touch. And with speed, it feels like something's out there, like something three-dimensional. And the sense of something's out there, and the thought of something's out there. And with the speed, continued sustained speed, that thing that's being seen, that's being heard, smelled, taste, touch, I am seeing this, comes alive, the sense of self, perception of self. And that is what we continue to have to see to undo this. And to not have that vibration, to not be affected by it. When we say not be affected by it, it feels like there's someone, but that internal burning will subside or diminished. The clinging, the aversion, the delusion cannot arise because there's nothing to cling on to anymore. So I think that's all I got for today. I see Randima has joined, Justin had joined. Therwan Saranai Randima.
Therwan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful explanation. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as usual, we are discussing this mind. What is the reality of the mind? What is this so-called misconceptions? So everything is a misconception. Every worldly phenomena is a misconception. Is the one most of the time one unable to perceive. So all the secret is there. So actually, if we analyze this one day practice, even this one day practice that start with the explanation of true Dhamma. That is really giving the idea of what is the real formation and what is this all misconception, how these misconceptions sort of becoming powerful, how it is felt, and how this power is becoming stronger in the next occurrence. So there is a greater science here. So that science is the one needs to understand. Therefore, however we try to explain, like it is the nothingness, it is somewhat difficult for somebody to get it you see as a transformation. So it can come as the mind. I mean, it will see, yeah, this is the reality is it is the nothingness. So it sees the formation, but the question is, you see that initial sort of discussion is not sufficient enough for the transformation. So then that person engage in this four techniques, also meditation technique. That is this walking meditation, where the person will asked to basically experience this sensory function in its walking meditation. So that sort of provide a way to sort of feel what is exactly this formation in the present moment, and maybe when it walk along this walking meditation path, it will experience maybe this is just a function is happening, automatic process is happening, and sometimes one can even experience a form of nothingness in its focused attention too. So therefore, I mean, one has to be very careful, because sometimes when someone is in the walking meditation, there is a high chance that that it will experience some form of nothingness or some form of non-vibration. But now the thing is, this person is different, that's true. This one knows some, you see, some form of experience it has on what is the reality of the thing, but it is still maybe not strong enough. So this is because the mind is the one which is so strong, and sometimes you see its thickness is still very high. So when the thickness is very high, sometimes still things can be taken in the mind. So showing the truth to the mind is the one which needs to happen. So sometimes we have seen some people, maybe in the walking meditation, they experience a form of an unvibration, and sometimes they can misinterpret that as some form of realization, or sometimes that you see, so sometimes it can falls into another pitfall. Therefore, one has to be very careful here, because you are doing the walking meditation, nothing to receive, like so, and it is a normal thing. Some non-vibration experience you see coming up in that focused attention. So we cannot say right or wrong here. There's nothing called right, nothing called wrong either here, but have to be a bit of careful, because none of these things need to be felt as some kind of a development in the path. So some people, of course, they give up after that. Their effort reduces, and then they started keep watching the process. So this keep watching the process. They you see they try to do extensively in their normal day-to-day work as well, and sometimes that become another form of a practice. So actually, when we say seen the process, sometimes clearly maintaining someone and seeing that some automatic process is happening is not the one actually we are telling here, because when you say seen the actually that seen word is the insight. What we say is the insight. So I mean, it is not another form of a thinking. So uh, it is the feel, and it is the automatic happening, and there is nothing to think there. So sometimes people find them very difficult here, because um, some people really it is thinking. So then continuously one thinking is also can become, but that doesn't mean you have to stop. Some people stop whole the process. That is also not the one we are telling. What you have to do, all you have to do is you have to show the truth to the mind. So that process shall not stop until your system itself signal you for the stop. That's very important. Otherwise, your effort is somewhere else. Your effort is not in the right point. The right point is showing the truth to the mind. So, because it is the mind gets liberated from the mind. So, all what is important is this formation in the present moment, how that formation not become real, not become a thing, that need to be very much convinced. And fact that the soul is a misconception must be convinced, because once the misconception is understood, once the drushti is well understood, that is the drushti get eradicated first. Because once the drushti get eradicated, then whatever the incident, irrespective of the fire, the sense of connection is the one which start to get reduced. That is the sense of connecting. All the time it was the sense of connecting. So that sense of connecting is the one which first start to experience. Sense of disconnection. So it's no way coming as a soul. So that is what is happening first. And then what needs to happen is like this level of fire, the level of the burn, the level of the current, then only it start to reduce, you see, in a sequence manner, some orderly manner, because that power which is coming up is not connecting in the system. That's why we talk about this is a system transformation. So that system transformation, there is some solid transformation at the beginning. It is not the gradual, you see, transformation too, because then some problem is there, but we can't say it is a problem or not a problem. But all what has to happen is that effort shall not be stopped. Otherwise, one can, you see, what happens is one can fall into another pitfall here. What is that pitfall? when someone listen the Dhamma and get this message, and when it applies to any form of situation, that situation will get well under control. Then there is a chance that soul is not fade out. The misconception is not fade out, but it is slowly getting to formless. That can happen. So then the soul is in another form. It is hidden. It is experiencing nothingness, and it is powerful in another angle, in another direction. That's why if someone lost the effort, because sometimes we can understand when we listen to some village mothers talking, they clearly talk like given up nature. Well, it's all given up like, so it's not thinking like, no. The effort shall be there until the real transformation occurs. So there will be some transformation is happening, but that doesn't mean like stopping also, because we can understand two form of people. Some people completely given up, just go by, let go. It is now that let go, but have to be very careful. It is in the formless. So second category, they are practicing, they are sort of practicing seeing the process. So that seeing the process is automatic. Then also they are not finding, you see, a chance to, they forget that part. Formation is lost. So that part is neglected, and now it is cool and calm in the seeing the process. So therefore, have to be very, very careful. Do not fall into any extremes. So all what you have to do is, the effort is a must. The effort, the right effort has to be there in entire path, entire journey. It is not that you do not have to do anything. So you have to, what is you have to do? Show the truth, convince the truth to the mind. That is, you yourself needs to contemplate this one. So that contemplation is sort of different, keep seeing a process. That seeing the process will enable, it will enable for you to understand some extent what's happening here. But you can't forget the true Dhamma part, because true Dhamma part, that contemplation needs to occur. Because with that contemplation only, the real realization comes. And that Patinisagganupasi, that is that form of disconnection of soul, start to experience. So after that, irrespective of any incident, it doesn't matter, because incident will not matter. Even a good incident or a bad incident, and then incident also sort of that feel of the incident become neutralized. So that is the way to go. So therefore, first one is that Sakkaya Drushti, that is this Atma Drushti, the Drushti. When you say Sakkaya Drushti, it is the world, the world becoming real. So the world is real. So one understand what is the world in the present moment, and when it find the world is not real, that you see that process to what extent that is convinced better. So otherwise everyone will now say yes, world is not true, but actually for that person, world is still true. So this is the problem. Therefore, the knowledge and the real feel of transformation is sort of in two aspects, and that catching up the correct one is very important here. Therefore, everyone must keep virya or the right effort is a must. It is not giving up because this human life is very, very rare. This message is very rare. But to what extent this message really stop your samsaric cycle? That is stopping yourself. It is not a liberation in the present world. That is, you are now not get affected by this worldly effect is not the path. The real path is the stopping of the entire samsaric cycle. So there is no you. The existence of you is the one which get vanished or dropped in the path. So therefore, right effort is very, very important. In a way that that honesty is very important. Whenever the at least the self is seen, even in that moment, very much important. At least at that moment, show the truth to the mind. Because when the truth is shown, only that thickness of the power of the mind get breaks. Otherwise, that level of thickness is sort of suppressed and it's continue. So that is not what needs to happen. Yeah. So that's all I have to add. Therwan Saranai Harshi.
Therwan Saranai Randima, who are discussing along that topic. People get misled by this many times. Having the self-perception still without really saying the truth, but by suppressing thoughts and avoiding thoughts, kind of similar nature could be achieved, but it's not. It's like gold and imitation gold. But seeker in the path needs to really understand this difference. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala can add more to this. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse, Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Yes, actually from what Randima was explaining, as she very correctly said that there are many pitfalls on this way where a person might feel very comfortable, very calm down and very relaxed feeling, and almost feel that there is no value at all of the things that are created by the senses, but still the self is there on this side. So a person who is tranquil and relaxed and feeling very comfortable and happy is there. So this is one of the very important hallmarks, because lots of people tend to feel that this is the end point, but do not realize that the person is remained on this side. And this is what is called the arupa lokaya, or where the feeling of existence is there. It's an advanced stage, I would say. When you have changed, there is some degree of internal transformation, but you are stuck at some point. This is where the noble friends advice should be there. So it's very important to discuss if you feel something like that, it's very important to discuss. So actually what happens is that the person also becomes zero. The feeling of self or I-ness or feeling of self-perception, whatever the word which is used, becomes gradually insignificant and zero. But the senses are functioning, so therefore you get the sensor functions of seeing, hearing, and feeling, and the mind is also functioning in the normal way, so the thoughts are there, but all this happens without the fire, and it's felt that very mechanical and automatic system is functioning. A part of this is actually the Eight Noble Truths. I think it is discussed in some of our previous discussions also. The first one, very important, is that the correct vision, which is Sammaditya, where the correct vision means that the existing physical world is just a creation of the senses. So that is a main vision that has to be corrected, because all the living beings tend to accept a physical materialistic world which is there. So changing from that track to the correct vision or the Sammaditya is the most important and prioritized in the list. When you change this to the correct vision, then your attitudes become correct. So that means Samma Sankappa, where you tend to move to the correct concepts, or the misconceptions are sort of understood and then got rid of. So that is Samma Sankappa. And automatically this leads to the correct correct using of words, Samma Vacha and Samma Kammanta. That means the correct activities, functions. So that means when you change your attitudes, and when you have the correct vision, which is the base, where the materialistic world is just a creation, automatically the words used by that system and the activities performed by that system becomes correct ones. You don't know, you do not have to sort of particularly plan and avoid from the defilements or the incorrect activities and the words. Now, incorrect words in the sense, the correct wording means not telling lies, and the what we are observing in our sil, atasil or pansil. So those things will automatically not happen. So Sammaditthi, Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha, and Samma Kammanta. Samma Vayam means you tend to automatically get into the track of doing correct correct ways of living, and whatever the activities that you are doing. It's little different from the Samma Ajiva, where you tend to select the correct ways of earnings. You means you whatever the employment you are doing should be in the correct path, where you do not do the wrong employment to earn some money, wrong ways to earn some money to live. Samma Ajiva, and then automatically what happens is, with these you tend to have a sense of concentrating on that moment. You tend to have a Samma Sati, and ultimately it leads to some form of very tranquil feel. So these are there may be some shortcomings of what I described actually. So just I wanted to say was that when you correct your vision and your attitudes to the correct side, that means the very basic fact that not taking the materialistic world that we experience as real, but it is always a creation then and there by the sense activity. When you get onto that track, automatically rest of the things will get corrected, and the ultimate, the Samma Samadhi, or where you reach a level where there is a tranquil and peaceful feel, will reach at the end. So you can see that from all these facts that we have been describing every day, finally the essence is just one thing, and this we have been describing again and again, where the sensor functions should not be given the value that it's that is the most important thing. So the sense of when we do not realize all the any activity that happens in the life, in the form of thoughts, in the form of words, or in the form of physical activities, everything 100% is a performance of the at the sensor level. But because of the ignorance, the label of a self is attached automatically. That the system has been doing it as a habit for a long time, and it starts happening when the small child is small, when the baby who has the radiant mind, the gradually will start uh, having the thoughts. This is again a nature's law, I would say. There is automatic function where there are sensor functions. Sensor information is automatically tied up together to form the thoughts, and thoughts are the one which navigate thereafter, and then a flow of thought, a flow of changing thoughts, very fast flow of changing thoughts, we call living or a life. If there is no change like that, a system will not feel that it's alive. So the alive feeling comes because of the changing pattern of these thoughts, uh, which we call in Pali Sanya Abhisankaranaya or Sanya Viparinamaya. Viparinamaya means changing. Abhisankaranaya means it's empowering. So every time, every fraction of second, these sanya or these wave patterns will change and then give a slightly different picture. So that is why, because of this sanya, viparinama and abhisankaranaya, you tend to feel sometimes now when you eat the same food, uh, 2 servings, or if you eat one vegetable quite frequently during the week, you tend to look for some difference. You might feel that, no, I have been eating, I'm sick of eating this. Same thing about a dress now. If you have been wearing a particular dress more frequently, you tend to feel, no, I need a change. So always the nature of these thoughts are that looking for a change. That is because of this vipariname and the abhisankarane. Then only, as I said, that life feeling is there. So that explains now about the same sensory information now, like an attitude about a person, or your likeness to a particular food, your likeness or your clinging or whatever, or your aversion towards something will change with time. The the food that you liked some time back, now you are no more interested. And a person whom you thought you liked very much, sometimes you tend to feel that uh, not not worth getting closer. So like that, you tend to have different thoughts. That is because of this sanya viparinamaya. So these changes are inevitable, and these changes are part of the nature's law. And the process of forming thoughts is again part of the nature's law. So there is no way that you can stop. What happens is, when you understand the Dhamma and when you understand this mechanism, the thickness of these thoughts become less, and they become softer. And I don't know whether these words are correct, but I try to explain. They become softer and finer. So at some point, a system might feel that I'm not getting any thoughts. No, it's not. Actually, the thoughts are just continuously created as part of the mind sensor, but you feel very comfortable because your thoughts are not heavy like that. So that is the result of your internal transformation, little by little. Thoughts are less and less stressful and less powerful, and then the system will observe that it is formed and then disappears like any other sensor function. And gradually the fire which was used to erupt will little by little fade off. So I think maybe we can hear from somebody else. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Dr. Sakuntala. I think that discussion was brought to a good point where, like you said, the density of thoughts are less, but thoughts are still there. Even we know, based on Tripitaka, or even based on our understanding of what this process is, what will happen after the defilements are diminished. The thoughts are going to be there. That is a function of the mind, the function of the senses. But that underlying burning is no longer there. And as in those thoughts, like before, those thoughts automatically assumed the existence of a so-called world and a so-called self. But these thoughts are now, they don't assume the same thing, because now it's realized. Now the system realizes that there is no so-called external world or so-called self. But these thoughts are mere tools now. These thoughts are used as mere tools, serving a functional purpose, as one still has to kind of navigate the mundane plane in the day-to-day activities. So whatever, so they serve a functional purpose. And like you said, this evolution of perceptions, and abhisankarana, that's the one that keeps us going. Like, that is the eventually that's the one that led people to kind of seek out for the truth, because something is happening, something is weird about this. You like something, you want to keep it forever like that, or you want to hold on to that forever, but it doesn't happen like that. After some time, it just the desires, the clinging that once a so-called person held is diminished, is no more, because due to this speed, it continues to change. It appears, it disappears. In between, there's a change that happens. The panyayati, vayo panyayati, titatanya tata panyayati. So because of this, you can't even kind of attribute some sort of a life to how fast these vibrations, it appears and disappears, and it happens so fast, and in between there's some sort of an evolution in the perception. So, and in that, you would die for this girl or a boy to get married to this person. You would go through all the trouble to get the permission from the parents, or build a big house, or whatever it is. People do so many things to achieve so many things. Or to buy a car, you would try so much, work so hard, put a down payment, get a lease and all that, continue to pay the lease, continue to maintain a car. The desire, or the clinging, or that fresh happy feelings will only last for about a month. In terms of a car, probably about a month or two, and then it just kind of subsides. Now the bigger problem is how am I going to pay for the lease? How am I going to maintain all that? Now you're left with the burden portion of that deal can be seen more now than the pleasure it once gave. Or after getting married to the so-called partner you crossed oceans for, after a couple of years, the love, the infatuation, the attachment, everything kind of subsides. Now all you can see is faults about this person, how bad this person is, how you don't like a lot of things about this person. You feel like you got deceived. So all due to this fast vibrations. This is how the system works. So nothing that, however much you cling on to something, cling on to this illusion, that much, now you're going to hate it. That much aversion now there will be. So this is the one that needs to be seen. This is the nature of, this is the Dhamma, this is the nature of it. This is how it works. This is how it came into place in the first place. Yeah, so it's a very interesting and a beautiful thing about this Dhamma. Justin is silent today. Do you have any questions, Justin? Theron Saranai?
Yes, I get a question. World or symphony of vibration, what we experience, but what is that? Actually,
Can you repeat, Justin? I think we missed the first portion of the question.
Yeah. The vibrational world. We speak about vibrational world. Vibration, the symphony of vibrations. So without vibration, we don't get any consciousness. So can you explain this vibration in the zygote and how it affects the person who in his future life? I mean, when the baby is born, the vibration in the zygote, and you always discuss this topic, I think. Can you explain that? Did you get the question correctly, or did you get the point now?
So basically, you want to know how the asava, or the inclination towards stains, kind of evolve into sasava.
Yeah, that beginning from the zygote, you say.
Zygote, yeah. Randima, do you want to...
Does it have any connection to the previous birth?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is not clear to me. Yeah,
Mr. Bernard. Now, actually speaking, there is no direct link, right? But there is some string kind of a link also. So, so because now if we take the last breath of someone, so that last breath, it is just a one thought, no?
Yeah.
So that one thought means some consciousness, some form of a vibration. So there is some strength, some strength of vibration is there. So So then, so at that point, you see that last thought also disappear there itself. So there is nothing going somewhere, but what happens is this resonance principle. That is
Yeah.
this vibration system. No? So
Yes.
so that now last vibration occur means it what is the meaning? There is another due to the resonance, another form of a vibration somewhere can occur. No?
That's right.
So that what exactly happen is now if we take this zygote is you see it is the zygote which starts the resonance. I mean,
Yeah.
where the birth of the zygote is like the two vibration become equals. So that's why there is a string kind of a relationship. So this wave, the strength of the wave, you see that carries all form of that 33,000 watts. So that is there. So that is what got telepathized to the zygote. And then the zygote level, you see the next form of division of the cells occurs. No? So then equally that form of resonance also occurs. So basically each and every tiny cells carry this vibration effect. So this
Yeah.
strength of vibration. So that strength of vibration is the one which determine whether someone is a human or someone is a animal or you see all that determine based on that strength. So if the strength is very high, sometimes the birth can occur in the womb of the monkey. So
Yeah.
that is the ego, no, otherwise the ego, hate, ill will, all this
Yeah.
power, strength, no.
Defilements.
Yeah,
Yeah.
defilements level. So that's why nobody is doing this. Some natural phenomena is happening
Phenomenon.
here, and what it is, we say defilements. But in terms of the vibration network system, these are really current or some form of a wave vibration carrying transmitting of power. So that power transmission is the one which is occurring, you see, every cells. And basically this sensor system, if we leave out the eye, nose, ear, mouth, all these are just names. But whole body is the trillion billions of cells. So all these cells collectively forms the mind power, because all these cell system collective vibration is the power in the system. So that is this current or the wave, collective reading, collective frequency of the power. So that is what is happening. So now that power is there, but the all the actually, that is the samsaric link also in otherwise. That is, the world become real, everything is real. So that there is some sort of you see nature there. So every phenomena is real life. That's why the current is high. That indicates the high current. So, but when that child comes to some nursery level only, there is a chance to see this. Otherwise, now you see the sensors spark that isolately work. Power is not enough to connect, because when the sensor level, this various different sensors production is different. So different sensors automatically is connecting after some power level. Because that power level is initially not high for that small child, the newborn child. But naturally, that power is coming high because of that glue. Slowly, that power of the next occurrence coming high, and then it start to interconnect, and now it has a world. That's why it didn't have the world or a so-called person or things before, but now things start to come. But when the things start to come, this inner wave is the one which really we discussed earlier. That is that zygote. But that inner wave now can flourish with all the set of defilements, hate, ill will, jealousy, and it start to double, triple now. That is what happened. So that inner wave is the one, the world is real. That is the secret here. Even if one wants to cut off this cycle effect, starting point is that one need to see Dhamma, and that system needs to feel that this world is not real, because that is the one wave. It is not the sun, moon, mother, father, children, house. No. Underline all this, there is a one wave. That one wave is this world is real. That is this Itta Sanya. That is this Sasriya thing. So it's very interesting. So when you see the truth, this true Dhamma, you understand this entire wave is a product of these billions of cells, and this is a natural phenomena which is occurring, and there is no real so-called world find here. There is no soul find here. All this is a misconception that form through that collective sense product. Otherwise, nothing found here. So once that is convinced, only the drishtis start to break. Once that start to break means actually that Itta Sanya is the one which get drops. So once that get drops means that is the disconnection from the samsaric effect. The samsaric effect, because otherwise it's a strong power which is continuously traveling here. Because that's why whenever your I form something, naturally it become real in your system. Because your system, entire cell system is running with the fact that this whole world is real. You can't stop that by thinking. Only thing is the attack that through the Dhamma. Dhamma is the weapon to attack this whole cycle. And then what will happen? It is the power, you see. Even now, once the drushti get fade out, like that everything is a drushti, then next, even though the power is naturally as a practice, it is coming up, now that power, no chance of connection that world is real, like soul is real, like, and that is also one can't do by thinking. And then what happens, the next occurrence of the, because power can't getting stronger in the system now. One leg is sort of damaged, like, then in the next occurrence, what happens now, less power coming in the next occurrence, less power. Likewise, sequentially, the power coming up in the system also start gradually to reduce, reduction happen. That's why that ashrava, even though the ashrava occur, like ashrava cannot have a validity now in the system. So it start to negate. That's what we say, seen and liberate. Actually, that is not like the normal people seen and liberate. Like, this is also automatic process in the system that we call avadhi. So automatically that process is sort of needs to happen. So then only ashrava is sort of getting fade out, and then what will happen, even though stuff is still not over, then what happens, the sensor, you see the entire cell level, you see that sensors sort of needs to liberate sort of sensors itself, because inside the system, if there is any you see sort of want or need or some further power, like, which is not a thing, which is not relating to a mother, father, child or anything, but some form of you see not related to anything, like, so even that sort of one also needs to be seen. Then only actually sensor will liberate from the sensor itself. Until that process is complete, some form of a power generation would be there in the system. So actually what is happening is finally this power is the one, whatever the set of power, like light becoming real, so the sound becoming real, even that itself will become like dead sound or dead sites, like, so then only sensor liberate from the sensor itself. That's why human can't do this. Human can't do. Naturally, that change needs to happen in the system. Until that happen, some form of a power driving is there in the system, means another, so at the last breath, another form of occurrence is there. So that's why there is no end to this path. Everywhere is a research. Research in the sense it's not someone is doing, but this power is seen. That is also inside. And some form of investigation or some review is happening. So then only it is slowly reaching the neutralization part. Yeah, Justin, I think I gave some answer. Harshit,
Yeah. Thank you. That was I got the clear picture now. Thank you very much, Thirwan sir.
Yeah, thank you, Randima, for that explanation. One thing I wanted to add was that, when in the case of a human dying and, then in the next birth, that vibration in the zygote taking place as a rebirth or the next birth, it's kind of like, how you would listen to the radio in the car and you would, you just arrived home. Now you would turn it off and you go home and turn on a different radio, and that program will be broadcasting in that radio. Something like that. Probably not the best example, but just like, if the vibration is there, different vessels, two different radios, one in the vehicle and one at home, two different vessels. But if you have the necessary equipment, that vibration could be kind of detected. So when someone dies, that vibration, the body kind of merges back to what it was made up of, like dust to dust, ash to ash kind of thing. But if there's a equivalent vibration somewhere in a womb, as a zygote, due to a cell division, similar vibration is formed. This vibration becomes that vibration, or rather, that vibration becomes this vibration itself, and kind of give that push for that development to happen, for the rest of the development, for the inclination towards sustains asava to keep going. And like Randima correctly explained, as the mind develops and as with every cell, the vibration continues manifest in the form of sight, vision, and all that, and the thoughts form. And these thoughts assume an existence of an external world and a self. Now it goes to volitional formation, abhisankarani. That now creates the sasava, the Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai and Mahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 144. This is the last portion of the discussion. Participant, during this era, the insight wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros now understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses. Just as Buddothpado understood what true Dhamma refers to, more people are beginning to grasp the essence of the Buddha Dharma. Now, answer this question. When we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? The answer lies not in an individual, but in a condition or state. Free from the notion of a self, a situation in which nothing inherently exists, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Mahan say, this is the answer to the question. It refers to tranquility itself. There is no burden to carry because all burdens arise from thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there is no burden, no burning fires. It is simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. The Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is immensely beautiful and magnificent. Do not cling to words and suffer. Do not let what it does destroy this precious Dhamma. When we put out the burning fires created by defilements, It is extraordinarily beautiful. And with that, we come to the end of that discussion we've been having even yesterday too. So this era where the true Dhamma has awakened finally after 2500 years, all this time we were talking about concentration meditation in whatever the form they explain, to whatever the meditation centers we went to. Everybody was trying to say this meditation works, this is the true Dhamma. But now, just like how Buddha said, there will be a time when there will be more imitation gold than the gold itself, and it will be very difficult to detect the real gold. So just like that, we kind of passed that period where everybody was claiming to expound the true Dhamma, but nobody really was expounding the true Dhamma. How do we know? Because we followed these paths for years and years. Most of the Buddothpado listeners, they have gone to all these places and experienced these so-called supposedly true Dhamma, and seeing first-handedly that they did not find that true Dhamma. Just like how Buddha told Kalamas, if a certain Dhamma, after practicing it for some time, leads to diminishment of defilements, that Dhamma should be identified as a true Dhamma. So we followed the same path, and after practicing those supposedly true Dhammas, we did not find that tranquility. So we moved from one place to another, wandering and looking for this true Dhamma in our journeys. So finally, we found this Dhamma under the shade of Buddothpado discourses. It was the same way, just like in Buddha's days, how Buddha told Buddothpado that even at the state of neither perception nor non-perception, the sense of self was in a very subtle way present. Buddothpado understood that he was in the wrong path. Same way, lots and lots of people today are beginning to grasp the essence of Buddha's Dhamma, this beautiful Dhamma. They are beginning to grasp the essence of what true Dhamma is. The clues were hidden in our plain sight. We were not insightful enough to read the clues and reject those non-true Dhammas. But today, under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we are able to see that. Now the question is, when we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? It is not a person, it's a state that is free from notion of a self. Anyone who sees this Dhamma, who sees how this mind is created moment to moment, slowly the sense of self is diminished by seeing how this self is created. Just like how when we see how the magic tricks are performed, how the astonishment of the magic fades away. Similarly, when we see how the mind is created in this moment, or the so-called self is created in this moment, the so-called self slowly diminishes. So, and it leads to a transformed state where neither a person nor a being could be found. Even to the so-called self whom supposedly started the journey. So in that state, we cannot say something exists. Nothing inherently exists. In reality, nothing inherently exists. But a wise person would see that and realize this for himself, where there won't be a self anymore. And that's a non-vibrational state. There's no vibration anymore. That's just pure peace and tranquility. And what's left is tranquility itself. There's no burden, there's no internal firing, there's no unnecessary thoughts. There are thoughts, but no unnecessary thoughts. Thoughts will just be utilized as just a tool. No burning fires. It's just a beautiful state, simply beautiful, and no one can take this quality away from you. And this is the Dhamma, and it is Buddha too, like the state of Buddhahood. And there's nothing to cling to anymore. So our responsibility is to not let the portillers destroy this precious Dhamma, and to see this Dhamma first-handedly within ourselves by putting out these fires created by the defilements, by seeing the truth in the moment. So that's the end of that first discussion. I see Shani has joined. Shani, if you want, you can continue with page 146. Are you comfortable?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Saranai Harshinis.
Yes, there was something. Go ahead, Shani.
Our night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 22nd, 10th, 2023. Participant, when you say to get away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters, I would like to know how to stop these angry feelings. Aryan Wahanse. Do you listen to the Buddothpado discourses? Participant: Yes, for about 2 months. Aryan Wahanse: First you have to follow the right view. You must know and have a knowledge of Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless world. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge, practical knowledge, and experiential knowledge. You need to see the ultimate truth within this moment in one thought. This is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe Salayatana Loko. The things created by the six-fold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations in other world illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and sensations combine and how it instantly changes into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of these sensual sparks, they turn into objects such as table, chairs, etc. in the mind. Through this reconstruction or reoccurrence, these become objects and real in the consciousness, and you must be able to see this process. Hashimis, do you want to explain?
Yeah, thank you, Shani. So that is the next discussion, night Zoom discussion, on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. And yeah, so this participant says that when Aryan says that we need to get away from the sensual world, that it makes him angry. And how is he supposed to stop these feelings of anger is what his question is. And Aryan asks if he listened to the Buddothpado discourses, and he has been listening for about 2 months. So this is Aryan answer. So anybody who listens to these Buddothpado discourses, that is the first thing that you have to do. That you have to listen. So that is the preliminary approach to this Dhamma, and we call it in Pali we call it Satyajnana, or in English we call it wisdom of truth. And you must get to the right view by understanding it intellectually, and then by practicing it, by seeing this Dhamma in action within your own mind. When your own thoughts are created in the moment, you can see what is this mechanism that is being talked about in the wisdom of truth section. You can see that mechanism at work. So this is Buddha's doctrine. And so we need to understand the sensual world, that is the material world that we call it. And form. So there are three worlds that we talk about in this doctrine: sensual world, form world, and the formless world. Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka in Pali we call it. So these are created in kind of a sequential pattern, and we can kind of observe it in using wisdom of truth, and then wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Krutajnana. Meaning, wisdom of truth is, like I mentioned before, listening to this Dhamma and understanding it intellectually. Like it makes sense based on what you already know about the world, based on the logic that we usually use to make sense of the world. This is given to you. This is the message of the noble friend, and it makes sense. It makes sense that how this mind could be an illusion. It makes sense that how there's no continuously existing mind, but only the thought in this moment. If we think about something in the past, it is a thought in this moment. If you think about how your mother took you to school when you were a kid, if you have some sad thought about that, or angry thought about that, or loving thought about that, you will be thinking about it right by just sitting in this very same chair. You don't even have to leave that same chair. Meaning, it's in this moment you will be thinking about the past. There's no way that we have ever visited our past except for thinking about it in the present moment using a thought. Similarly, if we are planning something for tomorrow, if we are planning something long term, all that is happening in this moment, while us using thoughts as a tool. So we have never really visited the past or visited the future. Everything is happening in this moment. But so this is the wisdom of truth section. If I tell it so these things make sense when the noble friend delivers the message. It makes sense, right? There's no rocket science about it. It's not easy to practically see it, but it makes sense if you have enough spiritual receptivity to see this. It's not easy to see this, but it's not difficult either. A 7-year-old can even understand this. And here, what they call it as practical knowledge, or wisdom of duty, or Krutyajnana, is when that same knowledge, that intellectual knowledge we acquired through the message of the noble friend, now, okay, we already had listened to it, but as we go through our day-to-day activities, this kind of come back to us, and we see this in action. We kind of inquire and investigate within us to see if that is the if that is the truth. Is that how really our minds behave? So, for an example, there's a dog barking. You don't even see a dog, and the barking is suddenly heard, and you just pay attention to that, and you really inquire into that. Is there a dog in that sound? I mean, somebody could have recorded in a radio and played it to you. There's no dog in that one. It's just a sound. Sound is a bunch of vibrations. We know our the range in which the humans can hear is 20 to 20,000 hertz. So similarly, this kind of exploration, inquiry, investigation is required so that that knowledge that we have gained intellectually becomes our own experience. And as we continue to do that, okay, let's say someone says something hurtful, and you feel the hurt, and that heaviness is there, and all of a sudden it occurs to you, this Dhamma that you had listened. Okay, the idea we have is somebody yelled at me, somebody said something hurtful, but if we really kind of go deeper into what really happened, through the ear, what was received was just a bunch of vibrations, a sound which was made sense using the mind. The labels gave the meaning, and that meaning, let's say someone called you a loser. Loser is just a word. In some other language, it could mean something else. And it could be like that word could be in the middle of a song, in the middle of a dialogue, in a drama. It wouldn't have hurt. But here, the meaning that's been attributed to that, the way in which this system thinks when it's heard, that is the one that brings the pain. If you heard it on the TV, it wouldn't bring you pain. But the way in which the system is wired to think, or this person said, called me a loser. He shouldn't have, or she shouldn't have said that. How dare he or she call me that? It's very hurtful. How much have I done for this person? This is kind of the thought process after just listening to a sound. Because this is how this system works. So if you see in that moment, now what you heard was just a sound, but in that moment, this Dharma came to you. Dharma appeared in the moment. The truth appeared in the moment. It's just a sound. That is the meditation. That is the penetrative contemplation. And if you really use those thoughts to see that truth, you will see that in that moment, yes, it is just a sound. There's nothing more to it. The rest of it is the works of the mind. And that is an insight that doesn't belong to the thoughts that you used to kind of contemplate about. So with time, if you have enough of contemplation like that, whether anybody else at you, just calmly complain and accuse you or whatever the situation may be, nobody's words are going to hurt you, because now within you this spiritual maturity is growing, because now you know whatever anybody says, it's just a sound. Whatever the thoughts that arise due to that, make it a base. That's the creation of the mind, which is the mind is created in this moment. Mind is created due to images, sound, smells, tastes, and touch coming together in the moment. And if you look at the sight, the eye sees only the visual range of light. That is a bunch of frequencies. Ears detect the audible range of vibrations, 20 to 20,000 hertz. Similarly, nose detects smellable frequencies. Tongue detects the thinks that there's a flavor, that flavor ranges, that's another different range of vibrations. So different vibrations, different ranges of visuals. Whatever you can see is seen, whatever you can hear is heard, whatever you can smell is smelled. Likewise, it extends to all five sense faculties, and when all of them come together, the mind is created. So this mind gets entangled. These say inputs from the sense bases get entangled, and even thoughts get entangled. The habit is that we formed thoughts before. The system has formed thoughts before. If someone else to think in a certain way, how dare, based on what how you have seen, heard people discussing about these things. Sometimes for the first time in life, when you hear someone yelling at someone, you would see, let's say, the first time in your life as a kid, you heard your father yelling at your mother. And after father left, your mother would be, this person is always like that, he's yelling at me, and she was crying. And so this is kind of, now our systems are conditioned to think about somebody's yelling like this now, because they get entangled, these sounds get entangled with our thoughts. And now when somebody else yells at us, we kind of follow the same thought pattern. We have never questioned why that thought pattern is followed. Why does this system think that like that? That this is how some people introduce us to language. People introduce us to into the different ways to talk, different ways to think, different ways to walk. When we are 13, 14, we look at how popular girls and boys in the school walk and style their hair and all that. So that is taken upon by the system. So we kind of mimic that. We follow these things. So today, now when we go to the bank and go to the counter to give our deposit to the teller or whatever, we even stand in that same way we acquired when we were 13, 14. We followed, we mimicked the same way. So this so-called self, the extent of self is everywhere. Like it's kind of like how you would spread butter on a slice of bread. It spreads everywhere. Wherever it touches, it spreads. So we see this Dhamma in action. And what will happen is you go through enough being yelled at by different people, the Dhamma comes to you, the truth appears in the moment, and the truth is seen about these words uttered. And with time, anyone can yell at you, nothing will, no reaction will come. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's like just some drama on a TV, how it doesn't affect your feelings. Same way, even these yellings won't affect you. So that is the wisdom of duty, wisdom of truth, wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Wisdom of completion is Krutajnana, is when that reaction doesn't now arise within, the so-called within. We are just only using the language to explain that. When we say within, it sounds like, okay, then the within exists. No, we can't be telling it all the time, so we kind of easily say it. But please be mindful, it's the world or the self or the within or the external world or whatever we say, they do not exist. We are just using words as a tool to explain it. So, and that this is the path, and this is not a religion. This is the absolute truth. There's no other way in which this world comes alive. When it'll become self-evident to you as you see this within you. And you recognize how these senses work. And Buddha said, Salayatana loko. The world that appears as a world is the doing of the inputs of the sense faculties. this phenomena created by the sixfold sense basis. And like I said, they are all vibrational energies, different manifestations of vibrations. This so-called world, we think we were born into a world that was like being operated before us. No, when you were born, you didn't even know how to recognize your mother. It all came when you were introduced, when this so-called you were introduced to the language. Even the label of mother, the idea of the mother is a concept that's given by the society, by the convention. So this, as the baby starts speaking at the age of 1 or 1.5, mother, the so-called mother herself pointed at herself and called her the mother. So the image of the mother, so-called image of the mother, and the sound the mother, they so the mother would keep repeating this so many times until this become registered in the child's mind, and eventually the child will start uttering the word mother, recognizing the mother. So what we realize is all these creations, the mother, father, the loved one, the husbands, wives, all these things, the kids, they come alive moment by moment. They're created in the moment. There's no pre-existing mother or pre-existing world into which we were born to. And that is how this relation illusion is realized. And for that, you have to see how these sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, all these things get combined to instantly create these sparks, these mental formations. So that is part of the practice, part of the penetrative contemplation that you have to vigilantly do. Otherwise, this truth just doesn't, it just by its own self, it doesn't get transformed into the Dhamma. Otherwise, it's just going to be some intellectual knowledge, just like how you would memorize the multiplication table and do some sums, multiplication, division. It doesn't. There's no internal knowing. There's no direct knowing in that. So something like that would happen if you don't do this penetrative contemplation enough. So that is that first page. I think we have some time. Can you read the second page, Shani?
How all these occur in one thought must be experienced. Khandanam Patilabha, Ayatanam Patilabha, all these in combination construct a thought in the mind conscious. The doctrine of the dependent origination explains the entire process in how this works together, how thoughts occurred in the past, present, and how they occur in the future. The understanding that there is no thing in the existence must be seen and experienced. This situation refers to asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of seeing defilements as they are. You also must compare and analyze the knowledge with the three baskets of Dhamma. How things created by vibrational energy and turned into feelings or sensations and perceptions. These must be observed. When objects such as a ball, apple, or any other object get a value, it is the sensual world or karma unit. The form is the materiality or world with form. The feeling you get is the formlessness. This aspect must be clearly understood. When these are not regarded as objects, that is the wisdom. There is no value in sound or color. When these are combined, a thing or object
get created. These are mental formations occurred by vibrational activity. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement of vibrations, and the feeling accompanied with it is the mind conscious. When value is given it, it is only a thought. A wall, me, mine, all these are only thoughts. When the Dhamma is realized correctly, the burning fire within, created by this process, becomes neutral. The value given to object becomes worthless. The defilements such as craving, aversion, ignorance disappear. This is when it is realized that there is no thing existing in this world. The things that are created by the combination of the sounds, color, taste, smell, and sensations are impermanent. Then, in these, how can someone find an existing soul? When the truth is found in one thought, eventually the idea that there are only thoughts becomes permanent in the mind. When this situation occurs, you cannot even find your own self. The ignorance disappears with the understanding of the doctrine of the dependent origination and the true nature of the thoughts. The thought itself represents the delusion or ignorance. Then, not having thought represents the nirvana, putting an end to ignorance.
Yeah, thank you. So this is about observing all this in one thought, how all this occurs in one thought. So that's why Buddha said skandhanam patilabo ayatanam patilabo. And meaning this due to the speed of the vibrations, these sense faculties are born, and thus the world is born. And that is the same thing as the doctrine of dependent origination. That explains this entire process, how they come alive, how these thoughts come alive, how this internal burning, the mental charge, all that comes alive. And it gives us an insight as to this past, how this past arise in this present moment, and this continuation of, or feeling like that there's a continuation of a future. All that is kind of understood by understanding the dependent origination. So through all that, whatever the way in which this is explained, dependent origination or the works of the sense basis or the eightfold noble path or Four Noble Truths. So there are many ways to say it. However, the way this is explained, however, whichever the angle is used, it's talking about the same thing. It's talking about how a thought is created in this moment and how, due to ignorance, this thought is assumed to be an external world. And in that moment, the so-called self comes alive. So this thought is nothing but a manifestation of vibration. If there's a vibration, there should be an underlying power. That underlying power gives rise to the sense of the existent feel that exists. Something is out there, that we feel like something is out there. However much someone would say that there's no such thing, it's all a lie, it's an illusion. You can't agree, because for you it feels like there's something out there. That existent feel is created due to this vibration. Something, it's like there's this movement, there's this continuous movement, and there's like a lively nature to all these things that we project through the mind. And in that same vibration, in that same occurrence, due to the speed, the sense of self is also created and the mind, and also the mind is created. The mind starts labeling, therefore this duality is born. But in that vibration, there's no such duality. So, and this, like in the form of intellectual knowledge we understand, but to really see it within us, you have to kind of see it, but this is something that cannot be grasped with the mind. Just like how an architect would draw like a side view of a house, rear view of a house, and a top view of a house, and person who's doing the construction will have the real image, the three-dimensional image of the house in his mind based on these different views that's been given. Just like that, something similar to that happens as we listen to this Dhamma intellectually. This direct seeing, that is our direct in experience. That is why Buddha said there are no ready-made drafts. You have to create your own raft. So that is that seeing this Dhamma, doing this penetrative contemplation, so that it turns into penetrative insight. That insight is the jnana, whatever you want to call. That insight is the one eventually transform all that into Dhamma. So, and this path falls along Asavakya Jnana. So that insight, one of the insights is we talk
Actually, I
about
think it's Teron Saranai.
Theravada.
Actually, discussion I think is going to be going. What's
Yeah,
happened
yeah.
here?
So there's only Dr.
Not practical,
Sakuntala.
not feel.
Yeah, yeah.
Only the syllabus. What's doing?
Okay, yeah, no, so we can start. I was just explaining the second page, yeah.
I think it's others' ideas you want asking. Yeah, one paragraph is okay, no matter. But not type that it's a discussion about, because it's not a fail.
Yeah,
I think it's not good. What's that paragraph is going? What's the content?
This is
Only the book reading is not good.
yeah, no,
It's going boring.
no,
Because
this is the disc. I'm not reading the book.
I don't think about others. Is fail is that one. What you say is not sharing. It's not discussion. It's not good. This because what you say is, how is that hearing someone is that problem is there. It says theory is only the theory. You explain in that, but feel is good. Dhamma is not the syllabus. Dhamma is not the book reading. Dhamma is not any other. Dhamma is our life, our story. It's like a story. Our life is story. It's our story. What you say, it won't be our story. It's a reality. It won't be practically. It's experience is the best. Not only the book reading is not good, I think. It's getting the point, it's okay. But the other one is not okay. Because, this reading is volume 6, I think. That volume 1 or 2, that's not that type of. Because it's how is our mind creating is very important. No, it's okay, no. Yeah, it's okay. You won't think about it's okay.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
sorry about that. I don't know.
Then it's practical, it's want to be live. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Theron Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, we can start with the discussion portion of it. Sorry about that.
Therwan Sarnai, I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Therwan Sarnai, Harshi and other Dhamma friends. Yes, I think we can discuss about the practical side, because what we gathered from the book was the knowledge, isn't it? So if we apply it practically, how can we talk it? How can we talk about it? Because how you practically apply to what we heard so far. It's okay. I can just tell something if you can give your view, Harshi. Actually, now what we heard from the book was the basic knowledge, the mechanism of what is happening. Basically, it explains the dependent origination of the activity called Paticca Samuppada, how the thoughts are formed and how the thoughts formed are taken as real. So with this understanding of what you read, how can we experience it practically? Because we call the world, it's a flow of thoughts. So everything is a thought, everything is a sound, and if everything is due to the speed. So due to the speed, things are created, and the creations are given a name or a sound, and we take those sounds or the words as real. The system feels that the sounds or the creations are real. So that is where the ignorance is. Harshi, how can we explain about experiencing it when we know this truth? How can we experience it? What is the experience that a system will get from this knowledge? Therwan Sarna.
Therwan Sarna, Dr.
What?
Sakunthala. Yeah, I mean, it goes on to a few different stages, and the easiest way to talk about this is using the 4 karma sthanas that we use in the practical approach. And so for the very first thing is to see that there's no external world. So if we can discuss about that, I think that's the easiest way, right, Dr. Sakunthala? Because we have a newcomer also, it will be beneficial to her as well.
Okay. Yes, actually, now, as I said, taking the physical world as real is the biggest part here, biggest part of the ignorance. And the concept of me or myself is also part of that created world. So all these are creations of the 5 senses. Sensor means it's a function. Sensor doesn't mean that it is a noun, it's a verb. Actually, there is an activity there. So eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Even though those names are used, they are considered as kind of institutions where there is some production. So the vision is created, and the hearing is created, and smell, taste, and the tactile. These are created then and there. And collective action of this, which happens immediately with no timing in between, is the result is the thought. So when we, I think in the book when you were reading, it indicates that the creations in these sense of faculties or these senses are also just like magic, something appearing due to the high speed. So if you see them as creations or illusions at the level of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the next product of these, which is the thought, is another illusion and another creation. So then there is actually nothing. There is nothing, but it is created as if it's really there. So that is this thing that we have to sort of very clearly understand. So what happens is when you know this background, when you have the understanding about this background, the thoughts that appear as a fast stream in any system will not receive the value that is given in a normal setup. So, for example, if you take a house, simply if you take something that is there in front of you, now I can see some plugs, there's a wall, there's a pencil holder. So those things are creations of the eye, and the naming is given by the mind sensor. So that is thought is the name actually, and the feeling that you get that they are really existing becomes less and less, or I don't know whether the word null and void is correct, is the ultimate result when you know the mechanism of happening, what is happening here, how it is created and looks like really existing, becomes less and less powerful when you know the mechanism. So this is applicable to anything which are creations of the five senses. Even the sounds that come. Now I can hear the sound of a dog barking. So that is a vibration of my ear. And that vibration, that vibration is a creation of the ear right now, this moment. So the creation gives you the illusion that there is a dog outside, but it is a creation in the eardrum right now, and the rest of the picture about the dog is completed in the mind. That is with the help of the data that was given to the system with time in the past. A small baby who will hear the sound, similar sound, due to the vibration of the ear, will not have that mental picture about the dog. It will stop at the level where the sound is created, but the little baby doesn't have the dog. But the picture of the dog is added later on. When the sound is coming, an adult will say, it's a dog, and show the dog. So then there is some tying up of these sense activity to create the thought, this is the dog. So like that, the data is collected, added with time, and more information about the dog is added then and there. But all of them come as a single spark right now when you hear the sound. So when the sound is created right now in the ear, I get all sorts of information about the dogs, the various colored ones, various sized, various species of the dogs, and the nature of them, and the dog that we had at my place. So all this information will, within a fraction of a second, come as single spark, which we call as thought. So if you slowly work on these things, then the system will realize that all these are creations in the mind. Initially, there is a sensor activity, sensor function, or sensor vibration, and then immediately, with no time gap, as I mentioned earlier, right now, there is creation of the thought and giving a name to whatever the thought which was created, which is an illusion. Harshi and Ravi, anything you would like to discuss over this? There was all night.
Therwan Sarnai, Harshi, Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, Therwan Sarnai, Aryan Vansi, and everyone. As Dr. Sakuntala said, the way that this illusion is created is the magic. So it is well explained in the Patisasamuppada, or the in English terms, we can say it's cause and effect Dhamma. So, as Dr. Sakuntala said, as long as that creation is taken as real, at that very moment, the bhava or the birth has get occurred. Birth, that is the very moment that we can say the birth had occurred. It is very difficult to understand for a person who didn't hear this Dhamma for a little while, from the beginning. So this is very easy to understand that to someone who has some kind of an understanding about this Dhamma. So this is the mechanism how this illusion gets built up. That means, in other words, how these aggregates formed in Pali terms, that is Khandha. That is the description of how this Khandha gets created. And so behind everything, so what is the resultant thing after creating this skandha? When, as Dr. Sakuntala clearly said, it happens due to certain vibration. Vibration happens due to some kind of difference in polarities. If there is any incident, any kind of incident happen to trigger to formation of some kind of different ends, different extremes, different polarities, so that will lead to form some kind of a power in between that different polarities. So that is the triggering factor to occur the subsequent vibrations. That means if the initial power has been accepted, or if the initial vibration, the power that is generated in between those two polarities get acknowledged, so that will trigger the subsequent vibrations to happen. So that's why we call taking this as real. I remember Dr. Sakuntala initially started her today's explanation by saying, if someone takes the outside as real, so takes the outside as real, that in the sense, in other words, thinking that power is real, getting that power is real. So similar things. So when you feel, when it becomes real, so that will trigger the subsequent energies, the energies that building up in between to become real. So that is the point where the birth is occurring. So it is a feeling. It is a feeling. It is not the knowledge. It is a feeling. That feeling is called the ether or a life field. So the life field is the causative thing that drags you along this sansaric journey. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, whenever a sensor is formed, so that doesn't mean the sensor, we can say it's the external sensor, eyeball, earlobe, nose, tongue. So that is the sensor. But behind every sensor, there is some kind of a construction happening. So actually, they are physical presentation, but the faculty, in the sense, why we are calling a faculty? Oh, so if you take the eye faculty, so it is not the eyeball. The faculty of eye, the functionality of the eye is the make you to see, makes you to see. The vision, the ability to see is the functionality of the faculty, eye faculty. Likewise, the ear faculty, the function of the ear faculty is allowing you to hear. So that means the production process of the light will happen, is happening within that particular faculty. The production process of the sound is happening within the ear faculty. So we can't, even though we externally see the eyeball, ear, tongue and everything, they are a part of the illusion. When you understand this Dhamma, even you see your own eyes, own tongue, that becomes a part of the illusion. But you can't deny that there is no feeling of sense, taste. You can't deny that you don't hear anything. That means the creation of the ear faculty is different from what you see as the external lobe. Of course, external lobe is ear lobe is external, and the the sensor is needed for the creation of the sound that is there. But the hearing and the sensor are two different things. So if you look at a person who has died, he has all the external things. Ear is there, ears are there, eyes are there, nose is there, and tongue is there. But he doesn't feel, he doesn't taste anything, he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see anything. So from that we can understand the external sensor, what you see is different from its functionality. Functionality is creation of something, creation of sensory feeling. So what we are talking about is creation of this feeling. We concentrate more on the creation of these faculties. How these faculties get created, that is the challenging part to understand. So what Lord Buddha said also, understanding how these faculties get created is the understanding of the Dhamma. So the magic here is, if you understand the process or the mechanism, how these faculties get created, that that understanding will lead to get away from those faculties as well. That means, so it is like the understanding will give negative feedback to the original sense here. So in the sense, so if you take an example, if you the functionality of your eye is creating of light. So if you are able to understand the eye faculty, that in sense you will understand there is no actual thing called light. Even the word we call the vision it cannot be applicable to here even. So once you understand there is no thing called light, then would there be something called vision? No. Then would there be a faculty called eye? No. So that makes you to understand this, how these faculties behave. So all them are get created then and there. So if the light is not there, if the so-called vision is not there, so is there a way of triggering up some kind of a feeling of existence through that? No. It is when you understand, it also become a lie, not real. So that is the thing what happens. So that makes you to that understanding can be applied to each and every faculty individually. If you take, then you can take the eye faculty, ear faculty. So is this sound real? So then the so-called, then we come to understanding that so-called hearing, would there be something called hearing? So in the absence of the sound, would there be a chance to generate some kind of a power within? No. So all these things come through the understanding only. So if you do not analyze this, if you do not investigate deep into these faculties, you won't be able to understand this truth. So earlier we talked about these external things: eyeball, ear, sensor, tongue, and nose. So these are the things had been created in the illusionary world. So we see that someone else's tongue, then you call this is the tongue, but it is again the rupana. So we can't say presence of the tongue gives you the exact feeling of taste. No. So people have so many taste variations. So if I say this is tasty, some will say, wow, this is disgusting. This food is very disgusting for me. So if you take an example, for some people, durian is a very palatable, very tasty food. But for some people, it is so disgusting fruit. So likewise, the but their anatomy, if you take the tongue of the anatomy in those individuals, they are more or less same. The anatomy of the tongue would be same. There are taste buds. There are certain areas that taste is felt. So more or less, these are same. And the nerve ending wirings, which carries that signal to the brain. So those are also same. The structure would be same. But why people feel differently? Why they feel it differently? So that's why Lord Buddha say the creation of the taste faculty is different from the sensor. So we have to, unless you do the deep dive, until you do a deep dive into this formation of the faculties, you won't grasp this truth. So that's why we are talking about, even though we're talking ear, nose, throat, and tongue and skin and all these things, but mostly we are addressing the mechanism, how the vision can happen, how the vision is taking place, how the hearing is taking place, how the tactile stimulation we get through the skin sensor. Likewise, so we are talking about the mechanism, the process. Say when then another thing happened, the mind, creation of the mind. So creation of the mind. So mind, we can't show a place to mind even. So actually people mistakenly take his eyes as the eye faculty, but we can't show an exact point for mind. People say it is in the brain. Some people believe it is in the heart. So we can't assign a place even. Even you explore the brain anatomically, it is more or less same for each and every person in the world. But the thoughts that is created, it is totally different. So from that also we can realize mind is so different from the brain. So then Lord Buddha clearly explained how the mind gets formed, the way that mind gets formed. So it is also a good, for that that process we call, Lord Buddha called the manadamma, or the way, how these faculties get together, five faculties get together and form the mind sensor. From the point where the mind sensor is formed, we call a thought had been generated. So mind sensor also has the same qualities that had in the ear faculty, that had in the eye faculty. Same characteristics are there. There are also same vibrations would be there, but in different form. Now it's in thought form. Now you don't take, if you see the chair in front of you, you just do not say a light coming and this is chair, that is the ear sensor. So that is the solidity of the or the firmness of the chair. So all these things are combined together and forms the thought that is called the chair. Chair has all these characteristics. So if you know the creations of the rest of the senses are not true, So how can be the chair become a real thing? It is not possible. It is that is our misunderstanding. So we believe the thought the thought of chair is real. But when you analyze backwards, you get to know that the light is not true, the feeling of firmness is not true, and so those are creation of faculties. So other than that, there is nothing to be taken as true, as real. So in the absence of the any validity, any truth there, can there be a can there be a truth in the newly formed chair? No, it is also a constructed one. So why we deal with that constructed thing as real? So it is the result of the faculties. It is the chair is the end result of the creation of the faculties. So all faculties combined each other forms a chair for you. So that is your ignorance. If you take this chair is as real, that is your ignorance. So if what happens next, if the chair becomes real for you, involuntarily, there would be a person who is sitting on the chair, who is seeing this chair. So that is the point where the self get created. So why yourself got created? Because you took this chair is as real. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Ditte dittamattam sute sutamattam, mute mutamattam. Likewise, if you take this as a sight only, this as a something you see only, with the understanding you know this chair is not real, that's all right. So then you don't get assign any value to that, because you know it is your mental creation. So how can you assign a value which is not there to something that is not really existing? So at the same time, if the chair is not existing, you is not there also. You are not there also. So in the absence of a self, why you put value to yourself as well? So everything become valueless. So, but it doesn't mean that you can't use the chair for sitting. You can use it, but you will not become the person who is using it. You know, the self is not there. Even though I tell that I am the one who is sitting on this chair at this moment, with the understanding, you know, there is no person here to sit on this chair. So that part comes to the understanding. But the senses do create the illusion. Even though you have the understanding, you are helpless. The senses will create the illusion. So it doesn't matter. So you can very peacefully live with that illusion. Doesn't matter. No worries. Because with the understanding, you know, even though the illusion is like that, the reality is not what I see now. So that's it. That is your understanding. That's why Lord Buddha said Sankitte Nibbidaya. So this understanding only comes through this thorough investigation only. If you how you can drill down the creation part of these faculties, how you can understand, become thorough with this mechanism, that much you will liberate from those things. So that is the way how Lord Buddha taught us to get away from the mind, get away from the that is the true liberation. True liberation only comes through the understanding. So still you see the illusion, you live in the illusion, it doesn't bother your internal liberation. It doesn't affect your internal liberation. Your internal liberation is something that comes only through the understanding, but you are dealing in the illusionary world. That's all right. So that's why Dr. Sakuntala, uh, in the early part of her speech, she said, as long as you don't take the external thing as real, you are not there. So it has to come through the understanding only. Yes, Terwan Saranai Harshil.
Dr. Ravi, and thank you very much for that valuable explanation, and Dr. Sakuntala as well. Yeah, when you realize this thing, you still live here, you carry on with everything that you would usually do, but you're not affected by any of the events, any of the incidents, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very beautiful. Actually, the more presence and more awareness that's kind of accumulated with the practice, when you can experience it first-handedly, it's really beautiful. Justin, you have a question today before we wrap up? Anybody has any other comments? Yeah, I think we have. Dr. Ravi, do you have any comments?
No, Harshit, no, that's all. So we can talk tomorrow as well.
Yeah, Theron Sarnayar and Hansa, with your permission, we would like to wrap up today. Let's all pay homage to R.M. Mahansa at our feet. Theron Sarnayar and Mahansa. And let's meet again tomorrow. Theron Sarnay, everyone. Theron Sarnay, Dr. Ravi. Dr. Sakuntala,
Theron Sarnay and Mahansa. Theron Sarnay, all our friends.
Theron Sarnay.
Everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Theron Sarnay Aryan Mahasa, Padma Namaskar. Theron Sarnay, everybody. We'll start with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6, page number 151. Part 2. Participant. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්ස. I bow down at your feet. On yesterday's Zoom discussion, you explained the difference between the bliss created by an advanced level of spiritual experience, Lotura Suvaya, and the bliss of real Nibbana, Nivan Suvaya. Can you please explain this a little more for my clarification? Aryan Mahansa, this happened in two ways. Some people, when traveling along this path, think that they have achieved the Nibbana due to the blissful states of the mind that they experience, and this is just a thought and not the real Nibbana. Explain to me the way you understood this concept. Participant. The way I understood this is as the liberation from the sixfold basis. Aryan Mahansa. The people who follow this path at times experience this situation. The sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having seized the burning fire, if someone thinks, I am liberated, this is a misconception and a wrong view. The illusion in mind can sometimes create this view. The people who are caught up with this idea think that they are arahants. This is also a thought just like any other thought such as mother, father, tree, etc. The situation creates bhikkhus similar to bhikkhu Potila. This path must be travelled carefully and mindfully. Do not get caught by the creations of the illusionary mind. When preaching, one must be careful to see this situation. The people who truly achieve the Nibbana or Arahant state do not go after results. If someone goes after the results, there is a self in existence behind that thought. This can be referred to as the Lotura Suvaya, the bliss created by the experiences. The Nibbana Suvaya or the bliss of Nibbana can be reached only with the renunciation of this idea created by the illusionary me. The real concentration can never be destroyed, but the other type of concentration can be destroyed. The wise person who can go through the illusionary me automatically gets the opportunity to observe how the refinements are fading and dissolving. Just like the Kemaka Bhikkhu stated, yes, most of it is gone just like a cloth become clean after washing. However, the smell of the soap is still in the fabric, which means the process is not completed yet. The story presented by the Jesus Christ also talk about let go of everything and you could get everything. In this situation, there is a being, self, who would get something here. Here, the soul is still in existence. Without completely acknowledging the stanza, Salayatana Loko Loko, the world is nothing, nothing else but the creation of the senses. No one can reach the Nivan Suvaya or the blissful state of Nibbana. During an era that the Gautama Buddha Sasana appears to be going towards its disappearance, it is the duty to keep it alive. The Buddothpado discourses are available to fulfill this purpose, and Buddothpado Aryan Master is trying his best to preserve the Gautama Buddha Sasana. Theruvan Sarana.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Shanika. First of all, we all pay our homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So, you read from volume 6 of the books, right? Is
Yes.
it? Yes. So, it is evident that from the extract that you read, the feeling of living of a person happens due to the 6 sensory organs that you mentioned, Salayatana Loko, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So, basically, from today's reading, what did you try to highlight?
Mhm. Um,
Okay. So, now, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, as we all know, has revealed the Dhamma of Gautama Buddha dispensation or Gautama Buddha Sasana, which was hidden from the world for well over 2,500 years. So earlier, what people thought was as Dhamma, what we heard during our lifetime also was that the outside external world is there. So there are people, no, so the self is also there. So we have to get rid of this samsaric journey by understanding the suffering that comes from external entities, that come towards us from the external entities. We believed that this body, it is subjected to death, suffering, so everything is impermanent. Now we took about the 32 parts of the body and we contemplated on the impermanence of each part, each body part, and then we that way we decided, we tried our best to end the sufferings. And so actually, though people meditated and contemplated on the impermanence of this existing body and the existing entities of the world, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. They were all suffering, they were feeling sad in the face of death, in the face of illnesses, in the face of separation of loved ones. So it was again unending suffering. But it is not the suffering or dukkha preached by or disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddha. So this hidden truth, ultimate truth, that there is nothing external, was rediscovered. Actually, it was hidden due to various reasons. When it comes to like this 19th century, 20th century, 21st century, it was completely, the Gautama Buddha's true message was completely disappeared from the entire universe. So when we know that Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has been to diverse teachers during his lifetime to find out the truth, to understand the truth, to get this true message from someone, both in local context as well as he traveled over the world where they said that true Buddhism is available. He went to different teachers and ultimately he he came to a certain level, and still he understood that no one is actually able to. This is not from a critical perspective, but it became self-evident to him that no one can guide him till the end in the sense to understand what the extreme or ultimate truth is. So he himself, due to perseverance, tried his best and worked on it, and it became self-evident to him that there is nothing external. It is we only live momentarily, and the lifetime of a person, of any being, is only the single thought, only the length of a single thought. So for that, actually, what in his Dhamma, what he basically emphasizes is one should know how the mind is created. How the mind is created. Unless and until how a person understands how the mind is created, how this consciousness or vijnana acts as a deceiver, creating a non-existent world in front of us, one cannot think of liberating from the suffering. Suffering becomes a part of this, and a part of our life, integral part. So basically, what we should try to do is to understand how do we feel that there are things outside, as well as there is the self here that experiences the external world. To gain this understanding, you can stop me. You can stop me and question at any point, Shanika. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
And Mr. Bernard also, please contribute whenever you think you have to add and you have to elaborate. Okay. All right. So for that, what we should basically, a beginner, what we should do is to understand how we feel as if the external world or the entire world is there, or that how this feeling of self-existence, I am there, how does it first occur? How does it how did we get that feeling that there is a person here and the external world is out there, and we deal with all the stuff external, and we live a life, and one day we die, because that is actually not the truth. It's an illusion. It's an illusion, as if a dream that we happen to believe due to ignorance. So for this, what we should do is to understand the mechanism, understand how we feel that there are things. So if we carefully look at the concept of living through our own experience, it's actually evident that we do not experience anything other than the depictions of these 6 sensory organs. So if I name them, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, then the body and the mind. So very basically, we need to understand clearly the mechanism of one sensory organs. So the easiest and the commonest and the most deceitful is the I. So if we think about the birth of I, or how the I occurs, or how we get deceived by the projections of the I, we can apply this to all other sensory organs, and we can try to kind of understand this illusion. So the moment we open our eye, there may be some object. Shanika, so can you do this now? Just tell me, when you open your eyes, what do you see around, in front of?
In front me, I see a cupboard.
A cupboard.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see is as a cup. You see at once, you see it as a cupboard, right? So what do you actually see? How did you first come to know that it is a cupboard?
It was taught to me.
Sorry, it was
taught to me by my mother.
Exactly. So now just imagine you have a small kind of baby, infant at your place, and that baby who is unable to talk or unable to name anything outside is taken in front of this cupboard, as you say. And do you think, this is an imaginary situation, do you think that little one is also able to see this figure, or see this shape, the color, or the light, shape of light, let's say, as a cupboard? Do you think?
Not as a cupboard, but like the child might see there is something. Like he might think.
Exactly, Shanika. Because that is the work of the eye. Some shape of light will arise, right? But as we see the cupboard, that infant may not see a cupboard out there, but we at once see the cupboard. So now this is a very good point. Thank you for your contribution. So it is the same scenario that is happening in all other entities, happening with all other entities, right? The human eye has a certain capacity to capture certain vibrations. So basically, Shanika and all of you, that basic thing is the entire universe is just a ball of energies or vibrations. So the eye, not this physical eye, that if we consider the seeing, the process of seeing, so here in this the physical eye, there are certain vibrations that occur with certain frequencies. Okay, so all the vibrations world over have different frequencies. So here there are certain frequencies. So out there, cupboard or whatever, there are certain vibrations. So the matching vibrations, as a natural phenomenon, their sparking happens. The sparking of the vibrations of similar frequencies occur, and this sparking happens continuously. It is a natural phenomenon. It happens continuously, especially these vibrations with like opposing kind of powers, the plus and minus, they come together. It's a natural phenomenon, so it happens continuously. So due to ignorance, the one perceives this as an existing object. But seeing the cupboard, as you said, is also something that have you seen how how things spark continuously? Now if you light up fireworks in the New Year season, you see sparking like it's not consistent. It is occurring and it's going away again. It occurs, goes away, occurs, goes away. But due to the human eye cannot capture that speed. So we see it as a continuous thing. Do you have any questions on that?
No.
Are you okay with that? So if I quote another example to explain this, Shanika, now when you spin a fireband, right? Or a fireball, let's say, you spin it very fast, right? You spin it, so ultimately you see a circle or a fire ring there. So if the person did not see the fireband at once, whoever comes to that place after you start spinning may not say that it is a fireband or a fireball, isn't it? The person would say that it is a ring of fire. It is a ring of fire. It's not a fireband. So that's why we call it a cupboard. We see it as a solid figure, isn't it? Isn't it? But somebody who knows the truth that this is a fireband that I am spinning, or whoever this is a fireband, not knows the truth. However much the other person says, no, it's not a fireband. It is not a fireball of fire. It's a ring. The person who knows the truth knows that it is not an existing ring. It's just a fireband. So that is what happens once we understand the truth, that it is a kind of vibrations coming together, and it sparks continuously, not something permanent. I mean, it is this truth revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. As you mentioned, it was originally discovered by Gautama Buddha 2500 years ago. As we mentioned before, it was disappeared from the world due to the long time span and due to various other factors also. People misunderstood, people preached it differently, people amended it due to ignorance. But due to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's perseverance and effort and wisdom, he was able to reach that original truth, right? And now he has disclosed it for us. Now we know that it is the fireband, it is not the ring of fire. So that way, now we were discussing the eye. So we said that sparking is the shape of light, Shanika. Sparking is the shape of light. It happens continuously. It's a natural phenomenon, and it happens with an extreme speed. Like you are spinning the fireband very fast, you see a very thick firing. If you slower down the spinning speed, then there may be gaps also. People might notice, right, that it is a fireband that you spin. But when you do it speedily, okay, with extreme, unimaginable speed, it is a ring of fire. So that is where all humans have got this existent feel. Okay, that cupboard appears, this chair appears. But since we know the Aryan Mahanse have given us the fireband, this original thing, he has disclosed the truth. So we shouldn't get cheated or deceived by it, isn't it? We know that it is a vibration, natural phenomenon, sparking happens with at a very high speed, and then the objects appear to be as real, and we get that existent feel. Okay, we feel that as if it is there. Now, if we take the very example that Shanika has in front of her, the cupboard, now Shanika feels that there is a cupboard. So you said your mother introduced it to you as a cupboard, right? Unless
Yes.
you do not know that it is a cupboard, Shanika. So
Yes.
if just imagine a friend of yours from Japan, China, or Africa, or Kenya arrives at your place, and they also see the same thing, what you call as a cupboard, right?
Yeah.
So will they say that it is a cupboard? Oh, Shanika, there is a cupboard at your place. Will the Chinese say the same thing?
No, they will call it in another name.
Another name. So
Yeah.
it's very clear. We come to the next point, right? So
Yeah.
now externally we don't see anything. Now the mind, the cupboard, the combination of the name and form, it is also not a truth. It is also a concept only, isn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Yeah.
because a Chinese would call it using another name. There is the name and color combination is different. It is different for another person. So, somebody who hasn't seen a cupboard this shape before might say something like another object, some similar object. We'll connect it to a similar object and attach that to this figure, this form. Do you
Yeah.
get it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why we call this name and form, all these labels, they also are creations done by us to facilitate the existence, because we are happy to exist in the world. Due to ignorance, we try to expand our world because learning new things, traveling around, what we do is ignorantly people expand their world by adding new objects, giving new labels. So now we are going on a backward journey, right? That's why we call that it is so far we have been going with the current, and now we are going against the current with this on this path, isn't it, Shanika?
Yes.
We are going against the current because now you are young, I am a middle aged, so my world is much bigger than yours because I have a lot of labels, lot of names and forms. Uh, Throughout the life, I have got lot of, because the amount, the volume of myths that I have, right, is much larger. But the magic is, Shanika, once we understand the truth, right? Once we, because Aryan Mahanse always says, you don't have to cut every mangosteen fruit to see the kernel or the inside of it, right? We can't,
Yeah.
you don't have to always contemplate, okay, now this is a chair, it's a name and form. So I have to go back to my Montessori level, kindergarten level to see how it first occurred in my life. Or now there is a handkerchief. How first I saw it as a, when I first show the shape of light, it it was like a piece of cloth maybe, right? Because if I have seen that this material is called cloth, it's not a handkerchief even, but somebody with a beautiful painting showed this square piece of cloth, nicely done, with a beautiful hem, and introduced it as a handkerchief. So from there onwards, the handkerchief came into my life, right? Into your life. So can you tell me such few examples how going back to your kindergarten age, how you first came to know stuff like that, Shanika? Like I explained, handkerchief, chair, and how things came into your life. A few things, even maybe people, even maybe you. How did you come? Can you just go down the memory lane and see, contemplate on how we first came to know the self? This we have a certain image. No, now in photographs we see, in a video we identify. Oh, this is I identify. Ah, that's me. Oh, that's now Shanika. That's Shanika's mother. So how did you first came to know that it's you? This image is called you.
So I actually I don't remember, but like
Yeah,
it's actually my mother. Like
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can't actually, when it comes to self, Shanika, we can't remember. Honestly, I do agree with you, right? Maybe the age, at the age that mother was carrying us, maybe, no, maybe the first birthday. Maybe at that time we came to maybe somebody showed took us in front of a mirror. Unless there is something called a mirror or a camera, Shanika,
yeah.
will we be able to attach a shape to the concept I?
No, never.
Not at all. No? So
Ah,
we might see the body parts except the face.
yes.
So what if we do not have mirrors and cameras in the world? What would have happened? The
We,
perception of I would be the sound, the voice we might hear, and the
yeah,
rest of the body except the face, isn't it?
yes,
So the self image would have been very different. But now, thanks to cameras and these mirrors, to a certain image, we attach the sound I. Is
yeah,
it clear to you? Yeah.
yeah,
So that is the same scenario. All entities in the world, all entities in the world, that mechanism I explained at the very beginning, right? Is it clear? Do you have any questions related to the first occurrence of things related to six sensory organs and how we mistakenly call the external world is existing? Because we took the example of the cupboard and how that we explained that the cupboard is nothing but uh, uh, vibrations that happen at very high speed, and I is nothing but uh, vibrations. Even the trees, also called, all entities are vibrations, but we can understand that only through the example of this ring of fire.
yeah. Um,
You don't, you please ask.
well, actually, but even a child can see there is a thing, right? Like,
Hmm. Hmm. Yes.
even it's like it's what I does,
Yeah.
even a child can see that. So,
Yeah.
but the child can see there is a depth and like a 3D.
3D. So
Yeah,
that also happens, Putha, due to ignorance. No, the 3D, that is the biggest trick here. Because that gaps, we see it as a 3D. But the infant sees it as a 3D? Unless and until that, do you think the infant, the who is in the cradle, sees it as a 3D? Now the thing is, Shanika, now
yeah,
as a grown up, now apple first, when the first step, the apple is seen from a distance for the first time, do you think we have a sense of that round shape if
no, no,
someone sees it for the first time?
no.
No, or just the eye works, right? Eye
Yeah,
saw the color, the shape. But once the apple is given to the person's hand and get the person to touch it and then see it's round. Now the ignorantly the sensation of the body or this round shape, smoothness, and also the eye, the color of it. And then if the person tastes it, piece of apple is given to the person tastes it, and then the taste of the apple. And at the same time somebody calls it apple. Okay, in the teaching methodology, of course, Pute, there are a lot of strategies being used to introduce, to establish these labels, name and label concepts. So if I explain to you a primary class experience, right? First of all, when something is introduced to the beginners, what they do is they show the picture card, flash card, an apple drawn in a flash card. Then the teacher shows it to the class and shows the picture and then call it an apple. It begins with sound apple, and always showing the picture, continuously showing the picture. Okay, so they are the concept that the image is being attached to the word sound apple image, right? Then the next stage, what they do is they bring a real apple to the class. It is introduced to the teaching through research that you have to take the real object to the class. So they take real objects to the class. In Sri Lanka, we don't have facilities to implement such sophisticated teaching strategies. The Sri Lankan teachers cannot afford to take apples and all real objects to the class. But if you go to developed countries like especially UK, Australia, they do this. In primary classes, they take real objects, real apples, and get the children to feel the texture. Now, first day it's the image and the name. Next day the texture. They get them to touch and introduce that it is round. Then they get them to cut it and taste. Then smell. So you see all 6 sensory organs, right? You are kind of given this experience of apple. Get nose, then the tongue, then the body, eye, ear, all. So they make a lot of effort to introduce this to a new person. So that's why it's very difficult once the concept is established. As Aryan Vahanse always says, you cannot convert butter into milk. It is quite true. He's a scientist actually, because Lord Buddha has also, Gautama Buddha has preached that also. You can never convert butter into milk. But it is true that butter is made from milk. Got it? Now, once the concept is established, Shanika, the name and the form, using all these, giving this all sensory experiences to a small one, that one will never see it as a name and form combination after he or she is given this true Dhamma experience or finds this true Dhamma experience, this true message. So that's now what we are doing is that's what actually called going against the current, right? Otherwise, once the concept is established, it's apple, it's the chair. So through knowledge, we always try to say, no, Aryan answer, it's the shape, the image, and then the chair, the word comes next. However much we argue with him, he doesn't accept that. I personally used to argue at the very beginning. About 2 years ago, I used to tell him, no, Aryan answer, the wall, I feel that the word is coming later and the image is seen first. No, it is due just because we know this as knowledge, we apply the knowledge there. But Aryan Maharshi knows no that you see it as a ball, right? That is why he is telling it's a chair. You can't, as knowledge we know it's the name and form combination, right? So still you think the infant sees the apple in a 3D shape unless the child is given the experience of touching and dealing with playing with an apple? Can the eye
So, like, let's say the child is not in a age to go to preschool, but
Yeah,
he can walk. So, we keep the apple on a table, and the
yes.
child can walk around the table and see the 3D shape, even
They,
though
they,
he
True,
can't.
exactly. Then also walked around the table unless and until the child touches the apple, right? Feels the shape, the round shape. Still, the child sees the color only until that child is getting the concept that it is round, okay, and attaching that shape ignorantly to attaching that kind of feeling of touching is as round with the name apple. Still the child sees only the color without. It is at once we don't see anything in 3D. It is through our ignorance. Now I'll tell you another example, right? So when you go to a new place, you look at, actually when we went to, I can recall that international meditation center, that serene beautiful environment. They are also uh, if you actually contemplate by looking at the environment, if you went there for the first time, seated under a tree, if you look at the environment, your eye doesn't perceive the gaps, the distances, right? Exact distances. You can experiment it. If you walk through that path, then you knew, okay, I have walked 100 meters. I have walked 500 meters. So those trees are placed at that distance. These trees are nearby. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That due to that only when we sit at the place and we look at that scenery, we feel, oh, these trees are close by, those are far. This near and far is also knowledge. I doesn't perceive near and far. I think Aryan Mahanse is also there in Dhamma Mandapa. We can invite Aryan Mahanse to explain this further, isn't it, Shanika? Oh, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. So Miss Surangika is also there. Miss Surangika.
Yes, Teruvan Sannai, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. Now will you be able to elaborate on this? Now what Shanika is asking is whether the eye perceives the distance or the 3D of objects, the eye. So unless and until the person gets the experience of touching it or walking through that distance, that knowledge helps the person to figure out that it is 3D or that gap, the distance, but the eye only feels the sensation of the eye is only the shape of light. So will you be able to elaborate on this, Ms. Surangika?
Yes, I can try, Sudharma. And first and foremost, let me pay my respects to Aryan Mahansa and Thiruvan Sannai Dhamma friends.
So I think the basic thing for Shanika to understand, Shanika, is that at the newly born infant stage, the perceptions, the sense faculties really are at a very basic level. So what happens at that point is that the baby can actually, there is a sensation of light, there is a sensation of hearing or sound, and so on. So in that very basic sense, the light consciousness occurs, the sound consciousness at that very basic level is existing, but there is no identification of those as different consciousnesses even. That is just what the sense faculties experience at the newly born baby or infant's level. And if you think about it, I mean, do you think that the baby knows what 3D is? No, right? So whether it's 3D, 5D, or 7G, or whatever it is, all these are concepts that have been taught, as Sudharma was explaining, later on. At that stage, even if the baby has eyes, the baby has ears, the nose, and the mouth and the tongue for taste and so on, it is only at that very basic level where those initial, through the vibrations happening in the eye, the light consciousness occurs. So the baby can react if you put a very harsh, very bright light in the room where the cot is, for example. The baby can maybe even squint because the light is too bright for the baby's eyes. But that is just a natural reaction because the baby is reacting to the light. But the baby doesn't know it's light. The same thing with the sound. I mean, if you put a very loud blaring music of even if it is a nursery rhyme, if it is too harsh for the baby's ears, the baby will feel very uncomfortable and start crying because it's getting a bit, it's hurting the baby's ears. So that's not because the baby recognizes that sound is sound, but that is a natural reaction because the vibration happens. And due to the vibration, sound is a perception that occurs. And through that, because our tolerance level is 20 to 20,000 hertz for a baby, which is a really newly born infant, and all the faculties are at a very basic and growing stage, it is difficult for the baby to withstand that kind of sound. Similarly, even the light, if you think an adult can probably withstand a brighter light, but probably not a baby, and so on. So it is in that sense, even if you think about placing an apple on a little stool and the baby, comes around or say toddles past comes to the table and takes the apple to its hands. I don't know if you have heard, R.N. Mahase has given a good example. If you give a phone to the baby will touch the phone, put it in the mouth, and so on. So the same thing happens with the apple. The baby will be curious. The baby will touch the apple, put it to the mouth, maybe even lick the apple. But the baby has no perception that it is an apple, no perception that it is round, no perception that it is circular in shape, and so on. Where do these concepts come? How did we learn that it is circular? How did we learn that it is round or smooth, that the outer skin is smooth? Or, for example, that the apple is red in color? These are all concepts, as Sudharma pointed out earlier, that one learns, and learns probably at the Montessori or nursery stage. One is shown an image, and then that image is given a sound. And with the sound associated with it, the light consciousness combines with the sound consciousness, and then the mind consciousness occurs. In the same manner, if, for example, they have an actual apple in the classroom and the teacher cuts the apple into pieces and lets the little children in the Montessori class taste the apple, then the children get the sensation of taste as well. So then that as a perception also combines with the light consciousness, sound consciousness, and then combines to form the mind consciousness. And at that point, the baby then, through repeated reinforcement of that same signal and name and label being taught in class, gradually it starts becoming of value to the baby or the child at that stage in the Montessori, and gradually the perception surrounding an apple as a lived experience is understood. And each time the baby then sees an apple or hears the word apple, the child, instantly the earlier experience and this experience telepathizes to form the mind perception and the whole experience of the taste of the apple, that the apple was round, that the apple is spelled this way, A-P-P-L-E, all that will come to the child's mind. So the example that Sudharma gave earlier about distance, that it's also a mind perception. The baby has no idea that something is far away from the baby or close by to the baby, or that it is dark or that it is daylight. Things like that. They are all, if you think about it in Sinhalese, it's called upadaya rupa. Upadaya rupa in English means perceptions. It is the mind that interprets all these things. The fact that there is, that we say that something is far away, distance, whether it's close by, whether it's far away, whether it's high up there or whether it's low down, whether it is cold or whether it is hot. These are all conventions, names and labels that have been interpreted and given names. There's nothing like that. All this is mind made up. It's a construct of the mind, which is why when you understand the mechanics of the mind, you understand that all these things, because if something is tall, sometimes we like tall people. Now, why did we give value to tall people? Because we have created this false notion that this is tall, this is short, or I like tall people, and so on. With these various interpretations that we have given, we falsely, through our ignorance, attach value to it. And through that, we create all these defilements of, certain things we like, certain things we don't like, and so on. So these notions, one has to understand, are things that are created only by the mind consciousness. But the important thing from an apple perspective, if you think about the true Dhamma and the understanding is, for example, Shanika, if you think about an apple now, you would have had an apple before, you would have had different types of apples before, but when you think of an apple now, immediately you will know the apple is round, you will know the apple is green or red, you will remember the texture of the apple, the taste of the apple, whether it's sweet, whether it has a slight sour note to it, all that. But all this is coming through a perception, isn't it? It is nothing but a perception. It's a flash of a thought, and it is a mind perception. But in that mind perception, you feel as if you heard the sound of the apple, the word apple being mentioned. You can almost feel the texture of the apple. You can almost feel as if you feel the taste of the apple. But is there taste in the apple? Is there taste in the perception? Is there sound in the perception? And was there color or an image in the perception? Nothing. The perception gives that false belief that it is, that all this is there. And then if you don't know the true Dhamma, you take it for real. But all we are associating here is just a mental picture, sanya. And in sanya, there isn't anything. Perception is actually made of nothing, because you know that perception is a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, smell, and so on. So those basic consciousnesses come together to form the mind perception. But then we know through the true Dhamma that Aryan Mahanse has taught that there is even nothing called light. Light is also a result of the speed of vibration occurring at the point of the eye. If you're blind, You don't even have the vibration for the light to occur. If you are deaf, you don't have the sound for the sound consciousness to occur. So that perception of an apple, the taste, touch and smell and so on, you have to drill deeper and see, even was there even something called light? Was there even something called taste? No. So then really that mental picture that we formed and attached ourselves to, saying, I like apples, or I like red cars, or, I like so-and-so who is my friend in school. Aren't these all mental pictures that we are associating? And is there anything of substance in that mental picture? No, isn't it? So all you have to do is you have to just look at it. Look at the way the mind is formed. What are the elements of the thought? How do these things come about? And where do we go wrong? Where do we mistakenly believe these things to be true? And it is through that understanding that then one realizes, and gradually one then feels that the attachment that we have had, whether it is to the apple, whether it is to our school friend, whether it is to anything out there, starts gradually diminishing. And with that comes that inner transformation. So I'll just stop there because we are still talking about the basic consciousnesses. Yes, Sudharma. Thiruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Ranga. Thank you so much for the beautiful explanation. Shanika, now it should be crystal clear to you. Am I correct? So can you, Shanika, are you there? Or
Yeah, I'm here.
yes. So still now you feel that near, far, distance, the 3D, all are perceptions, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Or do you still have doubts? Only problem is we do not have the ability to go back to our infancy, right? To
Yeah.
see how we accumulated all these perceptions, how we ignorantly continue to believe that they are existing, right? So
Yeah.
it is again going back through using this true Dhamma, we got to analyze in the sense to go back and see how things came into our life as real objects at the very beginning, right? So we were discussing how the eye perceives stuff and how ignorantly we take them as real objects, as existing stuff. So the another point, as Surangika also highlighted, that the cupboard I am taking the same example as it was just in front of you. So now if just you close your eyes, Shanika, for a while, so the others will also understand when we do it practically like this through using examples. So Ms. Surangika, please contribute. Mr. Bernard also, please contribute, and let's have a more interactive discussion in terms of this. Okay. So Shanika, please close your eyes. So what is around you? What do you think, what can you see when you close your eyes?
It's dark, but like before that there was like a little like a blurred image of the cupboard, but then it's also
Blurred image of the cupboard. Is
yeah.
it actually the eye? When you close the eye, do you still see a blurred image of a cupboard?
It
Close.
goes for a while, then it vanishes.
Is it the derived form, as Surangika said, the upadaya rupa, the mental image, the derived matter, or actually they are the shape of the cupboard occurs? What's it?
It's like the one in front of me, but not clearly, just like a blurred
Is it?
shape. Yeah, but
Is
then
it when you close your eyes? Well, Now there is a book in front of me. Now I closed my eyes, but I cannot see any image of it or anything. It's total dark, pitch dark. It's around. No object is seen. Maybe you are not closing your eyes. Oh, that mental image comes. That belief that there's a cupboard makes a shape of a cupboard in front of you. Can you just experiment and see whether is it your mind or actually the eye perceives a blurred image of the cupboard?
It's the mind.
Exactly, that's what Surangika mentioned as the derived form, that when we get the very first experience of an entity, what happens is, the moment we hear the word, the cupboard or the apple, that mental image or the derived matter appears. We cannot give a place, but it automatically appears, telepathizes.
Yeah.
It does actually in the image that telepathizes. I don't know whether it's okay to use these prepositions as in also, because we are talking about nothingness, but there is no other way to communicate this. So that in that derived matter or upadaya rupa, all the qualities, all the characteristics of that image, if you think about Vatalappang, okay, now the sound you heard is Vatalappang. Now in the mind, the picture of Vatalappang appears, the mental image, if you have tasted it before. But for someone who just arrived in the country, for the first time, the person is going to have Vatalappang, right? Now the person doesn't, now there are dishes on the table, various desserts and all, but the person has not tasted. So when you say, when the person is seeing all the stuff, if you say Vatalappang, the person will that mental image or whatever, at least will the person be able to identify the dish Vatalappang tray at once?
No.
So there you are. Now with that previous experience of the perception, nothing is there in the world other than the bunch of colors, right, on the table, or just bunch of colors. So once you introduce, now this new friend, okay, this is a delicious dessert called Vatalappang, you give the background, and this is the fruit salad bowl. This is the ice cream. So you introduce, this is the fish curry or chicken curry. After the moment you attach that label, introduce that to the person, now the person connects the color and the shape of light. Shape of light means the image of that Vatalappang dish with the sound Vatalappang. Is it clear?
Yeah.
But does the person, when the person sees the Vatalappang dish, does the taste of it, texture of it telepathizes into that sound? No. But now you serve some Vatalappang into a dessert bowl and get the person to taste it, right? And you while it, this is Vatalappang, it was made like this and all. Now the person gets the taste of that, experiences the taste. So that perception is also there. Taste coming of the tongue, occurring in the tongue. Then while eating, the smell is also there, the other perception, right? Nose. Then the person must be not using the spoon, using the finger that touches it a bit. Then that texture is also there. Okay, so all the perceptions, like eye perception, the seeing, the shape of Vatalappang, then the sound, the name Vatalappang, and then the taste, then the texture, then the smell, okay, all this telepathizes and form the thought, or the mind consciousness comes to work and form the concept Vatalappam. And the beautiful thing is, next day, the person visits you and the Vatalappam dish tray is there on the table. And the moment the eye perceives that shape of light, the taste of Vatalappam, the texture of Vatalappam, the smell of Vatalappam, the name, the shape, everything telepathizes in one shot. And the moment the label, the sound Vatalappam comes, all of them instantly occurs, and the mental image, before the person goes to the dining room, if you, as after welcoming the person, if you say, okay, there is that delicious dish of Vatalappam there, the person knows that derived matter or the upadaya rupa will arise. In that image, not only the shape of it or the color, all the smell, texture, the taste, everything is there, Shanika. Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Or do you have any questions?
No.
No, you can try it for several times. Go back to, because at the very beginning, this contemplation is important. How to understand how things appeared in our life, like people, even the children or the friends, not all sorts of pets, maybe. This same concept is relevant to all those entities that we believe as if existing externally. So shall we move on to the ear, how to understand this better? Because 6 sensory faculties we need to go into deeper to understand, because Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and thank you are there. I didn't see. Could you please explain?
No, I just wanted to add something there. Actually, you went on very nicely about this, the Vatalappam story and stuff. It's really good. I just wanted to add something. Actually, what is the mental image of I? You didn't actually go there, so you stopped in Vatalappam. It's better to go on to
Dr.
I, me, my. How did that happen? So Lord Buddha has cut the body and has tried to show there is no me there. And Lord Buddha has tried to explain every aspect of this, what we feel, what we hear, what we, in every aspect, that there's no self. So it is better to actually go on to that as well, rather than stopping in Vatalappam, because it's nicely done. So
yes, Dr.
Bit. So when we tell that, it is very good to add that other part, because we are not actually worried about Vatalappam here. We are not worried about. Actually, we are worried about why we feel as alive. Why we feel as existing. So that is what the magic is. That is what the actual thing that we need to know. Why do we feel alive, and how that feeling came, and also why there is a thought attached to that. Like similarly to Vatalappam, you exactly nicely said, Vatalappam is not there. You have a taste, you have something, a texture, you have a smell, but there's no Vatalapan there. So at the same time, you have to mention it's the same with the thought of me or I or mine. So that thing that we talk about, how do we, what is it? So it's the same thing. We just have to talk about that at the same time, so that someone takes the message of Vatalapan that it is not there. At the same time, if you go on to say that, you will not miss the actual part of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because otherwise the message will be only about the Vatalapan and not about the self. Because we are actually mastering these things not for anything else, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
So what is me? What is me? When you try to understand what is me, then you are lost, because that's why Lord Buddha tried to tell, is there me in that body? Is there me in that sensation? Is there me in that perception? Is there me in that the sankhara? Is there me in that consciousness? There's no any of these things actually didn't have a me there. So actually it is something like Vatalapan, which didn't exist.
Exactly.
Which didn't exist. So it is nice to actually, if someone is coming to that step nicely, there's somebody was talking with you. So if that person is coming with you nicely, then it comes to that Vatalapan level, then you show her nicely that actually Vatalapan is not there.
Yes.
And even the light perception, or even these consciousness, or those are the things from you feel that due to the speed. When you say that and you stop there, then the story is not adequate. Incomplete. So you add it to that. So what is how did this thought has happened in this world? It's not only to humans, it's to even the animals, it's to even to any being in 31 stages, worlds have this problem. What is the problem? They feel like alive, they feel as existing. So they fear about when their life is going to finish, they feel a fear, whether it is an animal, whether it's a human, whether whatever. So that is what we are actually trying to find out. What happened here? Why do we have a death? Why do we have, like, what is happening here? So then we try to find out, what is this like? Vatalapan is not existing. Is I existing?
Yes.
So we try to find out where is I? So that's the basic the research you have to do.
Exactly.
Where am I? Am I here? Am I there? Am I where? So Lord Buddha has tried to explain whatever the things that it's only 5 aggregates you have. So the explanation should extend to that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will be similar to like deyak naha in that line, but not the kenek na part. So everything will be discussed in such a manner that the correlation between where am I here, where is the perceiver, because there's a feel that you perceive something. How did that happen? So that should attach there, because you came very nicely to that point. I just wanted to add that.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thank you so much. That is your kindness to remind, and please, I invite all of you to comment. I mean, make this session more interactive, especially Dr. Kokila. Please always correct and improve whatever I try to explain. So let's go back to the beginning. So at the starting point, we looked at how the perception of self came into our life, right? So I explained to you that had there not been a mirror and a camera, even today we do not know who I am, the image wise, right? We might say that we hear the sound and the rest of the body, so-called body, except the face, because without this instruments like mirror or the sophisticated instruments like cameras, video cameras, we wouldn't have been able to see the image of the person even, right? So as I recall, I want to re-emphasize what I said at the very beginning, because we do not have any experience other than the six sensory organs. So I recollect a simple experiment that helped me to understand that we do not have any other experience other than the six sensory faculties. This was actually done by some presenter, some teacher here. I think Miss Asanti. So what she did was she asked me to close my eyes. Now, Shanika, you also can do that, right? Please close your eyes and tell me how you feel that you are existing. When you close your eyes, how do you feel that there is someone called I? Because we already identify this self as I know that I live or am there. How do you feel that you are there?
Well, with the sounds I hear,
You hear some sounds, yeah.
And the feelings in on our skin.
The touch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Some thoughts must be occurring, right?
Yeah.
And now open your eyes.
Okay.
Now, how do you feel that you are there? You are alive, that there is some, forget about your history, background, everything, and just focus on this very moment, this second, and tell me how you feel that you are alive. You were correct actually. Earlier you said I hear sounds, I thoughts occur, and I get the sensation of touch. And yes, now
It's kind of like thinking.
I'm thinking, and the I also perceive stuff around you, right? As you earlier said, the cupboard and stuff.
Yeah.
So now, if I share my experience, the seeing of the phone and the feeling that I'm sitting on a cushion and the sound that occurs in the eye, that ear perceives some sounds. Yeah, some thoughts that the talking that happens as a process. Other than that, I do not know that I am alive, or we do not experience a life other than that, right? So the problem is, it is the eye that perceives images around us, as Dr. Kokila, this is what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight. Actually, she explained well. So the eye perceives stuff around us, right? As I at the beginning explained, due to vibrations and all that sparking, the speedy occurrence of vibrations, that's the science behind it. Otherwise, there are no permanent objects anywhere. So on this side also, it's vibrations, right? The self, unless and until somebody showed us the image of this body in front of a mirror and told, Baba, this is you. Ah, Puta, this is you. Or the name, you are Sudharma or Shanika or whoever. We don't know that there is a person like this. Originally, what we experienced was actually the experiences of the six sensory organs without any feeling of that I experience, I see this, I hear this, I feel this. But gradually, when the self was introduced, the self perception of self got stronger and stronger, we began to get the ownership of these experiences of the sensory faculties. Now the I perceive stuff, but ignorantly the strong feeling that is I see this. The sounds occur in the ear. The ear perceives sounds, but ignorantly we say, I heard you saying this. So we go on and go on. And the nose perceives certain smells, okay, sense, but ignorantly we say, I smell this, I taste this. So it's very important to untangle this knot. How this self, the sense of self, the feeling of self came into our life. At superficial level, we can say it's okay. Somebody said you are there, so it's you who sees, it's you who hears, it's you who feels, it's you who kind of smells, tastes, things, so on and so forth. But is it the real fact? Is it the real thing? It is just because that somebody said that you are there, that the self is there, we took it ignorantly and we believe, no, there is some hidden truth that actually without the explanation of Kalyana Mitra or a noble teacher like Buddothpado Aryan Vanse, so we cannot actually Gautama Buddha, that was the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha to relieve the sufferings of people, which was disappeared from the world over the time and now has been disclosed by the redisclosed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Now what happens is, so if we take the eye, so the eye perceives, due to that the similar vibrations of speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, the sparking, continuous sparking occurs. So I don't repeat that. This is the concept that I explained using the example of fire band, spinning the fire band at a very high speed. So it doesn't matter, right? Now the sparking occurs, so it occurs continuously at very high speed. So we feel as if it's existing. So if I take the very example of the cupboard, you feel as if the cupboard is existing. But the problem is, as a natural phenomenon, when this sparking occurs, it creates some power. It generates some power. Okay, so it generates some power, and with that power, the mind power, we begin to give a value. We feel as if it's there. We feel as if the cupboard is there. The birth of the cupboard occurs. And another problem is this doesn't stop at, or this doesn't cease at eye level, this power. So there is another important concept that we should understand, that some vibration which carries, we can't actually say which carries something also, but which occurs from life to life, some strong vibration, internal power occurs in the zygote. I mean, when the conception or the combining of a sperm and the ovum occurs in the mother's womb, at the very beginning we call it a zygote. So this special vibration, internal power, telepathizes into the zygote. So this vibration always kind of activates or deactivates with the powers, with the different levels of powers that are generated through the six sensory faculties. Hopefully you get it, or you can stop me and explain, or ask. If I ask Shanika, is it? Do you get it, Shanika? Okay, so Teruvan
Saranai, Shanika is not a baby. Shanika, no. Yeah. Shanika,
okay.
something is outside, other side is you. It's a simple.
Yes.
What is
Yes.
Sudharma doing? Is why are you going round? It's direct way, no. No, RNS is telling simply, no. Something is outside, is chair is you. Why? Chair is there. Where are you? I'm looking the chair. Chair is there, chair is the me. How is this chair is coming? That's the our thoughts how is coming. That's the Buddha's philosophy is there. That's the dependent origination Dhamma. Otherwise, this thought how is creating, that's important only. That's why Kokila also try to explain that. So no chair is there. So no me is there. That's the Nibbana is there.
Yes.
It's a simple no. What do you think about Shanika? Is real no? Yeah. How long you are stay here? No, it's 1 hour. No, no, 1 hour 15 minutes. I think. No, it's okay. Shanika is newcomer, but Shanika is not new this Dhamma because Shanika's mom is long time is here in this Dhamma. So Shanika know this one is very very important. No, Shanika, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you struck? No? Because Sudharma long period, long time is here. Like a baby, Shanika becoming a baby. Sudharma is a teacher. No, Sudharma actually is a teacher. No,
No, Arya, no answer. I am sorry when you mentioned Shanika Dua, I thought she's yeah. I am sorry.
I think Shanika is right. Shanika, what you feel?
I am sorry about that. I actually.
Oh. Sometimes Shanika, that's Zoom. No, you is still here. It's okay. Sometimes phone is somewhere, Shanika is somewhere. Because how is heard this? No, Shanika. Oh, I hear in this long period, long time. But I can't hear this. What is this? I will stay here. What is Sudharma is doing? Sometimes it's okay. It's okay.
So
Babies
yeah,
is okay. Yeah,
yeah.
Sudhar, it's okay. Baby.
When you asked all of a sudden halfway through, I couldn't actually. I tried my level vegetarian
No,
also
it's okay. It's
without
okay.
any preparation. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
what do you think
also.
about Kokila? What do you think about Kokila?
There was
Leila?
answer.
Yeah, Kokila, what's this explain? What's your idea? This Sudhar must explain.
No, actually, there is a gap. I don't know how to fill that gap. Actually, that gap is really manifesting, showing. So that gap, the ability to actually get that story out. We all struggle here. It's natural. It's okay. It's just that you have to feel it. So whoever who that Shanika, she if she actually understand a little bit of this and understand that if she feels this, because at one point Sudharma said, you will not be able to feel this, but then it becomes a story. This is not a story. This is not an explanation only. So then if someone has to feel this, then the stories should come nicely also. But not necessarily that the story should be straightforward as well. Story shouldn't be like very, so how a 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma and feel it? Because the 7-year-old will not understand all this. The explanation we did. But still, that 7-year-old can actually feel this. So, and we know from Lord Buddha's time, the house, the people who help cooking, who acted as helpers, got to know this, like felt it. But then that helper actually teaches the whole household that. So the knowledge itself is not actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you have the knowledge or not. But the thing is, you have to feel what you are actually trying to say. So when you feel it, what is there to feel is, if you give any value to any of these things, so the story, the way you have explained is nice, but we have to understand how the me story comes here and why you feel like alive. Alive feel comes because you give a value to whatever you're feeling. That happens even in the baby's vibration. So you can't say that you can't feel it, because in the actual experience that Aran Wahanse is trying to get, like trying to give to others, is the same thing. It's the same thing. Like when you understand that there is no value to the what lapang or whatever, then what happens is you just don't give any value to that. Then you come to the either texture or either the feel or either the sight, the vision, or that only one modality will be there. Then at that point you will feel the vibration. It's a feeling. It's not a story. So this message should be there. It's a feeling. It's you will feel the vibration. That's your vibration.
That one is good. That's a feel, no? I like feel.
Yeah, that should be felt. And then you say that also has happened because the vibration was taken as granted. It's taken as a thing. But then the vibration is actually not a thing, because it's actually happening because of the rapidity of the speed. Then only you can telepathize into the non-vibration. Otherwise, how will you be telepathizing to non-vibration? Every day you will be telling this story, and at the same time keep vibrating to the vibration, keep telepathizing to the vibration. So the story will never end, but we will keep holding 1,000 Zoom discussions, but still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not the thing that R.N. Hanse is trying to tell. I mean, I don't know whether I'm putting it right.
Yeah, Kokila, because the value won't there's a fading. No, that's why this defilements won't be fading. This Nibbana is there. This tranquility is there. The especially message is what is Buddha's try to doing? What is Buddha's try to try? Buddha try end in the suffering, end in the sadness. So how is end in the sadness? How is end in the suffering? Is truth. What is the truth? Is, you know, this nobody is here, but everything is happening in the system. So, but human have feel, alive feel. That's the soul. So, what is this? How? What is this? What is this alive feel? It's a feel. It's a feel. It's okay. How is this feel is coming? It's a value. It's a value, no? The chair have value. The chair won't you. Existent feel. Existent feel is the consciousness we are using. Word. That's a itta sanya. It's the existent. It's the existent perception. You know, yesterday we explained this. Non-existent perception is coming because, you know, it's a sound and form. It's a simple. You know, thought is sound and form. The sound is not real. It's a waves. So it's otherwise it's a eye creation. It's a picture. It's not real. It's a waves. You know, eye creation also waves. Ear creation also waves. These two waves together coming. That thought is created here. There. Thought is the effort. The cause and effect dharma is effect is not real. So you see this value how is coming. The every spark, every vibrations have power. That's why existent feel is coming, light also, sound also. So that's why existent perception is sound. That's the living beings feel. That is why we are not talking about the tree is a living being. Who is living being? How is living being feel is coming? That's a power. So power is vibration powers. It's okay. But finally, it's a waves. Vibration powers meaning is waves. So waves is power. It's together coming. That's thought have power. Thinking power. It's a mind power. It's a thought have power. So what's your word? But the word is, this word is your sensor. Creations given to you. Thoughts. Thought have power. But not but finally we are thinking everything is real, but everything is not real. That's the existent perception is not still yet true. What's the other one is coming? Non-existent perception, because it's not you understand in this Dhamma, you understand in the truth, meaning, you know, it's your thinking. Goal, where's the goal? It's your thought. Thought is not real. Sound and form. So, non-existent feel is coming. Non-existent is coming. Feel is coming. Is the existent feel is, that's why. After your thought have the value. Finally, thought have the value. Chair is there. You know, that one is chair. Chair is sound and form. So, is real chair is there? No, it's your mind. You're thinking. So, this something, someone understood this. It's nothingness. Everything is because there's gravity power, electric power like that, solar power system like that, automatically, systematically, this sensor creation has given you. This is thinking power. You are thinking something happened. This chair is, you try to keep it. That's power is there. Thinking power. So thinking power using your physically body after you try to something to do. So what is this? Like a robot. No. Signals are coming. Robot is working. Power is automatically coming. What is this? You see, unbelievable. So you understood this. You are inside. What's your ego? What's your defilements? how much you want it. You
I
don't
think
want it.
Aranmansa, everyone understand it. It's just that they don't put it to like the experience because they surely understand it very well. But understanding is not enough. So that message,
Not enough, not enough.
yeah, that's
Because
the message
internal
I think we need to
transformation,
do.
it's want to be happen. It's a nature like that. You can't do that. It's automatically it's fading. That's why Buddha's word is Sankatam paticca samuppanna kaidammam vaidammam viragadammam nirodham. So the meaning is dependent origination is this thought how is creating understand. Finally, your power, your ego, your defilements automatically fading. Finally, is tranquility is here. That's why Nibbana Paramasukha is a Nibbana, is a Nirvana, is a tranquility. It's a peaceful mind. It's a calm and peaceful. And how smooth this finally your feelings. No, very nice. Everything can be happen, but you're inside like a mint. How is it? No? That is why Buddha told finally. That's birds fly in the sky like that. How is free mind, liberation of mind, freedom of mind. No, anywhere, and no problem anywhere. So it's okay. Kokila, it's okay.
Yeah.
Explain how is that?
Yeah. It's good, Aranmansa.
Yeah.
I think everyone knows this now. I mean, only a newcomer will not know.
Yeah.
Most of us know this. It's really important that you get into the Pratipada and try to feel it.
Practically, is experience coming everybody now. Yeah. So their own experience. It's not belief, it's not trust. It's happening. It's internal transformation. It's becoming non-vibrations level. It's nice feeling. No anger. So no anything happen. So how is telling? Yeah, but you can experience. That is why Buddha telling this Dharma is practically this present moment you can experience. Is your endless happiness is here. Is because who is sadness happening? Who is suffering? Nobody's here. System is working. That's why. Nice, huh? It's okay, everybody. Okay, Kokila. Okay, Sudharma, Shani, are you there? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's nice. No? Nice. Yeah, Sudharma is okay. Sudharma, don't worry. It's okay. You try. No hard work today morning. You're a good teacher. We all of them are. I realize that you are a good teacher.
I do apologize for if something went wrong. My apologies and thank you so much. Mistakenly, I took Shanika as a young one because Aranmansa mentioned as Shanika daughter. I'm sorry.
No, Shanika, it's okay. You understand it. No, it's okay, Shanika.
It's so challenging, Aranmansa, the message that you have given, as Dr. Kokila said. I mean, until somebody truly feels it, it's very difficult to communicate it to the world, also to others. So it is definitely the person has to struggle, because until the person feels it truly, must be struggling.
No, even these thoughts are not true. So that's where we struggle. Actually speaking, we talk about thoughts not being true, but then we don't adhere to that. I mean, we just keep forgetting that, I think, because now the words you are telling is also not true. So whatever we talk, the words can be used as a communication weapon, like it's a way of communication, but it's actually there's no value. So that you need to come to that, and then that is actually the best way of doing the Pratipada, then, because then you will feel very light anyway.
Yes.
Because you know, and none of the thoughts are true. So whether we think it as we can do it or we can't do it or whatever, none of these thoughts are just manifestations. It's just a part of the film. And film is not true. Even the light is not true. How can the production of that light and the audio visual, how can those be true? If the audio visual part is not true, how can the film be true?
Yeah. You won't wake up in the film. That's the experience. This practical Pratipada. It is after you know this is a knowledge. It's okay. You know, after you can practically you can experience it. It's automatically is happening. You don't worry about it because you know the truth. But you won't try because Virya is Buddha's word is everywhere. You know, Bojjhanga also Virya there. So Pancha Indriyam also Virya there. Vyas without Virya. Virya, what's the word is English? Encourage? No. What's that?
Effort.
Effort. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, you don't give up.
Yeah. It's okay.
And
because
there are so many stories that they didn't give up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much stories. How they didn't give up.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again because others won't.
Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. It's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this meaningful Dhamma discussion. On this blessed morning of 27 September 2025 at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we come together in the spirit of learning, reflection, and spiritual growth. Before we proceed with our discussion or the discussion, let us first take a moment to offer our deepest respects to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpado. His wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication continue to illuminate our path, guiding us towards the ultimate goal of Nibbana. So we are actually fortunate, or we are truly blessed to have such a noble teacher leading us on this profound journey. May I also extend my heartfelt blessings to all who have joined today's discussion. So, Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Before we delving into today's discussion, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or remind you about our main websites. The main website is www.buddothpado.org. www.wis-dhamma.com website. This website serves as a huge reservoir of Dhamma knowledge. So it offers numerous invaluable resources to aid our spiritual progress. Here you can access a collection of profound Dhamma books, including this esteemed series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. This consists of 6 insightful volumes. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6. So actually these texts serve as guiding lights, helping us deepen our understanding and accelerating our path towards the true liberation. So it serves as kind of a what do you call this, a foundation, a solid foundation, a solid base for our understanding. So other than that, we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science. So if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science well align with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the 6th volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So then we can start the discussion afterward. Thiruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Thiruvan Saranai, good morning everyone. Thiruvan
Thiruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Thiruvan
Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. I bow down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burnt inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought, because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon.
Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Aryan Mahasar. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasar. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Thiruvan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened between a participant and RN Vanse. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never like before, he feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aran says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aran says is, you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as well, with the present instance. The burning previously he had, and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it? Through the mind. That's why Aryan Vahase keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that is that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing, we always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I am improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going, keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Aryan said, the advice that was given by Aryan to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aranvasa clearly says, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again, intentionally, won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purvabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the um, Pratipada is missing. They are lucky they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. What is, they don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahya. Dikte ditta mattam sute sutamattam mute mutamattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So, in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings, creating in the human mind as samsaric journey, the rebirth of death, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master on this planet Earth at this era, in this present moment, showing the whole humanity, including Buddhist clergy and all other spiritual teachers, living on this planet Earth to showing the completely redeeming way of this suffering of rebirth and death.
Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today also I am explaining Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma discourse Nissarana Maga 2, uploaded to YouTube nearly 6 years ago. Path to Liberation, the way out. A drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence, based on the true Buddhist philosophy and the true teachings of Lord Buddha. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is giving us the most valuable and the most fantastic drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. In this Nissarana Maga 2, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is talking about the 10 wisdoms, Dasajnana. Lord Buddha revealed one who is practicing this Dhamma, the true path to realization. They should really have this Dasajnana to overcome the wheel of suffering. You are living in a world you have created. That means the magic, the illusionary magic you have created, and there is no you in this. The you means me, my mind means the biggest illusionary consciousness in this human body. Based on that, each and every suffering is following you as a wagon wheel. It is not a world existing also. When you look at one point and when you turn your head to the another direction, the one which you have seen is completely vanished and you are seeing something else. Feeling, seeing and hearing. Those are the main things creating your world, and all those are vibrations. Seeing light vibration, hearing sound vibration, and feeling touch vibration. All these three vibrations are creating your world by the ignorance led by you. So after knowing all this, you must be having an idea to redeem from this illusionary way of thinking and the illusionary world you are living in. So while listening to this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma based on his realizations, we are slowly feeling this world is not true and this mind is not true and this body is only a machine with 6 sensor systems, and also there is no owner for this machine. That is the greatest revelation done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for the whole mankind in this era. So as Lord Buddha said, there are 10 wisdoms. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is also explaining. Udayavaya Jnana, first one, wisdom of arising and fading of aggregates.
Second one, Bhayajnana, insight into fear. That means somebody, when understanding this arising and fading of aggregates, he will be having some kind of fear. So then, thereafter, Buddothpado jnana, the fear you feel, insight into fearfulness appearance. So now you have come to the third one, Buddothpado jnana, insight into fearfulness appearance. Then the fourth one, Adinavanupasana jnana. You want to redeem from this by looking at the drawbacks and results. Insight into the drawbacks. So that is the fourth one. The fifth one is Nibbidanu jnana, the feeling of non-sticking. Insight into detachment, where the seeker deeply sees the impermanent nature. Then coming to Munyatu Kamyata jnana, the sixth one. Knowledge of the desire for liberation, wanting to become free from suffering. Now you are feeling to redeem from this situation, definitely arising with this Munyatu Kamyata jnana, wanting to become free from suffering. So that is the sixth wisdom. Then comes to the seventh one, Sankara Upeksha jnana. Before that, Kanka Vitarana jnana. Knowledge of overcoming doubt. Insight that transcends uncertainty. Insight by which one overcomes doubt, especially doubt regarding the path, causality and the nature of phenomena. Thereafter comes the Sankara Upeksha jnana. Knowledge of, insight of, characterized by balanced equanimity towards all conditioned phenomena. The mind observes experiences calmly, evenly, and without attachment or aversion. So, that is called Sankara Upeksha jnana. That means the mind observes experiences calmly, evenly, and without attachment or detachment. That is what called is upeksha, Sankara Upeksha jnana. Then comes to the Magga jnana darshana visuddhiya. Purification by knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path. So thereafter you are creating purification of morality, Shila Vishuddhiya, and then you will have to create the Ditti Vishuddhiya, purification of view, understanding. Purification view means you must have the true Buddhist philosophical knowledge, and there you can have the wisdom of truth. Shila Vishuddhiya means purification of morality. if your six senses are not calm and quiet, if your mind is running here and there you cannot watch the stimulus, sense objects, sensory inputs, external triggers, then you will have to create the morality. That means guarding the sense faculties. Thereafter, you can understand all these explaining in the path to purification. Then you can see the path of three siksha, Shila, Samadhi, Prajna. When you become morality, ethical conduct is good, then you will have the Samadhi, concentration, mental collectedness, because your mind is not scattering, not running here and there due to the morality. Then you have morality, and when the concentration, mental collectedness is happening, they are the prajna, wisdom, insight is arising. Then you may create Shila Visuddhi, purification of virtue, moral conduct. All these things are interconnected to one to another. Then Chitta Vishuddhi, purification of mind. There you should have the purification of moral conduct and purification of mind. Ditti Vishuddhi. Ditti Vishuddhi. That means the purification of wrong view. You should have the true Buddhist philosophy. Listening and understanding the true Buddhist philosophy to have the wisdom of truth. Thereafter, once you are having this Ditta Vishuddhi, that means purification of wrong view, then you are coming to the Kanka Vitarana Vishuddhi. That means you will have to clear all your doubts. When you create wisdom, when you create wisdom of truth, you are coming to purification of overcoming doubt. Yes. When you are knowing, that means when you create wisdom of truth, Nitya Vishuddhi, after listening to true Buddhist philosophy, then you know what is the story is going on. What is outside? There's nothing outside. Then only a projection you are seeing. Outside means projection of the mind. So then you know there's nothing permanent inside also. What you see, what you feel, and what you hear. All those things are just arising and passing away. That means there is nothing in the mind as well. Then what? Then you know, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, this body is only a six sense system, a human machine made by the nature. Natural laws. According to the natural laws, created this human machine. And there are only six senses in this machine. Then, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true teachings, now you clearly know after listening this true Buddhist philosophy, there is no owner for this human machine, this six sense system. There's no soul. So this is a soulless body and soulless mind. No connection to any soul. So after having this Ditti Vishuddhi, you are coming to the Kanka Vitarana Vishuddhi. That means you are coming to the purification of overcoming doubt. Thereafter, you are coming along to purification by knowledge and vision, that is called Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Vishuddhiya. Purification by knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path, without getting confused. So it's very important to understand purification by knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path, without getting confused. You have to watch each and every stimuli. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is explaining in Nissarana Magga 2, Dhamma Sermon. You have to watch each and every stimuli. Aramunu. Must always practice your mind to see each and every stimuli until these things are not becoming a thing for you. Deyak novana tekma. Aryan Mahanse is asking us to do this practice. That means to see each and every stimuli appearing in the mind. You can see the mind. It's appearing in the mind. You must always practice your mind to see each and every stimuli until these things are not become a thing for you. That is the meditation where you are practicing by seeing the truth in all the time, by seeing the truth in each and every stimuli all the time. Here, Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Vishuddhiya. If somebody is having this Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Vishuddhiya, that means the seeker who is having the purification of knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path, can come to purification by knowledge and vision of things as they really are. That means the seeker who is having Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Visuddhiya will be coming to have the Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darshana Visuddhiya. So you are coming along with this 10 wisdoms, 10 jnanas. Aryan Mahanse is explaining all the 10 jnanas. So this is the 10th one. The seekers having the Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Visuddhiya will have the Yatha Bhuta Jnana Darshana Visuddhiya. That means the seeker who is having the purification of knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path can come to purification by knowledge and vision of things as they really are. That means when we are seeing a stimuli, That means see, through eye, through ears, or through touch. When we see, hear, or feel a stimuli, we will be knowing the complete reality of that stimuli. That means you can see the creation within and understanding. That is called Yata Bhuta Jnana Darshana Vishuddhiya. Purification by knowledge and vision of things as they really are. Vision of things as they really are. Yata Swabhavya. Yata Bhuta Jnana in Dhamma. Lord Buddha's words. Yata Bhuta Jnana. Aryan Mahansa's explanation. Vision of things as they really are. Vision of things as they really are. That means nature of creating things. Bhuta means the nature of creating things. That which has become existent or real. Something as it truly is or as it has come into being. Seeing things of the illusion according to their true nature. Seeing things of the illusion. Yes, you know, you are an illusion in the first place. Me, my mind is completely a illusion. Illusionary consciousness. And what you are seeing also a illusion. If anything, if any stimuli become something, become a thing, then from this side the soul is arising. That means self is arising. Self-perception is arising. So, seeing things of the illusion according to their true nature is Yatabhuta Jnana. That means vision of things as they really are. So, we have come to that point after passing 10 wisdoms according to Aryan Mahansa's explanations. 10 wisdoms. Final one is Yatabhuta Jnana Darshana. That means vision of things as they really are. Then this path is very clear. Sankara Upeksha Jnana. Knowledge of equanimity toward formations. When we come to the 10th knowledge of wisdom, all the mental formations are become equanimity, become equal. Sankara Upeksha Jnana. That means while looking each and every stimuli, we will have some kind of wisdom to not shaking for anything. The unshakable nature. That is Sankara Upeksha Jnana. Knowledge of equanimity toward formations when we come to the 10th knowledge of wisdoms. All the Sankara mental formations are become equanimity. Then, inside the mind, mental formations created. Mental formations are created according to the aggregates. Yes, each and every thought, each and every perception, each and every thought has 5 aggregates. So inside the mind, mental formations are created according to the aggregates. The consciousness, conceptual understanding, constructed by thinking upon
perception. Yes, because this mind is thinking upon perceptions, and these things are happening. That means inside the mind, mental formations created according to the aggregates, the consciousness, conceptual understanding, constructed by thinking upon perception. Then all these mental formations are things created in the mind. Yes. When we see, when we hear, or when we feel, through these three type of vibrations, mental formations are created inside the mind according to the past concepts, data, conceptual data fed into the mind. So, volition and intentional mental activity become formations, karmic constructions. Volition and intentional mental activities become formations. How this perception is become volitional formation? Yes, we just saw a perception, but it has become a volitional formation, constructing activity, karmic formation in a rhythm. So when we see the perceptions, they come as names and forms through six sense systems and with some power, and they are the names and forms are combining and creating thoughts. Thoughts are also having power. Then the thoughts become the consciousness. In that point, there is more power, and the consciousness is creating so many thought patterns. According to the perception, the stimuli came in. Therefore, a huge power is creating inside the consciousness, mind bubble. So, then the mind is becoming very heavy. So, always thinking and thinking, then the mind power becomes higher. Finally, all these will become one thing. All the perception will become one by following this true path to realization according to the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's clarifications, instructions. All the perception will become one. There won't be good things and bad things in your mind. When you come up, the seeker who come up to this position will not have any good things or bad things in his mind. You will be wanting to redeem from all these. Yes, you want to redeem from all these good and bad and everything. You will be, there's a wanting to redeem from this. You will fully redeemed from your mind, but still you are living in this, living same as others in the society. Though there are seekers, practitioners who are fully redeemed from mind, but still they are living in the society as others, like our great spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. He is so simple and can live with any type of people. in this society, because Aryan Vahanse knows the way of the mind of the each and every person living, coming in front of him. He can very easily feel others. As those days, Arahants lived in a way such as a drop of water rolling here and there on a lotus leaf. After attaining arahanthood, arahants will live in this society without clinging, without attaching to the defilements, mental impurities of the lay people, mundane people. Yes, according to our religious books, it says Lord Buddha has sent each and every arahant towards with different paths to the educate. That means to give this message to the people in different areas. That means like that. Now also, arahants can live in this world like a drop of water rolling here and there on a lotus leaf. When we put a drop of water onto the lotus leaf, that drop of water will be there, not grasping to the leaf or not falling down also. It's just rolling here and there like that. After attaining arahanthood, arahants will live in this society without clinging, without attaching to the defilements, mental impurities of the lay people, mundane people. Yes, whatever way, whatever kind of people he is facing, arahant and arahant can live with them like water without getting attached or detached or anything, without getting attached and without any type of clash. They can live just like our Aryan Vahanse. Because Arahant's mind is not shaking. So to any kind of defilement, mental impurities of others, an Arahant can live like a solid stone. That is the nature. We say that the quality of not being shaken by the 8 worldly conditions. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is explaining. That is the nature. We say that the quality of not being shaken by the 8 worldly conditions. Yes. What are the 8 worldly conditions? Gain and loss, fame and disrespect, praise and blame, pleasure and pain. Yes. After redeeming from this mind and body, the seeker will be able to live like this. Whatever he gained, he will not be shaken. Whatever he lost, he will not be shaken. Whatever fame it brings to him, he will not be shaken. Whatever disrespect he will have, he will not shaken. Like Lord Buddha, whatever praise and whatever kind of blame, he will not be shaken, and he will not running behind pleasure, and he will not taking any kind of attention on pain also. Pain and pleasure, those things are also normal as that. That is the excellence quality of virtue. We are of a arahant, a sage, the excellent quality of a sage. We are also going through this path to a very advanced, improved, developed level. Yes, Aryan Mahanse is telling. We are also trying to go through this path to a very advanced, improved and developed level. According to Lord Buddha's true teachings and the true explanations of Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse. We are also reaching to the highest position among human society. Yes, while listening to this Dhamma and practicing the 4 contemplations of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse and all his Dhamma sermons, those will help us to reach to a highest position among human society, to an exalted place within humanity, according to a mentality of a sage or else an arahant. That is what the place we are reaching by listening and practicing this Dhamma. So that means how much it is valuable. The value is this Dhamma is cannot be explained. It's so much power in it to reduce our power of sansaric journey. So this Dhamma is the most valuable thing ever in this human realm. So each and everybody should be able to understand the highest position among human society. If somebody needs to reach the highest position among human society, this is the path, and there is no other path to an exalted place within humanity, according to the mentality of a sage or else an arahant. It is such as this. Lord Buddha has explained 4 steps according to this. Sotapanna, stream enterer, Sakurtagami, one returner, Anagami, non-returner, Arahant, and the fully realized human being after going on this path. As human beings, the only thing we can achieve, we can develop, which is not losing. All other things are losing. After coming to this planet Earth, we had so many things. We were receiving so many things, but so many things are vanished by now, even for our mother and father. Most of the mothers and fathers are also not living. And some brothers and sisters, some aunts and uncles, some friends. Most of the people we knew are not there. And the wealth and so many things you have collected after coming to this human realm, they are not existing so far. So only thing which is you can be achieved is through this true Dhamma. Then those achievings will never lose. That is the fantastic thing about this. According to the Dasanyana, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining how a seeker is slowly coming up to the position of redeeming the body and the mind and fully realized and living in like a free bird. So the point you are redeeming from the body, redeeming from the form. Yes, when you are redeeming from the body, you are redeeming from the form. You are redeeming from the wrong view, and then you are redeeming from the self view, Sakkaya Ditti. Aryanmas is explaining the point you are redeeming from the body, redeeming from the form. When you are redeeming from the body, by contemplating all these, one will redeeming from the form. You are redeeming from the wrong view, then you are redeeming from the wrong view. That is, and then you are redeeming from the self view. That is Sakkaya Ditti. Because you know, redeeming from the body, you know there is nobody here. No self is here. Then you are redeeming from the form. And then you are redeeming from the wrong view. That is self view, Sakkaya Ditti. That self view is you thought there is somebody attached to this body or mind, or else both. Like that people thought. But by listening to this Dhamma, understanding the Dhamma and practicing the four contemplations, finally you can understand and you can redeem from the Sakkaya Ditti, self-view, because now it's very clear for you. There is no such person in this body as self. So you know there's no self attached to this body. There's no self attached to this mind. I am not the body. I am not the mind. Then when you fully realize this, according to Buddothpado, Aryan Mahansa's true explanations based on true Dhamma of Lord Buddha, then you will be redeeming from the Sakkaya Ditti, self-view. That is the point of stream entering. That is the point of stream entering. When you are redeeming from the self-view, then you are entering into the path to freedom. At the point of redeeming from self-view, you will not have any doubt about the 8 places, 8 things in this Dhamma, described in this Dhamma. That means when you are redeeming from the self-view, Sakkaya Ditti, you will not have the doubt about Buddhadi Atathen. That means 8 places, 8 things described in Dhamma, in this true Dhamma, there will be no doubt for you, because you are a stream enterer now. So many things are very clear to you. So the first one is Buddhe Kankati, doubts of Buddha. Second one is Dhamme Kankati, doubts of Dhamma. Then Sange Kankati, doubts of Sangha. Uppanta Aparante Kankati, doubts about the past and the future. Pubbe Kankati, doubts about the past. Aparante Kankati, doubts about the future. Paticca Samuppadesu, Paticca Samuppada Dhammesu Kankati, doubts about the teachings of dependent origination. Yes, these are the 8 things. There will be no doubt about any of these things because you know now, after having those 10 wisdoms and clearing their mind, you will be redeeming from the self-view, Sakkaya Ditthi. Then there will be no doubt about the 8 things Lord Buddha has said and Aryan Mahanse is revealing. Nobody will have this doubt about Buddha because Buddha is the greatest, highest wisdom ever had in this world. Buddhas are the spiritual masters who are telling the ultimate truth through the whole world, whole humanity. Time to time, there are Buddhas are appearing in different eons. So many thousands of millions of after so many thousands and millions of years after. There is a very big time gap between two Buddhas. The only spiritual leaders, only spiritual masters, not misleading people for anything. All other spiritual teachers are just telling a big lie, saying that there is somebody sitting on the sky to have you, ready to have you after death. All sorts of nonsense. Only Lord Buddhas are telling the truth, and now we have the fully realized spiritual master, our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So to explain all those things very correctly, and that is the most important thing. And now through this Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, we are trying to give this message, and also through www.wisdomofasia.com. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is the wisdom of Asia in this era. So each and every human being in each and every corner, anywhere in this planet Earth, can listen to this Dhamma or go through the Wisdom of Asia website to understand the natural and the true teachings of Lord Buddha according to the great revelations of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Then you will have the true knowing of the suffering, and somebody who is listening to this Dhamma will completely redeem from the wheel of suffering. No matter whatever the religion you believe, no matter whatever the country you live in, no matter whatever the culture you have, and no matter whatever the color of skin, you have, and no matter whatever the level of social level you maintain, how much power you have, that is nothing will be matter to listen to this Dhamma. You must have only a free mind. There are some people in this world who are not believing in religions, but this is not actually a religion. This is the true explanation of the humanity, and this mind-based world created, and the suffering happens because of the self, the believing in self, because there is no self in any way. There's no self here. So after come to this, listen to this Dhamma, nobody will have doubts of Buddha, nobody will have doubts of Dhamma, the explanation, the true explanation, the true path to ultimate freedom is true Dhamma. And Sangha, doubts of Sangha. Sangha means the followers who are the practitioners of this true Dhamma. That means listening to true Buddhist philosophy and practicing the four contemplations and listening to Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's Dhamma through YouTube channels, and who are trying to redeem from this mind-based illusionary world. They are the ones who called Sangha. There's no other Sangha in this world. Sangha means they must always trying to go beyond this illusionary creation. And there won't be any kind of doubts about the past and the future. We are living only at this present moment. There's no past, there's no future. Kubbe Kankati, doubts about past. We will not have any doubts about the past. We will not have any doubts about the future as well. Paticca Samuppada Dhammesu Kankati. We will not have any kind of doubts about the teachings of dependent origination. Dependent origination is very clearly explaining how this sansaric journey is creating inside the mind. Then after coming to this position, this point, nobody will have doubts about the teachings of dependent origination. There will be no doubt about any of these things. Certainly, the seeker who will be realizing the truth will never ever have any of these doubts. No causes are there for the doubts. Yes, certainly the seeker who will be realizing the truth will never ever have any of these doubts. No causes are there for the doubts. So the path we are describing, Aryan Vansi is telling, so the path we are describing is the way of redeeming from the body in Kayanupassana, awareness, mindfulness of body. By keeping the awareness and mindfulness of body, Aryan Mahansa is explaining the way of redeeming from the body. So we are very much lucky to hear and practice this Dhamma as human beings. The most valuable thing in this world at this moment, unsatisfactory nature of the human world. This is the only thing We can be listen and try to follow and then be free from this unsatisfactory nature. So I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow.
With light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado PeoTV Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So in this forum, we discuss important Dhamma points related to Buddhist doctrine. So as we all know, 2,500 years ago, Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse disclosed this uh, dependent origination or paticca samuppada or cause and effect Dhamma. So having fulfilled the perfections in such an incalculable number of eons, ultimately he attained Buddhahood, perfect liberation from the mind, and he became the wisdom of this entire universe, the greatest wisdom ever. So he, the revelations made by him in relation to the existence feeling and the life feel and the self-existence feel, or how we feel as if we exist, are the greatest or the ultimate truth of life. So due to ignorance, all sentient beings, including the humans, they went on and on in deadly cycle of life and death, or deadly cycle of samsara, due to this ignorance. Ignorance in the sense, the belief and actually the feeling of living, due to the belief and at the same time the feeling as if uh, they live, they survive. So when someone or any sentient being feels as if they are living, then there is a death, then there is a person who lives. So these deep, I mean, the ultimate truth that there is no self other than the projections of the sense faculties. So the problem is, due to ignorance, these speedy formations occur in relation to the sense faculties, gives us the sense of existence. Sense of existence of phenomena which leads to the sense of self. It's like the two sides of the same coin. Sorry, there was a internet connection issue. So what I was trying to explain is that Lord Buddha's very words, the Salayatana Loko, the world gets created as a result of the six sense faculties. And at the same time, Lord Buddha said, Gapinio prasava nokarati, the pregnant women do not give birth to children, offsprings, because it is a natural process only. Real birth happens the moment the sense faculties begin to function. That is so we can feel the importance given to the mechanism of the sense faculties in this Buddhist doctrine, which is true. But the problem is we still, even we listen to Dhamma, we still see things around us. So we still hear sounds, we still smell things, we taste things, we feel bodily sensations are there, then thoughts arise. So having said that, am I telling you to get rid of all these sense faculty experiences? Aren't they going to happen? No, the sense faculties may function as long as you breathe, as long as any system, animal system or hungry ghost system or human system, whatever the system that consists of sense faculties, normal sense faculties, these sense faculty experiences will be there. Seeing, hearing, tasting, feeling, arising of thoughts. But the problem is, do we actually feel the original sense faculty experience, or do we create a big film out of these sense faculty experiences? Or do the systems have the potential to see the the original nature of the sense faculty function? So these were hidden from the world until until the Lord Buddha, through the greatest wisdom of Buddha, revealed the nature of arising and ceasing phenomena to the world. How that the fact that everything is the speedy occurrence of five aggregates. How do we now? Basically in Majjhima Sutra, Lord Buddha says, it is the speedy occurrence of vibrations, speedy sparking of waves of opposite charges that come together, and they spark in each and every sense faculty, resulting in seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching, thinking. But the problem is they just come together instantaneously, then they cease. But this human system cannot see that cessation of the phenomena or stimulus. We feel due to the speed of this arising of stimuli, we cannot see the ceasing or the cessation. The speedy occurrence, speedy flow of waves happen in relation to each and every sense faculty, which result in a feeling that these formations exist. If it's a smell, the smell is continuously existing somewhere, and so I am experiencing that. So that is that happens due to the pure ignorance. So only way out of this ignorance is to see the reality. Listening, that can be this wisdom arise when we listen to sermons, uh, which conveys the original message of Gautama Buddhacharya and Mahansi. Otherwise, we get caught in this illusory mind consciousness, which gives us the sense of existence of phenomena and also the existence of self. So, until Dr. Kokila joins, we can discuss things related to this mechanism of sense faculties and how the ignorance diminishes or passes away when the wisdom gradually arises. Teruvan Saranai Champa.
Teruvan Saranai Dharma. I heard today morning,
Yes.
Arya was telling the biggest illusionary concept, that means the me, myself, the self is the biggest illusionary consciousness.
Illusion. Sense is the self is the biggest illusion or the deception.
Yeah, illusionary consciousness. That means the ප්‍රබලම කියන්නේ දැන් විඥානය. The කියන්නේ විඥාන මායාව is the yes,
self.
that is self, the thinking. So that means the consciousness is creating so many thought processes on each and every stimuli,
Yeah.
So Dharma, that is what without the end, it's creating stories. That is why we get caught. So Aryan Mahansa was telling that to a mother. So many ladies called today different areas.
Yeah, that is basically the biggest challenge, and that is actually, as long as we are in the wrong view, the self view is again part and parcel of that. Now, a while ago, when I was explaining the existence feel, when we feel as if a certain stimulus exists due to the speedy occurrence of waves, on the other side, the self arises. It is like two sides of the same coin.
Yes.
The moment we accept a certain stimulus to be true, we definitely accept the self on the other side ignorantly. So the biggest illusion is that's why I refer to this Majje Sutra also. That is I mean, Narayana has also always mentioned that is the best sutra sermon that explains how one feels as if we are there, or the self, the sense of self. So it happens now, if these stimuli, rising of stimuli means speedy occurrence of five aggregates or certain waves. These waves are of opposite charges. Viruddharopana. So like in the two terminals of a battery, of opposite charges, positive, negative, when they come together, they generate electrical power, electricity. So
Yes.
similarly, in relation to each sense faculty, when these waves interact,
Yes.
they generate some power.
Yes.
This power is ignorant. Due to ignorance,
Yes.
it is taken as the self.
Yes. Yes. That is what.
Yeah, until somebody, I mean, a wise, enlightened someone spreads it out, analyze, untangle this, and show us it is this power that
Yes.
gives you the sense of self. Otherwise, it is just a natural phenomenon.
Yes.
The
Yes.
Yeah, but this current that gets generated now, we can imagine, no, Champa, these stimuli. Now just imagine, something is there now in front of me. There is a dressing table, so now I named it, but
Yes.
it is just a name and form entanglement, but still,
Yes.
so it exists now
Yes.
somehow. I mean, if you keep your eye open,
Yes. You
you
can see that.
see
No, yes.
the existing uh, dressing table.
Yes.
But the hidden truth is, it
There's
is
nothing.
the speed, yeah, speed.
Yes.
The formation wise also,
Yes.
mechanism, original. If we go to the realize the mechanism of the eye, what
Yes.
happens is this speedy sparking of light
Light. Light.
waves,
Light
waves,
vibration. Yes.
but it is not existing. It just
No. Ghost.
comes and goes, rises, ceases.
Yes.
But
Yes.
due to the
Yes.
speed, that is where that metaphor comes, no, Champa.
Yes.
Even Dr. Kokila mentions that firing
Yes.
that
Firing. Fireball and
fire,
firing.
the
Yes.
speedy light waves spark speedily. So the existing dressing table is there. If it
Yes.
is accepted as a dressing table, the strong self perception arises, and
Yes.
those waves, each interaction creates power. You
Yes.
see,
Yes.
some power, it's nature. That
Yes.
power gets connected to the nervous system, and it is present in each and every cell also. That
Yes.
is, I mean, we don't feel it, but Aranahan says words I'm
Yes. Yes.
using.
Yes.
And you know, Champa, this
Yes.
dressing table, that whatever it is, that formation generates power in the sense faculty. And
Yes.
that power, now, if you, me, and Dr. Kokila, three of us are just imagine three of us are experiencing the same dressing table thing,
Yes.
but
Yes. Three way.
the three levels of power.
Yes.
Dr.
Three levels of power.
Kokil, yeah, the stimulus the create may have a different impact on Dr. Kokila's system. It may create a different impact on Champa's system. A
Yes.
very different impact. You know what? That is
Yes.
due to the taints,
Yes.
that power, that vibration, that telepathized into the zygote. It
Yes.
is so miraculous, no? In
Yes.
each and every stimulus which
Yes.
happens in a fraction of second, that
Yes.
samsaric power is also reflected.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
is why three of us, yeah, that's it, due to the level of ignorance of
Yes.
each of us,
Yes.
and plus that sansaric, the impact of that sansaric vibration, that is also ignorance. No, I
Yes.
mean, all attributes, all traits, I mean, genes, whatever. Aramaz says this habitual forms, all spark in each and every stimulus.
Yes.
Dressing table low, the dog sound door, the hardness of the bed door, softness of the mattress or whatever.
Whatever the stimulus, all samsaric power of that individual or that system, plus the ignorance, that is the sense of so you may feel some level of self, this system may feel another level, but
Yes,
the beauty is until we explore, I mean, this Dhamma, listen to this message, we never bothered about this, no?
yes,
We
yes,
don't, whoever wanted to think of a dressing table or a dog sound or something,
yes,
at least to uh, think twice whether there is a self or not. We
yes.
never ever bothered, no.
Because we didn't know, no, Sudharma, we didn't know, no,
We
completely out
didn't
of
know.
way, no, we were.
Exactly. That's
Yes,
right. So that is the when Aryan Maharshi says that sense of self is the biggest illusion, that
yes,
is true. What he refers to it is it's due this power is taken as the self due to
yes,
ignorance.
yes,
But this alive feel now just with knowledge, now we know that it is due to the vibration that telepathized into the zygote and
yes,
the power that gets generated in the occurrence of each and every stimulus that we
yes,
feel so. But
yes.
still we feel so, Champa.
Yes, after listening all these, even still
Ah,
we
feel. Why? Because
the ignorance is still there. That is why.
it's there until one becomes fully awakened or one
Mm,
becomes an arahant, it will
yes,
continue to be there. But
yes,
when we at least remind the system, when
yes,
we warn the system that we know
yes,
I'm not there, right? We are not there. It is
yes,
just that reminder itself will diminish the strength or the power of the self.
yes, because the system has already taken it as it true, no? So many
Yeah,
years
yeah, yeah,
running through that path. Now the
yeah,
system couldn't fully aware of what is true. So we have to
yeah.
push and remind.
Remind, yeah. Now in the morning, I was just washing dal.
Yes,
So at that point, Champa, honestly, when I was just washing it, we scrub it on the pan or to
yes, yes,
remove that. Yeah,
yes. To clean that, yes,
I really felt that uh, stimulus only become. I mean, we becoming the stimulus thing. That
yes, yes, yes,
it's actually now even you may feel it. Only
yes,
thing we do not have the tranquility to see that,
yes,
capture
yes,
that.
yes.
That's it. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Then, sorry, I got
Seven,
I
seven.
uh, may I leave, Doctor? I
Oh,
just
yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai.
Seven,
Saranai.
Sarnai, Dharma. Seven, Sarnai.
How are you? What's happening, Champa? Did you get anything new?
Yeah, last night Aryan Manse was not there. Today, morning session, I listened, and Aryan Mahanse was explaining little things to
Did he
some.
join? I didn't listen then today morning one.
Today
I thought he
morning,
didn't listen. I didn't join.
he joined
The
at
last night,
the
kind of.
last part.
Okay.
After about three quarter has gone, then
All
only he
right.
joined. Yes, and
What did he say?
one mother told he is about 78 years old. She told that she has heard Dhamma more than 3 years, and she is now feeling better like that. But Aryan Vansi said, but still you are thinking you can have
have that feeling also, but you are still thinking like that, he said. Then another mother joined from Kurunagala, and she said she heard this Dhamma more than 5 years, I think. She is not disturbed much. She explained some situations at her daughter's place. So many sounds, different sounds in between, so many different sounds. She was there without hesitation, that means without shaking, like that she told. And Narayan Vansi said, yes, to continue that. And Narayan Vansi at a certain point to another lady, Narayan Vansi said, the biggest illusion is this, our consciousness. Mind consciousness is the biggest illusion.
Mm.
Yes, he pointed out it because it is taking us here and there, no, Doctor?
Yeah.
Mm.
And that is, the other consciousnesses we can't catch now, but this one we can catch.
Yes, yes.
That's the thing.
Mm. That is the most difficult part. That means that mostly misleading us by that mind consciousness.
Mm. Yes, true. What about anything Dhamma point wise? What did Narayan Hanse say anything?
Not much. Some other ladies are also talk. This is the point Arun Mahanse was explaining. That means where there are thoughts arising. Another lady said there are thoughts. Aryan Mahanse said thoughts are arising even for an arahant, but only the power is not there. So reducing the thought power is should be the thing we have to do.
Mm.
Reducing the thought power.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
So, anything from our discussions yesterday or after listening, anything or translation, anything that came to your mind?
Actually, yesterday's doctor, your explanation was actually very good. And now, because of you, now that today Arenvase told that also. When we are trying, that means when we are understanding this Dhamma, a kind of knowledge is coming, it seems. That means reminding this world is not true, time to time. Right?
Mm.
As you said, then now you are showing me, the path. So I understood that remembering comes time to time.
Like passive, right? Passive contemplation. You're not
Yes.
actively doing it, but it comes.
No, Arinvase said not thinking, but not feeling also, but that remembrance, kind of a remembrance coming.
Mm.
Right? That
Yeah.
this world is not true. What you are seeing are shadows, light vibrations, sound vibrations, touch vibrations. So mind is also not true. Appearing and disappearing. Everything is like that.
Mind is the illusion. Actually, the best example of Miringu or the mirage is the mind.
Yes.
Because you can't catch the mind, you can't place it anywhere, you can't kind of detect with any machine, nothing.
Yes.
This
The
mind
mind.
consciousness is the
Yes.
biggest problem for the scientists because they can't actually catch it.
Yes, that is what Naren once said. Mind consciousness is the biggest illusion, and that is
Biggest illusion.
misleading you all. That is how he said. So, while understanding the things you taught me, slowly, it's remembering. Some kind of remembering is happening, not thinking.
And finally, it will happen as well. That's how it happens, I think.
Yes.
The remembering also goes away because it becomes a nature. You know, as
Yes.
a baby, we didn't
Yes.
know anything about a self, no, but it slowly came
Yes. Yes. Yes.
and it
Slowly.
became a reality, no?
Yes. That.
And
That
like
is
that, this will become the reality, no self-perception.
right. 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 Yes, doctor. In that translation thing, doctor, there are dasajnanas.
Yeah, but it is not nicely explained in that specific one. But
Yes.
I can't remember. There are other ones which are enhanced actually explain Dasanyana.
Really, this is a little introduction, no? He has given.
Yeah. Not the greatest discussion there.
Yes, yes.
Nissarana 3, I think.
Yes.
3 or 2, I can't remember.
Nissarana 2. Still,
Yeah, it
I'm
is
on.
just an introduction kind of thing. It doesn't give an overall idea for you to translate.
Yes, I just translated and I just explained, and still to go. And you know, doctor, Aryan Hanse is coming to Thalavatugoda tomorrow.
Oh,
This,
wow.
yes. So I am planning to go there.
That's
Eh,
good. That's close by. I know
Yes,
Thalavatugoda.
yes. It's close by, and I called
Isn't
and
it Malabe, Thalavatugoda? Isn't it like that?
not that side, doctor. Not Malabe is far away. This is not very far away. This is close to Pannipitiya.
Annipitiya Thalavatugoda. Right.
Yes, Pannipitiya. And I inquired that a lady called Neela. I inquired and she said to come there to come up to the Kalalgoda junction, and there is a temple there. So that temple is Ganelanda Purana Vihare, to come there. So
Because
I'm
Thalavatugoda, why I remember is I have worked in
Jawadanapura
Javadanapura.
hospital.
Yeah.
It's close by. Yes, it's close by. So I'm planning to go there tomorrow, doctor. So
And what will be the occasion kind of thing?
Pratipada, that means normally Aryan Vahanse is coming there. We all are going there. The people who can come, close people will come from Colombo area, and he will do a sermon and a practical session there.
That's good. That's good. That's good because it's all connected. This Thalavatugoda, Kotta, Pannipitiya.
Yes. Pannipitiya is closer to my area, Bokundara, then I can go there. Pannipitiya too, I go to Pannipitiya and then go to this Kalalgoda junction. It's not very far from me. I must find out the place and go.
Kalalgoda junction.
There is a temple, it seems. So slowly we can, Aryan Vansi can conduct sessions here and there, no?
Yes.
People.
It's good for Neela too.
Yes. Neela came there also at that day. Neela came with a big crowd. Homagam area, there is a big crowd. Iliandar area, there are nobody. Me and the other girl only.
Yeah.
Doctor, the same thing, no, actually Lord Buddha is also describing and Aryan Mahansa is also the same story, the same path, but still it's not easy to access like that. No, Doctor? Something like that is there.
What do you mean?
That means the only way, that means 84,000 sermons Lord Buddha did.
Yeah. Mm.
But there is only one path. Then Aryan Mahansa is now so many more than 13,000 sermons. Still, there is only one path. But how that means how difficult for that to catch. That is what I am thinking.
Yeah, true. Actually, even Aranan's sermons are difficult.
Yes.
I mean, flatly, someone can refuse.
Yes.
Oh my God, what is this? It's too much,
That is why I am always trying to give others the only that darshana jnana part.
Is it
That
simple, that one?
yes. So people after listening that they will understand the story now, Doctor, behind us.
So
So
Darshanyani, is there like a separate set of
yes,
Darshanyani?
yes, that means darshan jnana means true Buddhist philosophy.
How
Darshana
many are
Sama.
there?
Yes, in that Buddothpado main YouTube channel, there is a playlist, no?
Yeah.
Underneath the first one, underneath one is Darshana Samapatti. There are 11 sermons, right? It is fully revealing the uh, that means how the thoughts are creating, how the perceptions and
So
what
you
is.
did that now?
Yes, that is what I am telling. Each and everybody.
You did the whole 11?
Yes, I have finished.
So what did you get?
I am Darshana Jnana getting through that. I got the actually understanding is coming up after listening that. So I am only that to anybody is relevant. I am giving only that because without that other things can't.
Do you have it as like a link? Like, do you have it as one link?
Yes.
As you send me the Nisarnamaga?
Yes. There's one link that can be given to each and everybody. I have given it to my niece in Australia also.
Can you send it to that our thing?
Okay, I'll put it today, Doctor.
Yeah, because then because I usually don't give because a lot of time I don't give, but I was having a idea about someone's father is very ill, so I thought to give that father.
Yes.
I was wondering how to give because this is too much. Sometimes for a father who is sick.
Anybody, Doctor. I am giving from the because I first before 2 years when I found out about Aryan Mahanse, one of my friends said, without fear, you listen to him. He is fully enlightened. So I touched Buddothpado main YouTube channel playlist. I wanted the first.
Yeah, I didn't even do anything like that. It just came up and I just started listening.
Yes, that
because
is.
I don't ask anyone. I mean, nothing. It just came up.
Yes, doctor. Those days not much. No, now there are so many. No, doctor. That time you can't check like that. So this time I wanted the first step and I went there first and listened to that. Then only I realized, oh, this can be heard by anybody and can understand something. Then the suffering will be not there. For English speaking people, we have to give the wisdom of Asia and this Buddothpado PeoTV thing. for Sinhala speaking people, we should give that.
Yeah,
Then,
this whole Paticcasamuppada is about this, how the mind is formed.
yes, that full story is there, doctor. But in detail, then like this Nissarana Magga thing, in detail we will have to approach these things. But the foundation is there, Darshana Samapatti. So even if we can give it to somebody, it will be sufficient, because Aranvasi is telling, no, when you listen to Darshana Samapatti, when you understand and realize it, you will be a stream enterer, right? So we can give it to anybody, because it is not difficult to understand. It is step by step. It's described, no, right?
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah, that's good actually.
I used to give that whether whether I am still in the path, but I am giving to each and everybody who is suffering. I am giving that like a medicine. Just have the pill and come out like that. It's working. It's working.
Yeah, that's good, because I usually don't talk other than these Zoom discussions. I don't talk.
Yes.
I don't talk any Buddhism, nothing.
Yes. We are also not talking when I go out. I am not also not keeping any type of contact. That means contact with people. But when I go to Candy, when I see somebody is suffering, a girl, I found a girl, and my nephew's wife, one of my nephew's wife, she is a doctor in the some kind of mentally, කියන්නේ මානසික වෛද්‍ය, not your
Yeah,
kind,
psychiatrist.
some kind of that. But she is suffering, no, doctor. She is attached to Navy. Then I said some little thing. She said, "Punchi amma, when you so tell those things, mage duka නැති වුණා." She said. Then I gave this to her. When I came back, then she was asking me, "Punchi, send me what you said that day. Send me." So I sent. Like that, doctor. Some play. When I go somewhere, there is a click. Some like thing is happening. Oh, this one is suffering. I should give this to him, like that. But I am still can't do it to my son, right? Because Lord Buddha said, no, there are three things: Ashvadaya, Adinavaya, and Nissaranaya. No, right?
He's in Ashwada.
No, he is not in Ashvada yet. No, right? So he is not married. Those things are not there. No, still. So without having Ashvadaya, there's no Adinavaya. In other ways he may have, but without
So
having.
you are thinking he will not understand that the world is suffering without actually going through that. Is that what you're saying?
No. He is having so many things he knows. He knows, no. From the beginning, I was running here and there for this. He knows. But I
Because
can't.
this wisdom is different. So, but as you said, he may not have felt the need for
Yes.
liberation.
Yes. Still not, no. He is still doing the job, playing volleyball or something, going hikes and things like that he is doing, right? But he is still not, that means he's still not having that PR thing. He is not fully entered into the world also, no? So I can't give this to him
So I am still waiting. The time should come. I'm little things I used to write sometimes, but can't give at once because they are thinking of ropes, no doctor. Without the rope means difficult to give, you know. Can you understand?
Mm.
That is the main problem I have because he saw no me running towards ropes. That is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, still, still, I don't know whether, because there are so many young people who might actually feel like, oh my God, what's the use of this world? I mean, what's the end? Because we see the high end and the low end.
No, doctor, not like us. They are suffering like hell, doctor. When we were young, we were not suffering like this. These people are suffering like nothing. When you go through, you don't have this Facebook. No, I am not even looking. They are, once I tried to give some message to this Buddhist clergy and their friends in my Facebook. That is before I met Aryan Vahanse. They are also having different kinds of mental problems. So I unfriend them and just wait. Like that. They are suffering, doctor. Once I was always sharing Dhamma things. A bhikkhu from India called me and said, please help me. So many bhikkhus taught me before listening to this Dhamma, and they are asking how to come out of this lusty thoughts. That's what I am telling. Aryan Vahanse's Dhamma should open to the world, doctor. People are suffering. Yes. Suffering without an end. But still can't open up this Dhamma freely, no? That is the thing. While,
Yeah.
while understanding this Dhamma and practicing Dhamma, and we must always help others also.
When the whole mind is an illusion,
Yes.
what is the big deal about it being lust? You categorize in that, categorize in the illusion. What's the use of that?
Yes, they don't know.
Anyway,
No.
it is an illusion.
They don't know even that, no. Being clergies, even that they didn't know. That means they are not opening those books and see. You do you understand, doctor?
Yeah.
If they are going through a sutra, even they know no something is there, no doctor. But these days they are not doing that even.
Maybe
Just,
they just are depressed or just living.
no, just living means they are seeking pleasure, sensual pleasure. Because all the things they need, people are running and giving them, no? Right? So they don't have any kind of suffering. Getting everything from others, even they do jobs.
Yeah, in a way it is true actually. They don't have to do anything hard also. No?
Yes. Like flowers, people are keeping them like flowers. No? That is,
I
we
think
are,
that time will come down now because there is so many awakenings within the people that how there's no blind faith anymore kind of thing.
yes, that is
Not
what
much.
Narayana. Yes, but that means
It will be very difficult to catch this younger generation anyway.
yes,
They
that
are not
means
going to even
temples.
not even temple thing, even church, any mosque. The younger people will not go sometimes.
Yes, yes.
whole generation in the whole world will stay away from any kind of religion.
Yes, because they may understand, doctor, this is not their faith is not true. That is why.
Yeah,
But
anyone can actually understand, no, but the faith, science also is against some kind, like usually the faith, lot
yes,
of faithful things, but the only Lord Buddha's thumb matches the actual science.
yes.
This consciousness is the best thing that science couldn't explain, and that is the exact thing that Lord Buddha explained.
Yes, because the doctor scientists do not know the correct true Dhamma, no, but still they are doing something. They are that means they are doing a hide and seek thing. I think they are uh, learning this Dhamma somehow, and they are applying for those Nobel Prize also by producing our Lord Buddha's findings.
Yes. Yes,
Something
about the consciousness and how it
theory,
matches with
yes,
the quantum theories and stuff.
some theories they are trying to taken up as they find it, they found it.
Mm. Yes, Aranvase's sermons actually highlighted really well that how the thought is not true.
Yes,
Some people may have not listened to these actual deep sermons which are done before
yes,
and may be going, but there are some people who are listening for 5 years also.
yes. Because doctor, those earlier sermons are now hidden, like no, they are not coming out properly. That is why.
Yeah, but some others who listened more than 5 years ago, like they are also still struggling because of the lack of discussion.
Yes, yes, yes. Without discussion, this is not coming out, as Lord Buddha said. That is why this discussion is very important, doctor. When you show me only, I actually seen some hidden part of this, no? Unless otherwise, I won't be able to see that.
Yeah, this each and every word we speak is actually a product of the mind.
Yes,
And this mind, when mind started, children were clapped, like saying, "Ah, they started talking. Now they
yes,
understand.
yes.
Now they know." So
Mm,
the Montessori or the preschool or the school will appreciate the child who knows.
yes,
That
yes.
means easily uh, absorb into the mind bubble,
Ah, yes, yes,
right?
yes,
So the mind bubble is true now.
yes,
Getting out of this mind bubble is not that easy when it is so true.
yes,
Aranasi said this recently, last night or today morning, I can't remember. He said, when your no, I think, Udayapati mother, he told, um, uh,
Today morning.
no, I don't know it is today morning because I didn't hear today morning one. Some mother who has listened for a long time, he told,
Yes, she is the.
um, because the mind has been strong for a long time,
Yes,
it's difficult to pierce.
yes.
That's
Because
the
this
thing.
because this is a system, no, doctor. So this system used to work as that way as it is. So
Yes,
we now trying to uh, the, turn the system. No, we are now
yes,
trying to turn the system, and that is the difficult
difficulties we face.
Yeah, that is why Cheto Vimukti is that difficult. And
Yes.
why so everyone should be an arahant now after listening to this Dhamma? It doesn't happen.
Yes.
Because the mind is too complicated and too heavy.
Yes.
Sometimes Dhamma is just pouring, but nothing get absorbed. Like
Yes.
very thick stone like.
Yes. But doctor, when I am translating this, I am feeling some kind of relaxation inside. I can't explain it. No, any kind of boring is never happening. That is when I am listening to Dhamma, or when especially this translation thing, when it's not easy and a bit difficult, but some kind of relaxation is happening inside.
Yeah,
But
true.
the time is very less according to my schedule. Very little time I have to do this. Therefore, at night time it's difficult. So that I know that these things will transform me at any time. I am not. I don't know anything about it. This discussion, your showing the path, and RN1 says Dhamma. Even if I can face him even for once a month, those things will help me. That I am know for sure.
Yeah, true. Actually, true. The feeling that the mind is not true, and that mind is actually not. So the mind is not self should go first anyway. The view should vanish anyway.
Yes.
And the feel we have that chair is that is the actual alive feel, no? The chair felt as real.
Yes.
That also should go.
Yes. Yes.
That heaviness is gone. That means the power. So the self vibration, self vibration actually means that power.
Yes.
Craving for existence. Because
Yes.
craving for existence is not the crave existence. Existence perception is different. Craving for existence is different. That's why Aran once said, he didn't say it very repeatedly. He said, though existence perception will not actually vanish, you will realize it is not true.
Craving is vanishing.
Yeah, craving is the one which is vanishing.
Right. Then it's enough, no? Craving, if the craving is not there,
That is what is projecting to another life. No?
Yes.
That's why an arahant is like vanishing of the flame.
That means things may be there, but there's no me here. Yes.
Yeah, that's why anidasana consciousness is the word. Non-manifesting consciousness is used because of that.
Yes.
So the existence perception is not actually vanished, but you know that it is not true, and that doesn't give any power.
Yes. Today Sudharma said when she was cleaning dal in the morning, she had some kind of experience. She will tell you, I think. She had that she has become that thing like. Yes.
Yeah. It is little things like that is good to understand that the actual this body consciousness is not me.
Yes. And
mind consciousness is not me is the big difficult part.
Yes. Arinvansi said that lady today, when we are hearing this Dhamma to a long period, then the mind is becoming little by little powerless. That means the power of heaviness is becoming low. That is naturally happening. Yeah, that we can
Yes.
feel. Doctor, that we can feel.
Yeah.
Something is happening inside without our knowledge.
For sure.
Because this, that means the true Dhamma, the words of true Dhamma is having some kind of power, no, Doctor, to overcome the other thoughts.
Effort should be there, otherwise we can get very lazy, very deviated from that, because you feel better also, no?
Yes, Doctor. I don't have this laziness, no. It's not coming to me.
No, different. No, in a way, you may be having overpower also. We don't know.
Yes.
But it will calm down.
Yes.
So there is always a balance, like, Lord Buddha said, should be a balance. Pihina no sitting, vayam no karamiන්,
Yes.
පිහිටා නොසිටිමින්.
පීනෙන්නෙත් නැතුව ගිලෙන්නෙත් නැතුව ඉන්න like something like that.
Yeah. So
පාවෙන්නෙත් නැතුව
you
ගිලෙන්නෙත්
can't be trying too hard,
Yes.
and you can't give up also.
Yes.
So it's a kind of a balance.
Yes.
Why that balance is important is to actually exit the mind. You have to have the mind also, no?
Yes. To live in this world, no, Doctor? That should.
Yeah.
Consciousness should be there, no? Yes. But without power.
No, in the sense, හිත තියෙන තැන තමයි නිවන manifest වෙන්නේ. So
right.
you should have that to manifest that.
Yes.
You should have a stimuli to manifest that.
Yes. Otherwise can't.
That's why no Arupa Brahma can't do anything. Non-form Brahma.
Yes. Without mind.
Like
no?
a fast sleep, no? Like a long sleep, no?
Yes.
So can't attain anything.
Yes.
So there should be a moment with mind and some vibration to actually see the non-vibration.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Yes.
So that's why the balance is needed.
Yes.
You have to have the mind also, but you can't be attached to that.
Yes.
That's the exact point.
Yes. Very.
If it is too sleepy, you can't actually catch that mind. If you are attracted to the like kamachanda or vyapada, if you are having a friction from the rejection of the stimuli also, it is a problem. If you are attracted to the stimuli also, it's different. So that's why I said, when you are actually shouting with fear, then you can't actually feel anything.
Yes.
Here's the sound thought, no?
Yes.
You can't actually pierce a thought sound.
Yes.
That stimuli when you are actually having a vyapada with it, or ill will with that, or scared about that.
Yes.
Same time, if it's an ice cream and you feel like, oh wow, kind of thing, then also that can't be done because it is
attachment.
There's a attraction towards that in stimuli too much. And sleepiness also the same. Then the actual mind doesn't manifest then properly.
Yes.
And restlessness also the same, because the mind has to be still now to catch that moment.
The mind is going here and there.
So your mind is a bit fast.
Yes.
That's why you have tried to actually calm it down. As a
Yes.
child also, you must have felt so much discomfort because your mind is so fast.
Yes.
So that's why you have gone through a lot of trials to calm it down. But
Yes.
it will calm down with Dhamma, and you
Yes.
can use tactics to calm it down.
Yes. Now I am doing something like that, doctor, in the night when
Yeah,
the
that's good.
whole city is silence. Then I am.
Can you see from your house? Is it like upstairs?
Yes. Now that means I can't see very far. I am looking at my garden, the trees, not nothing else. I'm
Right.
just looking at the trees. This
Yeah,
building.
don't get addicted to that. Just be aware.
Yes, just being
Because
aware.
if you get addicted to that, they gain kamachan.
No, not the addiction. In the
No,
dark.
I'm just trying to explain these 5 hindrances.
Yes. True.
So your restlessness will come down, but if you get into different modes can come. So these
Yeah.
5 things are anyway. That is why we are late to
Yes.
moment.
Yes.
One is vichikiccha.
Which
That is doubt. Other one is restlessness of the mind.
doubt in the sense, doctor?
Vichikiccha. That is doubt about the actual this Dhamma.
No. Dhamma, I don't have any kind of doubts. Now, only sometimes some things are not knowing that now it's becoming the knowledge. No doubts about Dhamma, that Vichikiccha, that means the mind is here running here and there. It is some kind of power is there, not running also, doctor, much. Some kind of power is there, no?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, trying to calm it down.
It's jumping suddenly. That power.
Yes.
Like small baby jumping up and down sometimes. Suddenly, they're like that. Your mind also jumps up.
Yes.
I mean, it can happen to anyone. Even us, it can happen.
Yes. Because I am all very much activeness is also a reason, I think, doctor. Very much active all the time.
It is okay to be active because Aranwansi is also active now.
No, he's an Arahant, not like us.
Yeah, but for an example, even before that, Aranwansi, before anything also, he must have been a very active person. Very courageous, very quick decisions and all that.
Yes.
He must have been having these all. He may have even got angry easily. I mean, so these small things. That's why he didn't like this mind. He liked the Arupa. Because the mind is too much complicated and too heavy for him. So he just got attracted to the Arupa, non-form. But then he understood that there is craving there.
Yes.
So in your case also, the craving for this good feeling is there, but it will calm down with this Dhamma.
Yes, that means I actually now want to calm down. That's all.
No, don't even think like that. Just don't think too much about becoming anything. Not even calm down.
Right. But when I do that, doctor, when that means in the dark, I am watching the outside my small home garden trees. then the sleepiness also coming slowly without a problem. That the mind is getting relaxed. That is naturally happening.
Yeah. I mean, that's good.
Yes.
Anything else about this Satyajnana?
Satyajnana, actually, doctor, that means the things explained in that Darshana Samapatya. He said that Harshimi told, no, she has listened to it more than 20 times, something like that. Because when listening to that, while listening, the reality, the true wisdom of truth is arising. So I actually not done so much.
Actually, I haven't listened to. I haven't done that. I may have listened to Sita Kiyala Deyak Naha thing twice, maybe. The most popular ones I have listened twice.
Right. I'll give it to you, doctor. This explains each and everything, the foundation.
I'm sure I must have heard them, but I think I usually haven't listened twice.
Yes, you may have listened to those, but
Yes, 100%, because I have been listening for a long time.
So it says in the first one, it says something about this Satara Satipatthana also. So after listening Satara Satipatthana, I heard this, I think. But actually, it's in a simple way. Aryan Vansi is explaining how the perceptions are there with power, and how they are. That means the little babies thing, how the little babies picking up things like names and forms, how the names and forms are combining and making thoughts. All those are having power. Then these thoughts are transforming to consciousness, mind consciousness. And there is much power in the mind consciousness. And mind consciousness is that means making so many thought processes about this stimuli and things like that. There's nothing outside, and it's explained. The four things are explained in that four contemplations. So it's easy to understand without listening to that. Understanding other sermons are not easy.
Yeah, true.
Because they are very advanced now, doctor. So with having this, because based on this Darshan Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy, Aryan Vansi is explaining Kutyanan Darshana, some three jnanas are there, no? Satyajnana, Kutyajnana and Kutakjnana. So to have Satyajnana, we should listen to that, it seems. Aryan Vansi is explaining in those. So after listening that, actually, then only we are coming to know what the world created inside the mind, how it is creating, because of the thoughts, how the thoughts are creating, and there is how this body, there is nobody in this body attached, and mind is just the power, and each and everything is discussed in a way, not very deeply, but to a normal person to understand.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah. It's most important thing is this after this goes into the system, it will never erase also.
what is that, doctor?
Aranwansa said once, it never actually get erased. That this
Dhamma, yes. This Dhamma.
yeah, it is not going to go away.
No.
That's why mothers keep coming back, even though they don't even understand. They might understand a little bit. That is also enough.
You know, doctor,
I mean,
this,
even by little understanding, there is a benefit.
yes, you know, this Satya has, the truth has a power, it seems. Those days, Lord Buddha is telling me, Dharma Chakraya Peralanava. In some sutras, I have heard Dharma Chakraya, then that means the true Dhamma is, the wheel of Dhamma is rolling, all the other lies are destroyed, and this is without an end. It's rolling, it seems. Now it's happening through Aryan Vahanse, and nobody can stop it, it seems. So power it has. That is what I am telling you. When we hear it, it is automatically activating. We can't do anything forcefully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, it is going according to a kind of a pattern.
Yes.
Yeah, true. I mean, we are not doing anything also. Sometimes it will do the thing on its own.
Yes, that is right. No need to do anything, but these contemplations and things we must remind that it has its own power, like immune. That means injections like thing. You know, doctor.
Yeah, vaccination kind of thing.
Yes, like that. We have. And why Lord Buddha said no? He's the වෛද්‍යවරයා කෙලෙස් කටු ගලවනවා, it seems.
Yeah.
I'm the doctor who is taking out all the impurities, mind impurities, defilements from the mankind.
Yeah.
Is what happened, doctor.
Yeah, actually, this will slowly get up. I mean, even Swamin Hanses will also help in the future.
Yes, because doctor, they have some kind of egoistic thing, and they used to mislead people and benefiting, no, doctor. Actually speaking, that is what no happening, right? So they are really in need of truth. They should by now come up to Aryan Vansi. That is what I am telling. Whatever the religious, cultural patterns are there, they should come and talk to Aryan Vansi. You know, from the when I was listening from the beginning, I used to call some monks in this area over the phone, taking their phone numbers through internet, and I used to talk to them, doctor. I called them and said to listen to this Darshana Samapatti. Some agreed and some didn't take any notice.
You must be very popular with them because I don't know anyone like that.
No, I personally don't know anything of anyone. I am not going anywhere even. I am personally not. But to our the person that
Aranhansi will like you a lot, the way you do things.
Aryan Vansi is always blackguarding me. But once I gave 5 books to our priests, they just took it and they are without, that means they are not taking any interest and they just living. That's all. Cleaning the temple is nicely cleaned and we can go there and worship and come. And once a month, taking some other priest here and doing this Dhamma sermons, still according to their way. Because this Mahanayaka Theros should understand, Dr. Aryan Vansi.
First.
Aryan Vansi went to meet them and with the Thero from Thailand. So they are having a knowledge, no? They should know what. If there is a fully enlightened Arahant is here, so they should talk to him and finalize this, not because most of the people in this country now very much against to this monks because of their bad behaviors.
Yes. Yes. No, one day they will understand that they can't keep doing this. Younger generation will not actually. This is the older generation who is there. Younger generation will not.
Because doctor, I am also scared to go around this area because there are so many temples in Piliyanthal area. And so many people, that means people are very much connected with bhikkhus. So, if I go with these leaflets, I don't know what will happen to me. They will be against to me, doctor. It's not so easy, you know. The only way is posting because without their knowledge, without disturbing them, we have to give this message to the people.
Yeah. Yes, we can't actually. One person can't actually change everything.
Because doctor.
But it will slowly happen.
Yes, because doctor, we must always think without interrupting the present cultural backgrounds. We have to give this message, right?
Yeah. In a very methodical way, it has to be handled. And also, people should not hate Sangha because that is actually Lord Buddha's thing, you know.
Because it's happening because of their bad behaviors. We can't, that is what they should understand that. So, they should talk with each and other. They should talk and understand now. Aryan Mahansi is doing this on behalf of them, no? The clergy in this country and the clergy in this whole world. They need this natural true Dhamma. So, 75,000 houses in this area. I don't want to miss even one. That is why I am planning to do it that way. You know, all are suffering. I know, no? All are suffering. My area, 75,000 people. I should give this message. But it has to do a very methodical way, as you said.
Yeah, very methodical, and sometimes maybe Aranhansi can come with another battalion and can do it.
No, Aryan Mahansi said to that girl said, Aryan Mahansi will come to do another type of sermon somewhere in Piliyandala, but not very much openly, right? Still not up to that point. So even though we can't give this message to the people by going home to home, because actually speaking, at the moment, I myself am that Arosha, the girl in Piliyandala, we both are there, and that girl can't walk, right? She's having a big problem with her knees because her body is heavier than the legs, I think. So now she's taking treatments, and she's telling me her husband is there. I said whether I can go with that innocent guy. He's a very innocent guy. People, people will come after us because each and everywhere there are so many temples. So how can we go and give things about Lord Buddha when the Buddhist clergy is there? They are always, because that girl she has given so many books to several temples, sets of books. One temple, somebody, a priest told her, we don't need anything from these categories. So what, doctor? The problem is this, no, it's not easy. There is a refusal coming from, because they are having some kind of security reason or something like that. They are trying to be secure by avoiding this, because they are fully ignorant, no, doctor, right? Even as women, we found it, as soon as we found it, we knew this is the gem. This is the most important thing we can have. We have taken it, right? If they are unable to understand that, whether they are having robes or not, they are fully ignorant. So, going on the road against ignorant clergy is dangerous.
Oh, that's why it should come from the top also, like reassurance from top monks saying that this Dhamma is correct.
Yes.
So it has to happen if Lord Buddha's Dhamma is going to be there for 2,500 years.
Yes. That our Mr. Saman from Kandy has gone and given all those books to those Mahanayaka Theros, no, doctor.
But who knows whether they are actually reading them.
I think no, not even one bhikkhu is reading books now. That is why.
They may be not even reading the actual like the actual Lord Buddha's books even.
That is what, no, doctor. Those books are in the Almirah.
Library.
Very nicely locked and kept to see. If one sutra, per day they are reading, this will not happen. So, doctor, now there's a very big duty. While realizing Dhamma, we must take, and that means we have to try our level best to keep Dhamma arising in this whole world. A big challenge.
It is easy in the periphery, like villages, I think.
Yes, that is what Aranon is saying. Because a village, 1 or 2 temples are there, no, not much, no. Here it's not like this, no. Each and every road there is a temple. Some roads there are 2-3 temples because so many people are there.
Mm.
Because the people need the Sangha, no, doctor, for their person. That means cultural things, alms giving and the things coming for the death and doing this and that. So the cultural things they need Sangha. So if we are going with these leaflets, they will ask, who are you to give this to people? That is the problem.
It is a tricky thing.
Mm.
We can't even try here because openly advocating anything is illegal here.
Yes. If I have time, I will.
You can't even question what religion the other person is.
Really, there are so many. Yes, there are so many laws there, no, doctor.
Yeah.
Mm.
So kind of not. I mean, Sri Lanka is limited because of the cultural, religious previous things, but here it is much more restricted.
Yes. Yes, very true. If I am able to, I must talk to Aryan Mahansi tomorrow if I have time. If he is allowing me to talk.
Yeah, don't talk too much. Just try to talk a little bit and see what he says. About the distribution, he might talk.
Yes, I must tell we have to do this, but there are difficulties. Clergy will come against us. There's nobody to do this also.
You can put it in a different way. You can say, we need help. Yeah, rather than putting all the negative aspects, because Aranhansi doesn't like the negative part.
No, he knows this area. Without
You can say you need help.
yes, I can say there are not no much people and there are a lot of people here, but all the people are in their homes at night only, doctor. That is the biggest problem. People are not
going to work.
Going to work. Even on Sundays, they have other activities, no? Taking children here and there, buying goods, meeting friends and relatives. So they are not at home. And because of this, there are some cameras. What do you call it?
CCTV.
CCTV. When somebody is near the gate, they see CCTV and they just wait. Some are not coming out because, doctor, these areas, so many people are coming with different requests, right? Different requests they used to come, asking for, they are writing something and asking for money, right? And things like that happened in very much. And due to that, and thieves are also coming, of different kind of people are there. Because drug addicts are also there. So people are very much, that means very much scared to open up their gates even.
I mean, can't blame also.
Can't blame because of the stupid people's activities only this situation has arisen. So some places are there. People with taken drugs are there. Selling drugs are also there. So how can we go all those places, doctor? In those paths, if there is a narrow path, we have to go, no? Each and every. So who is going there?
This is not a village, no, doctor. Fully packed area. Even for my house, we have 18 perches. Each and every side one side there is a road and one side there is a land. That means land, others everywhere, houses like that. Some places more packed than this. So how can we go through those dangerous areas? Some dogs are also there now. They are sending dogs if they don't want to meet people. They are sending dogs. It's very risky also. So can't wait without telling him the truth. We can't just wait.
Yeah, true.
How can we get such a risk?
Yeah, it is actually tricky, isn't it?
Very tricky, doctor. That's why. Sorry, if he scold me even, I must say.
Asking for help, he will never. He will never. If you keep saying negative things, he might say, "What is this problem?" But if you say you only have to, can you help Aran answer, then he will actually help. Because then he can feel that we want to do something now.
Yes, but doctor, to distribute things, people are staying at home at night only in this area.
Yeah, you can say that also slowly, because if you start with everything negative, then it's not going to work.
But also, doctor, the 75,000, that means they are giving a limited leaflets. Others we have to print and give, it seems. That is also not an easy task.
Yeah, that also you can ask for help. Everything has a thing. Yeah. It's the way of getting things done.
Yes.
You're saying someone's thing, no, you have to actually talk in a way that it works.
Yes. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, so he's doing it is good if he's doing an actual discussion.
Yes. Doctor, because this should be given to each and everybody in the Sri Lankan island. That is correct.
Yeah, true.
But the situation in this country also affecting this, because people are very much frustrated and they don't like to meet anybody. That is also there, no?
Yeah, like suspicious of people who come to
suspicion is there. That is the word. Yes, they are looking with suspicion. One is that. The other one is Buddhist clergy. That should be. Anyhow, I must tell you know, doctor, before about 15 years back, when I was under that priest, he said no, he has enlightened, and he has done a sermon in Piliandala ground. It's in between the town. So he has planned everything, and we about 200 came there. And Buddhist clergy around the
around the ground. They said if he comes, they are going to attack him. Right? Yes, they said. So he didn't come. His another clergy came and done the sermon. While doing the sermon at about 7 o'clock, I was also sitting there. The Buddhist monks around the area came and sent this spoiled eggs and kalugal. That is what I am telling this to you. Nothing has happened to me, but my friend, they throwed away this spoiled eggs and this like kalugal. They are like that. They treated with that. That is what I am telling you this. They are so arrogant, doctor. You know that Piliyandala representative's mother is also against this because she has gone and given those books to the temple, and that priest in that temple has told her mother all those are nonsense like that. The mother is fully against this because of that priest. So without telling these things, we can't do. We must tell Aryan Vahanse whether he will agree or not, whether he is called us or not. We should tell these things to him, no, doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, true. It's a difficult scenario.
Very difficult situation here. Because they think if we are trying to give something else, they will not have anything from this. That means people around them will come out from them, no? They are fear of that. They have that fear.
But it is tricky because it is very high, kind of some people can't even understand. So can't even blame this Dhamma on that easy. Because it's a different way of explanation.
Yes,
So people
right.
can get agitated a bit.
Yes. Because this should come like this, but in according to this, there should be another way to educate these bhikkhus also. They can catch it easily, no, doctor? They know the subject, no? They are in a different world wearing the Buddha's robe and we are trying to give the truth.
Yeah. It is difficult. And we can do whatever we can do.
Yes.
We can try with good
Otherwise,
heart.
yes, we can't. Whatever we can't do, no, doctor?
Yeah.
That is there. We must think, actually, we must think of ourselves, no? That means if we are jumping into that situation, the thing will become a problem.
It will become messy.
Messy. We have to do this without messing. So I am trying to tell this to Aryan Vahanse, whether he shout at me or not. I can't help. I must say this. This is not the way to do here.
True. Nothing is easy, as you said.
Yes. You know, doctor, what is happening to this channel now? I asked Prabhash that day, why these waves are, doctor, dropping? Waves are dropping, you know?
Yeah.
So I asked Prabhash, why these, why these waves are dropping? I tried to find out the reason and I found a certain limit. People are not watching this because the repeated things are going on. Repeated, the same thing is going on, it seems. Right? So I asked Prabhash why this is happening. He said, all the ladies are not coming for sermons, it seems. Most of them are not coming.
Oh, wow.
Doctor, they should, why they agreed to do, if they have taken the responsibility, they should, at least they can send a recording, no? This is also now like this. So I said, the things happening each and every day, you can, the people who are coming, they take the explanations and discussions every day and put it as a video. Many things are there, doctor. So Aryan Mahansi can't do each and everything. There are not, nobody's there to uplift this. Some kind is there, something is there, like that.
Yeah, because it is beyond his limit also, because it is getting wider and wider. I can understand how Lord Buddha couldn't handle it as well, isn't it?
Yes. The people who are responsible should think of these things, no, doctor. He has appointed people to conduct this Buddothpado PeoTV thing. No, they should know why this is happening. See in that YouTube, all the rubbish they are every day reaching like nothing. Reaches are becoming high. So this is going down. So in vain, no. I feel sorry for these things also, doctor. I don't know why. It may be my fault, but I can't just close my eyes and wait. I am feeling why these things are happening.
No,
So
I
that
think I can understand, because you understand bit of IT, no? I even don't know what is happening. So I think because you understand how they work and you can feel it.
doctor, I am 66 now. This new generation people are handling those things, and they should have more than the knowledge and the value of Dhamma. They should realize, no, doctor. The repeatedly same thing if they are putting in the YouTube, but in the youth, who is going to listen?
And it will be boring also, no?
Yes, the same thing. I asked from somebody and she said, people are telling me, some are telling the same thing is going on and on. How we are listening? The true Dhamma means each and every day, you, doctor, you are giving a new thing, right? We are discussing some new thing. I am explaining that true explanations of Aryan Mahansi. So all those are hidden. All those are hidden. Even though I started it from February 19th. Until now, my part of discussions were not in the YouTube, right? I don't want to show my things, but the reaches are becoming less and less. There is a way of doing each and everything, no doctor. We just do things. We'll never. That means you don't know how you have come to that position. You didn't
Yeah,
just.
it is not, we can't just imagine and wait.
Yes. We just this Dhamma is true. The nature should do it like that. We can't just sit and wait, no.
Yeah, true.
When doctor, this I don't know what is happening in vain. This is somehow this is not popping up as we thought.
I don't know, might think about it and do something. Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
We can't just point out each and everything to Aryan Mahansa, no doctor. Aryan Mahansa has something, so many things. He has no time to preach Dhamma. He has to do 1,000 things, no. But
True.
people who are handling this should have the knowledge to. That means to create a new YouTube each and every day with new things. That is not a difficult thing to do. It's easy, no doctor. Without these fast things again and again, the 24 hours from the 24 hours, new speeches are there. So they can cut and prepare a YouTube. If we should be honest, not in one way, doctor. Each and every way, we should be honest to this true Dhamma.
Yeah, true. I don't know what's happening in that area. In the sense, the IT area. I usually try my best. I mean, last night also there was a technical error thing, but everything is. I think the one, some will continue to do, some will just have difficulties. Or
So
maybe they feel like they don't have anything to say, something like that. I don't know.
That is what doctor happening. That is what I am doing this translation thing. Like you are having a kind of this wisdom. You can do sermons. Others can't do such sermons. That is why I am doing this. We can talk about Aryan Mahansa's discussions, right? Without thinking this and that and making stories on our own, right? If so many people are liking to listen to your sermons. It seems that is true, but if they put again and again your thing, even that
Yeah,
will
that will be like poison then after that, because it will be boring.
Boring, no doctor.
Same voice, yeah.
So I don't know what these people are doing. In vain, doctor. I feel so much, very so. I don't know much about this IT thing, doctor. But you think as a teacher, we are teaching to a class in the school. Can we teach the same thing every day? There are 8 periods. each and every 8 period, people are, teachers are teaching the same thing. Will those children listen?
Yeah, we should be more innovative than that.
Yes, such a good Dhamma. This the most wonderful Dhamma these people are playing, Doctor. I feel very sorry about this.
Yeah, we'll try. I mean, because now it is being highlighted, people will get together and do something.
Yes, Doctor.
See, we'll try our best.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very
guidance.
much. Thank you very much. We'll talk tomorrow. Thank you, Aaron Vansa, for your noble guidance.
Doctor, tomorrow I won't be able to come to this discussion because I'm going.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you very
Sanai.
much.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com, and today we're starting with the rest of the discussion we continued the other day, which is on page 141. Aryan Mahanse, yes, it's true. Participant Sadhu Sadhu and Aryan Mahanse. It's not what you think. Feel what actually happens to you. When you reach this special level, your waves of thoughts and my waves of awareness becomes unified. Observe through wisdom, you will lose attachment to the world, and most importantly, you will lose the sense of yourself as a separate being. This is Nibbana. Please do not miss this opportunity. It is reserved for a certain group of people. The Buddha said, If people go elsewhere, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaram, what can I do? I must say the same. Amma, follow the path in silence. Let's give someone else a turn. Theruvan Saranam. So yesterday we talked about, basically it's not mere knowledge, it's how it's an experience, how you can experience this truth within it, within yourself, within the self, within the awareness. There's no self either. All the vibrational processes coming into awareness, coming alive in the moment, appearing in the awareness. So that ends that particular discussion, and it's basically reiterating the same thing we discussed yesterday. And yeah, so, and we can now start with the next discussion, which is titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Saranam. I need clarification on concepts such as the qualities of the Buddha, emptiness, Nibbana, and the radiant mind. These terms seem to vary in meaning depending on context. Aran Mahanse, you ask many questions, but when viewed together, they boil down to one: what is Nibbana? Participants, please share your understanding. And participants, some of the answers they've taken, I guess one of the important answers: putting out the burning fire inside the mind, attaining peace and simplicity, experiencing an unshaken mind and realizing that nothing inherently exists. The first, extinguishing the internal fire, is closest to the essence. Aryan Mohan say, a burning fire represents desire, craving, aversion, and ignorance. When the fire is extinguished, the notion of self, me, mine, fades. Defilements exist because the mind grasps the illusion of a separate self. Some people imagine themselves as permanent. They lack generosity and focus only on themselves. Consider Patachara, who lost everything and realized the true nature of existence. Must we wait for that disaster to happen for us to awaken? When the notion of self is firmly planted, all defilements cling to it, perpetuating suffering. To extinguish this fire is to attain Nibbana. Seeking results implies the self still exists, and as long as it does, suffering follows. To reach this level, the 5 faculties, faith, Shraddha, effort, Virya, mindfulness, Sati, concentration, Samadhi, and wisdom, Prajna, must be cultivated. Shraddha refers to supreme faith, not ordinary belief. When these faculties are developed, one follows the path to Nibbana. All objects become objectless, used for living but without attachment. No burning fires arise from the sensual world. This is objectless or subjectless concentration, Animitta Samadhi or Adhigata Samadhi. At this stage, one perceives the true nature of thoughts, and peace and tranquility become the mind's natural state. This can only be achieved through deep wisdom. The person transcends the illusionary mind. The result of this experience leads to the qualities of the Buddha. These qualities are not Nibbana itself. They represent the ability to comprehend and harmonize the three realms, the sensual world, world of form, and the formless world, Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka. This understanding arises through the doctrine of dependent origination, combining practical knowledge and direct insight. Concentration develops naturally at this level. So at this stage, Aranvas emphasizes that Nibbana is not an intellectual concept, which we already know. It arises when the illusion of the individual self is completely dissolved. With time, as the wisdom of truth is acquired as intellectual knowledge, it slowly turns into direct experience, direct knowing. And with that, the illusion of the individual self slowly is being diminished. The mind's waves, meaning the mind, the wave that's created due to the five sensory inputs, the charge that's behind it, the underlying charge, the mental charge, that internal burning, that too is being diminished, because as the truth is seen, what would give the aversion? What would give the internal burning? Nothing, because as you gain, as the direct realization is acquired, one understands that this illusion is not true. The falsehood of the illusion is understood. So there's no reason for the internal burning to arise. So the internal burning subsides, or rather diminishes, means the separate sense of a self diminishes. If you kind of focus on your experience with this Dhamma, you will see from the day one, from the time before the time that you started practicing in this Dhamma, you start incorporating this Dhamma into life, there was a heavy sense of self. There was this internal burning, like there was anger, there was hatred, jealousy, there was sadness. All that was part and parcel of our lives. We have experienced that unbearable pain of that suffering was one of the bigger reasons why we came looking for this Dhamma. We wanted to put an end to it. We wanted an extinguishment of the fire. So if you compare that to how you feel right now, you will see in most areas of our so-called lives, this sense of self is slowly diminishing. It's as if the main actor of a play is now slowly transitioning into like one of the backup actors or support actors or whatever, not a very main kind of a role. So that is this is the different kind of a sense. If you focus on what we are trying to get awareness onto, you will see that heavy sense of self is slowly being diminished. You may call it diminishment of defilements, you may call it realization of the illusion, whatever you call it, that sense of self with it is being slowly diminished. Not of course to the level where it's no longer there, but like that difference could be detected in the experience. The participants' experience of praise, advancement, or comparison fades because there's no longer an I to claim or resist. So in these practical experiences too, that could be detected. Some, back in the days, it could be that you do something in the office or in the family, or expect that others will praise it and others will say thank you and appreciate you. But we know maybe with time you will realize that that need was there. Maybe before stumbling upon this Dharma, you wouldn't have even noticed that need was there. But now, with uh, our attention being on the mind so much, with that awareness, now we are able to see that that kind of expectation was hidden as a quality of the so-called self. And once it too is detected, that too is diminished because the light of the truth is shed on it, that on the thought that was in ignorance. So now if the value that's been attributed to such appreciation is now diminished, why would you seek that kind of validation, that kind of appreciation? The discussion about the burning fire highlights that all defilements, desires, anger, craving, and ignorance exist only because the mind believes in a separate self. We've talked about this many times, how this separate self initially came into existence, how the belief of the separate self, the self-identifying you as a child learns the language, is being introduced to the mother, the father, the bag, and this system, the mind system, is a law in which the thoughts are created, chitta niyama. So the mind works according to that, and this system took on a thought saying, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things, all these people belong to. That self should be whoever, like Harshi or James or Paul or David or whatever it is. So from that day on, that self-identifying view is being born. From that day on, that view, that belief, that thought is being nurtured by more thoughts, many thoughts. What does this James like? What does he like to eat? What does he like to drink? What kind of a person he wants to become? So this is maturing as time goes on. So this belief is the one that we realize that it was a misconception. And the more we realize, the more we see how illusory that was. It was illusory in the first place. It was illusory all throughout. Now, what's being done by listening to Dhamma and understanding Dhamma and with the direct realization is that the way in which that belief was created and nurtured is now slowly undone. When this self is seen as illusory, these fires extinguish naturally. The 5 faculties, faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, are tools to cultivate the inner awareness needed to detect and dissolve the self. The stage of objectless or subjectless concentration, animitta or adhigata samadhi, is achieved when the mind perceives the true nature of thoughts without attachment. So when this true nature of thoughts, the reality about thoughts, is really examined closely, there's no need for an attachment. Why would you be attached to something that doesn't even exist, that only exists? Come into existence moment by moment. There's no point. Right? So those thoughts that are based on lies, based on illusions, they don't have any reason to come into existence. Even if they're needed to come into existence, say, even if you understand and realize this, you still have to go to work and perform your, fulfill your duties. You have to take care of your kids. So those are required. Those are the responsibilities. So you will carry out your responsibilities. So whatever the language that is required to perform these duties will be used as a tool. But the way we dreamt of the world, the way we planned for days, months, years to come, the way we used to dwell on the past and, kind of weep about things or have nostalgic feelings about things, those are not required. Because for a fact, we know now this so-called world and the so-called self, they're just an illusion. So whatever the daydreaming stuff, whatever the out of habit, just continuing to think about stuff, dwelling on stuff is not required, will not happen because it's pointless. But to perform the duties of the kids, if you have to take them to school, if you have to plan it out, you'll be utilizing the language and the thoughts. So unnecessary thoughts that assumes the existence of an external world and a so-called self, they don't have any necessity to be born, to come arise, but thoughts are there. It's not that thoughts will definitely be there. Even arahants have thoughts, and even Buddha had thoughts. So there's a function that the thoughts and the language serve that will be utilized. And yeah, so that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And eventually what happens is realizing the illusion. Now it sounds, the more we understand about it, more we even learn, like even intellectually know it, intellectually understand it, and more we have the direct realization, it becomes very simple. Like initially when someone enters this, if they can't understand, if they don't have higher insights, and if they can't understand it in a couple of sentences, we have seen it in this day and age, a lot of people need a lot of explanation. So with those explanations, the deeper and deeper we go into the Dhamma to understand this, more we understand and realize it, more simpler it becomes. It could be explained in a couple of sentences, but it wouldn't be the same case for everyone. But for a child, we've seen even in youth, Buddothpado youth sermons, children seem to understand this very well at a very, very, very quickly, and they just grasp it much efficiently and effectively. And it's amazing. It kind of proves the fact that Sunita Sopak and Rahula Thero, they even Visakha at the age of 7, they were able to realize it. So it's kind of proof for the fact that these children in this day and age are able to realize this very, very much easier than, because for us, we have accumulated a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge means a lot of labels. That means mind is much thicker, mind is more vast, and it's always, our minds are always occupied with lots and lots and lots of thoughts. So for us to be able to understand this Dhamma and have that direct realization, it needs a lot of clarification, because we are kind of entangled in these thoughts now, and the way out is much much chaotic, much treacherous. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, you want to share something, add something? Yeah. So, if we kind of again shift back our attention to the dependent origination and how the mind is created. If you have any questions, there's someone who basically, please feel free to ask, because that way the discussion could be directed in a particular way, which makes it easier. How the mind is created, when the more we realize it, more we understand it, makes much more sense now, because even at the beginning when we heard that, inputs from the sense faculties, the vision, the sound, the smell, taste, touch, all creates the thought, or create the thought, it makes sense. Of course, in an intellectual way, it makes sense, but really it didn't really become a direct realization within us. It took a while. It took some penetrative contemplation for us to get to that state, because now it makes much more sense. Because if you can, say the mother, when I say the mother, you can, you get the image of the so-called mother, your mother, whatever the mental image I have is different to the mental image you have. So in that, all the information are there. If you kind of zoom in on it, and you will, you can see everything about the mother in that mental image, like her face, her body, everything. You can almost hear the sound of her. You can almost feel the smell. You can almost touch her. Like, you can have an idea without even having to leave your chair now, how it would feel like if you touch her. So this mind is really amazing in that sense. And of the vision, we know it's a manifestation of vibration, just like a ripple when a pebble is dropped onto still water, how the ripple kind of moves. That's our visual of a wave. Similarly, a vibration that's even faster, its manifestation is the image of the so-called image of the mother, the so-called image of the father, anything that's included in our own world, the so-called world. So, if we focus on this, the sensory inputs, the vision, we have the way we are used to kind of understand the vision, like even an event. If you think about something that happened in the past, let's say there was an argument between you and some people. If you think about it right now, that image, mental image, it's not existing anywhere. We cannot attribute the place. It just comes alive in the eye of the mind. In that image, yourself, the image of yourself, has some special character that is not in the picture, that's in the knowing, that's in the feel. Even in the picture, you can feel that. Then that is different to the rest of the people in that argument situation. But that too is based on the value that's been attributed. If you look at that mental image, that's also just bunch of colors. The more we see these, even if you listen to some song in the night while your eyes closed, that mental image of listening to the song is there while listening to the song. Everything we do, it's like a commentator of a cricket match. There's an underlying mental image, a range of mental images. We are just shifting from one mental image to another to another. Even when you're smelling something, there's an underlying mental image about that, where that difference is prominent. where in that mental image, it's like, something, sort of a picture of a smell coming towards your nose, and that your nose area of your nose is special because in that image too, there's this information, it's me and the rest of it, like the border. This border, this area is mine. The rest of it is everybody else, the world. So you have to see, like you have to contemplate. This penetrative contemplation is required to all areas where the so-called world and the so-called self discrimination has happened. The more we see, the more we realize that with more contemplation, with more penetrative contemplation, the more penetrative insight we have, that there's no reason to have such discriminations because it's just the same image with bunch of colors or matured vibrations or manifested vibrations. Even when we are sleeping, there's a mental image of the angle you're sleeping at, or if you're on your side, or if you're on your back, or if you're on your front, whatever it is. You go to sleep with that mental image. So we should be skillful at seeing these things. If not, it's it's difficult for the illusion to be dissolved. That's why this sati samadhi, or this awareness and the meditative absorption, the sustained awareness become a meditative absorption. These two are always mentioned. So that is the importance. We should be able to see it throughout, not just in the walking meditation when we do the practical approach, but all throughout. And there are many, we can continue to talk about different examples, but as you get into this practice, as you really, really get into this practice, because when we listen to people who are commenting on these things in Zoom discussions, we hear that a lot of people, it's like when you learn math, when you study the multiplication table, how you try to do multiplication and division, addition, subtraction using the multiplication table. Multiplication table is knowledge. Doing those sums is also knowledge. So just like that, these participants try to think of Dharma in this way, like take the same approach to Dhamma and try to understand it. But it doesn't work because it's all in the mind. You're using whatever the information you have gathered with Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, and creating more knowledge. That is the wrong way. Of course, that is required, but you have to really try to contemplate using thoughts and get to that insight. For an example, when Aran Vahansi says the chair, the image of the chair and the label of the chair, they are tangled, you really have to try to see how that is the case. That internal investigation is a must. Of course, we are using thoughts as a tool to get at the insight. So that understanding what we are trying to do here is also required. And if that can be done, if you can really have that inquisitive nature and inquire into what's being discussed, what they're really what we are trying to understand, what it means by that, then that penetrative insight will be inevitable. So that is one thing to focus. And to get to this practice, we have to get on this practical approach, which has these 4 meditation instructions. The first one is the so-called external world is not real. And the second one is the the so-called mind is also not real. And the third one is that to see that it's all a system and it's all the functions of the sense faculties. And the fourth one, you will end up seeing as a result that there will be a realization. You will realize that there's no self. It's just a system at operation due to the necessary conditions being met. This is in Sinhala we call it a Hetupala Dhamma. In English, it's a cause and condition Dhamma. So this is what we realize throughout this practical approach. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Actually, what was the topic that Aryan Hansa, I can see Aryan Hansa also has joined. I pay my homage at Aryan Hansa's feet. Therwan Saranai Harshi, if you can briefly tell me anything, any particular topic that you're talking. Yes.
I was beginning to explain the practical approach, so if you can expand on it, that will be great.
Okay.
I mean, if there's a topic that you want to talk about,
yes.
If there's any other topic that you want to talk
about, I think we can expand on what you have said because it's very useful.
Yeah, since there are new programs.
It's okay, Harsh. We can talk a little bit on this one.
First. Okay. Yeah, then we can move on to.
Okay. Yeah, so if I briefly sort of touch on the 4 practical experiences that Aryan Vasi has taught us. It's actually simple and easily understandable, but it's not something that should be taken as thoughts because this is something that we observe very often. Our fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, all who are following this, they often listen to these presentations of the practical experience and they tend to by heart the sentences and the words and then read it, kind of repeat the same thing. And that very obviously comes as a thought. Actually, thoughts will cover your Nibbana pathway. Thoughts are all creations of your sense faculties, and when the thoughts are taken as real, you give a value to all these thoughts that completely moves you away from the correct path. Actually, what you should try to do, actually what the system should try to do is to go by the feeling, go by the feel, actually, that is a more correct word. So in these practical steps, right from the beginning, little by little, the feel is allowed to surface. Especially the first 2 steps are mostly you have to think and do it. Initially, you think of all 4 of these steps, and then gradually you realize that you don't have to sort of take an effort and think, but it automatically comes up as a thought. So, and later on, what happens is you get it as a feel. You don't need words, but you get it as a feel. So, right from the beginning, from the first step onwards until the end, the attitude you had or the concept you had being the self-feeling or the feeling of self-perception, I-ness, all these words are used. So that feel or the feel of that existence is the one gradually getting faded, and then by the 4th step you have that experience, the system have that experience where there is no self. So it is actually a gradual process, but for the convenience and for the convenience of understanding it, it's divided into 4 steps. So the first step is that there is no real world. All are your mind creations. So everything is your mind. So in other words, the camera is turned towards the self. So this is something which is difficult actually right at the beginning, because we all take as the world as real, and then we tend to focus the camera to the outside world, and we expect all the goods and bads and sadness and happiness, all sorts of things we expect from the outside world. So that is the ignorance or avidya. So breaking this link is the most difficult thing, because when you realize that this is my mind, or this is the mind of this system, you are a bit shaken to realize, now, is it true? So if you take so many examples, I mean, in day-to-day life, you can do it as a practice, simple practice. Something that shakes you. It may be in the form of a happiness, it may be a form of clinging, or it may be a form of anger, sadness, something that shakes you, something that makes you feel. You can analyze and see how it got created in your mind. Now, one of the good examples, this I think Aaron Vase also has mentioned this. I am sure all of us have experienced this. You go to the hospital to visit a patient, and you pass many patients, many beds, and some patients may be in very serious condition with all sorts of saline drips and oxygen and all sorts of groaning sounds with pain, but you tend to pass them, and then you see them, you hear the sound, still you don't feel that shakiness within you. The moment you see your relative or your family member who is there, then you can feel the spark that suddenly appears within you. And with that spark, again, your eye vibration, and maybe if there is a sound of talking or calling, you will have your ear vibration. But the spark that occurs immediately with identification of so and so, my family member, my friend, or my relative, oh, there he is. And your mind spark instantly occurs at that point with all your past data about that person. And then also there will be an influx of feelings again, sadness. Oh, what has happened to him? I feel very sad. All sorts of thoughts are in that spark, in that single spark. So see the difference. You are passing so many people, but instantly you get a completely different feel as a product of your mind sensor. So that is the difference. There you are giving a weight, or you are giving, the system gives a weight, or the system automatically gives a big value to the creation of the mind. So like this, small examples you can always apply in day-to-day life, because these practical steps actually can be applied to all 4 postures. So standing, sitting, lying, walking, all sorts of postures you can apply. unlike the concentration meditation where you have to sit and sit in one position. So you cannot apply concentration meditation to many postures like that. But this meditation, these 4 steps, actually you can apply to whatever the activity you are doing. So every time you can see that the sensor faculties are vibrating, some information is formed as a product, as a collective function of this, which we call the thought. So thought is the one which gives the analysis or the information, naming a word. All things happen with the formation of this thought. So it's an instant happening. And the moment you cannot separate out the function of the eye faculty from the function of the thought mind sensor. It happens automatically, even though it is described as 2 circles in Dhamma. It is described, but practically you cannot feel 2 levels. So it is a flow of thoughts. So this is the first step where you try to recognize, the system tries to recognize this is all a creation of the mind. So the mind, is it something solid? Now that is the next thing that you have to sort out. Now when you practice the first thing, when you explain the first step, you tend to have a little feeling that thought is something solid and persisting, because everything is focused and everything is credited to the account of thought, and everything is sort of the responsibility is given to the thought. So the system might feel that there is a thought, something called thought, which is persisting. Then we have to go to the second step where you should have a very clear understanding about this true Dhamma, Darshane, what is explained in Darshane, how the thoughts are formed. So this is, I think we have talked about it again and again. Thought is a result of the collective function of the other 5 senses, or separately it can act as a separate entry point, and some experience that was there in the past, some stage, will spark at this moment. Or it may be the result of the collective function of the other 5 sense faculties right at this moment. But to have that spark, which we call a thought, there should be some experience in the past. So if you come across a plant that you have never seen, never touched, never heard of, you will have your faculties, sense faculties functioning and identifying it as a plant. But there is no name for that, because there is no mind spark formed, because there is no data, no past history. But if somebody says that this is a plant called, we can say, madang. Madang is a type of a fruit, a small berry type of fruits that is grown in Sri Lanka. So somebody says this is a madang plant. Now you have got the data. Now the next time when you see a plant, again there is some faculty vibration, the eye and the ear sensation. And as a result, now here when the thought is formed, with the previous spark, presently you get the same spark. This is madang tree. Now you have that additional data. So like this, thoughts are formed instantly then and there. There's a flow of thoughts. And this is not something permanent. It's an instant thing that created and then vanishes the next fraction of second. So then when you come to the second step, you know that there is nothing called permanent mind. Then the third and fourth steps actually more or less like feels, but initially you will have to use your thoughts and then sort of look at in that angle, but later on you will get it as a feel. Third and fourth steps actually more or less close to each other. What is trying to get convinced is that this is all a sensor function which takes turns one from the other. Very fast sensor functions changing from one to the other, and there is no doer is the last one. There is no doer, but some activity is happening, and you feel a very lightness, and then the system will feel a very lightness or some tranquil feeling while the activity is taking place. So when you use the words, actually, sometimes with the words you find it difficult to explain, particularly the last two steps. But you tend to understand, or the system tend to feel exactly how it is. But you have to, if you are presenting it as an activity in one of the programs, you need to express it in words. But when you practice with something simple like walking, gradually you tend to apply these things to all sorts of little things that you are doing at home. And you need to go from step one and sort of do it in order. Automatically, you tend to feel that there is no doer here. There is some automatic function that is happening with a very light feeling, with no heaviness. So briefly, these are the 4 steps actually that is described. So more you practice on this one, you become more and more familiar. And then you don't have to go in sentences and try to sort of repeat the same thing. You tend to feel that when there is a very light feel. So these programs are actually now happening in so many centers all around the world, or all around the island. Generally, it was made to 7 days early actually, because 2 days the Dhamma facts were taught, the basics of how the mind is formed, what is meant by thoughts, and how the world is created by the sense of faculties. So those facts were discussed within the first 2 days, and then the next 4 days were dedicated to the 4 steps. But there were many practical difficulties because some people actually come and couldn't stay all 7 days. So now it has been sort of summarized to 1 day program, where the first half of the day, the darshana is explained, and then the afternoon mainly concentrating on the walking meditation is practiced. And right at the beginning, a person who comes for the first time sometimes may not feel what is actually explained in these 4 steps. A person particularly who is not very familiar with these preachings by Aryan Wahanse will feel only just a sort of comfort that you feel with concentration meditation.
But practically, I want to say, it's okay. I want to say, just practically that 1, 2, 3, 4 is it's not happening. Practically, it's not happening someone very important is first one is Purabhaga Pratipada. Its meaning is
Yes.
understanding. Without understanding, you haven't a practical path. It's very important.
Yes.
How is
Yes.
Ella feel is coming? It's very important. We want to explain how is Ella feel is coming. Someone don't know. He don't know the Dhamma.
Yes.
It's very important. It's not a theory. It's not a knowledge. It's actually is happening. How is power is generating? How is Ella feel is coming? How is all is happening here? It's very important. I think a newcomer is here. What's her name is Shani. Are you there? Yeah.
Everyone's like,
Yeah. There was some like that. You can ask the questions. Otherwise, a few days ago you asked me that question. No, same. It's a singer. But I like these questions coming English version this soon. I don't know. Are you joined before this Zoom? Today is the first day. I don't know.
I have joined, but I haven't talked before.
It's okay. Yeah. You have. Yeah. You have.
Yes.
You want this, no? You want know the truth.
Yes.
You want know this.
Yes.
That's why. It's okay. You can ask the questions because it's not a knowledge. You know this. You want truth. So otherwise, everybody want truth. Truth is not knowledge. So, Harsha, are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, Renos, there one side.
Harsha, I think book reading is now over. May I correct? It's not happening today also. But you see
Book reading, I read the book, Renos.
What's the book?
Book 6, volume 6.
Volume 6. It's okay. What's volume 6? Volume 6. The Truth of Mahasat and volume 2 Freedom from Mind. Is okay?
I think so, yeah, Renos.
Freedom of Mind. I have that book in my hand. Which page read today?
Give me a second, Renos.
Yeah, it's okay.
So I read page 142.
142. It's large. It's large. 42. It's yeah, it's okay.
Freedom.
Yeah, it's okay. There's discussion is there, no? Yes.
Yeah, that discussion.
There are so many questions you ask. When everything is put together, it's become only one question. That is what is Nibbana. What is Nibbana? It's okay. So, yeah, it's volume 5, volume 6. It's volume. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Volume 4. There's volume 3.
This is volume 6.
Yeah, I know that one. It's volume 6. So volume 5, volume 4 is volume 3. It's volume 2. The one is volume 1. It's okay. So volume 1 is there. That volume 1 book have this explanation. So explaining. It's okay. It's very important. That's why. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think after this volume 6, I think is good is continue again. Starting volume 1. Volume 1.
Okay.
Because there is the philosophy, Buddhist philosophy is there. So it's very important. I think it's Shani. You started volume 1. I think it's good, no, Harshi? Sometimes Shani have the time, so Shani can give a message. Harshi can explain that. days, because Shani, I introduced International Meditation Center is there. I given her to some kind of part. So explain the foreigners this Dhamma. So he won't encourage. No, he won't experience. No, she won't experience because she won't discussing. She won't realizing. She won't experience. She's a newcomer. Harshi, do you know what I say? You
Yeah,
understood what I say? Yeah.
she can
It's-
start the discussion, right?
Yeah. Because
That's good.
she's newcomer. But she can speak English. How much she can is okay, no matter. So we won't explain. So foreign some guys, they don't know. Otherwise, they speak English. Especially the Italian and the France and some guys, they don't know the English otherwise. So I have some equipment, translating equipment. So we can do that. That many languages there. It's okay. But we won't know this this Dhamma. We won't know what's happened here. What's the truth? It's very important. I think it's very nice, very understand. Otherwise, the her actually what's the name? Shan Ashini, you know? Ashini, yeah, Shan, you know? Shani, yeah, it's okay. Shani, how much can you try? It's okay, no matter. We won't do this best. First is understand is good. How is life feel is coming? How is all is happen here? How is coming? Shani, do you know how is life feel is coming? Can you tell us how much you understood? How is life feel is coming? Do you know about that? Shani, yeah.
Alive feelings, I know it is as a power.
Yeah.
So it's actually generated from this illusion of this vinyanya, and we give it more power and think it's there, it's already there. So we
Yeah, we are Harshi. We are talking about Vijnana, word is consciousness.
Mind.
It's okay. Yeah, mind consciousness. Harshi, you given words list. Shani, I think it's good because it's a Vijnana and the consciousness. The sanya is a perception. So this words is no more words, no few words here. So okay. So don't fear. Shani. It's okay, no matter. There's no problem for that. It's okay. You have a few time it's going. It's okay. You can understand this. You can. It's not problem. Problem is Dhamma. So language is not a problem. Problem is the Dhamma. You know what I say. You know what is defilements? Defilements is not it's not a language. Defilements is feel. No. Yeah. Important is that one. How is fading the defilements? Is very important. No, because everybody know Nibbana is fading the defilements. Final tranquility is here. No.
Yes.
That's the result. It's okay. That's the effort. So. Very important is mechanism. How is this mind is created? It's very important. That's why I told that the True Dhamma has awakened volume 1. Very important. Every day you can start this Zoom discussion. Shani, first few page, 1 page or 2 page or 3 page or 4 page or no matter what's Dhamma there. You can read this book. It's okay. Every day. After have you any question or anything? You can ask the Harshi or other. It's okay. Harshi, you support her few days. It's okay.
Yeah,
Harshi?
Renat.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's good. I think this discussion is very important. Everybody, because this is the is Buddha's word is Mahanida. Is the important point is here. Our sense creations. It's very important. Someone know how is creating these sensors, how is this mind sensor also happening, how is this consciousness is coming. The consciousness is the vinya. It's okay. Is that one is the existent field. Otherwise, no, there's a chair. We are example. We are talking the chair. Chair is a sound and form. It's okay, but we have a existent field, no? That's why. How is coming this existent field? That one is very important. The chair is existent. The other side is you are also there. No, who have chair? Is you have chair? No. How is you? Me, my mind is coming. That's existent field is coming. No. That's why you have chair. The chair, you know the chair. So me, my mind is coming like that. No. My chair. No. Chair, mine. The chair is mine. No. How is mine? My is coming. Me, how is coming? I. How is coming? Me, my mind. That's the Buddha's word is. Etam mama, eso hamasmi, ameso atta. That's the Buddha's word. That's existent field is there. Other side is alive field is there. Without existent field, you can't tell it. Alive field. You see this? One coins have two sides. Other side is existent field. Other side is alive field. May I correct Harsh? It's okay?
Yeah, Renat.
Yeah, that's good. So, Shani, you first you want to know how is this sensor created? It's very important. So, how is light is coming? How is our eye creation? So, sometimes I know you heard Sinhala Dhamma discourses. I know you heard there. It's a skanda we are talking. That speed, sparking speedily. Is effort is light. You see that? How is light is there? That's why. That's a spark, no? That's the vibrations, speed. That's a mechanism, no? Mechanisms there. That one is very important. How is light is coming, no? That's sensor creation. Without eye, you can't see. This blind guy can't see, no? Otherwise, a colorblind guy, they can't see red color, they can't see green color. How is that happening? Because that vibration is not that wave is not going more than up and down. So more up and down is red. No, little bit up and down is green. That's why it's a red, orange, yellow, white. Waves these are. That's why. This is speed, sparking. Sparking is one spark is the wave. How much up and down it's going? That's the power is more, is there. It's okay. That power is otherwise red. How is this, no? You see this, how is red, how we are seeing red, how we are talking about orange. You see, otherwise, kindergarten time, there's a little child, don't know red or anything. It's okay, that's a baby in the cot, little baby. It's a red in mind, don't know anything. But after kindergarten time, what happened? Teacher given the picture, eye, and given the sound is here. Is what happened that ear also is a drum inside there, vibration is there. It's a telepathy is happening. Same is waves. No, that's why sound is there. So there is science, huge science. The sense creations. So, various of living being have various of type of ear. Dog hearing more than range human ear. No, dog hearing is a more than sounds, smooth sounds. So we can't hear that type of. So that's why various of living being have various of senses. Otherwise, there's a varieties there. So what is this world? World is a sensory world, no? The sensor creation has given us this world, no? This various of living being have various of type of world. That's why individual world or everybody is living. Have you understood what I say?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not outside, it's our mind. That's why we are talking as mindful word. So it's very important. So otherwise very important, I feel how is coming. Because I feel is the mean of how is me is happening. Sakkaya Ditthi Sotapanna, we are talking. It's not someone understood this truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. He know everything is not real. These are sense creations. So that's why Sotapanna is talking, because he beyond the world, he know this world is not real, it's illusion. That's why Vijnana is not real. His consciousness is not real. It's illusion. So someone understood this truth. He know this. That's why people in worried, in sadness and suffering, because they are thinking this world is real. No? My baby something happened, or my home something happened, or me something happened, or that's your mind. No, you are thinking. No, where's the valuable thing? It's your mind. No, how much gold is value? It's your mind. We are talking. No, we are telling. That's mindful word. That value is how it's coming. It's our mind. Because this mind given existence, everything real, right? No, real, but it's not real. It's it's not real. It's a magic. Huge magic is here. It's very important. So how is this magic is coming? How is this magic is happening? That's why I like a magic. I say, okay, how is this magic? So we want to understand how is this I is happening? How is this light is coming? So it's happening. No, it's automatically constructing. No, it's naturally phenomenon. Nobody is doing this. So it's like a nature. It's happening. That's a chitta niyam, is Buddha's word. Yeah, you have eye, it's okay, it's creating. That's light is coming. You are not blind, but it's not real. How this? The mechanism. That's one is not real. So after your sadness and suffering is disappearing, because no value is here. Because everything is not real. No, this is very important. How is our LI feel is disappear? How is our value is disappear? That's ego, no? Otherwise, ego is disappear. That's a defilement. Otherwise, same. What do you think about Harashi? Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, Renvans, there once
Yeah. What do you think about? That's my explain. So, can you do you want something at?
No, good and Mahasa. The only thing that exists when we say existent feel, what it means is, when there's a chair, it feels like chair is out there, right? Like, even though someone says it's an illusion, you can't just straight agree to that, because it feels like, you can touch it, you can kick it. That feeling is a feeling that we have. I mean, we have to say it like that. And that same feel is and also it feels like I am experiencing the chair. I am seeing the chair. I'm the one who knows the name of the chair. I am the one who can touch the chair. right? If there's a smell, like if there's a leather smell or something, I'm the one who can smell that, taste that, or whatever it is. So that feeling is because of these vibrations, because of this, the rapid nature of these vibrations, they kind of appear, and that feel also kind of it gets extended to feel like the sense of the self, like, even though we say it's an illusion and it's a mental construct, it feels like there's a self, right? That is how that is created. I just wanted to clarify. Aaron has explained. I just wanted to add that bit to it.
Yeah, very important. This is not a knowledge. This is really happening. No, that's why it's very important. It's not only the knowledge. It's really happening because you can realize when you're a baby. No, you can understand this. It's very important. As how his chair is coming, how his table is coming, how his mother, how his father, everybody like this. It's very important. So this world, what's your world? Your world have mother, father, home, everything. Now, how we are firing, something happened, we can't tolerate because we are living this mind. We are living this illusion. But we don't know we don't know we are in illusion. We are thinking we are in reality. But we are talking about mango tree. But Sri Lankans are not telling the mango. They are talking ambaga. Otherwise, Chinese are not talking this sound. Sound is not real. Mango tree is not real. The picture otherwise is your eye. Various of eyes have a variety, various of living being. This eye is not real. Eye creation is not real. Otherwise, your sound is not real. So, thus your effort is finally is thought is mango tree. It's not real. What is the happen here? Mom also same. So Sri Lankan poor guys, the, they're selling the babies, foreign guys. So the example is this baby grow up in foreigner mom. Example the US or somewhere. That baby don't know who's the mother, but baby I come in that white color mom picture. That one is telling mother. So baby is talking about mother. As a sound, mother is a sound. Picture is the white woman. But baby don't know who's the mother. But baby I is coming, that white picture is there. That type of picture is the mother. Sound is the mother. But actually that baby's mother is not that white woman. Really mom is here, Sri Lanka. But that baby don't know. The time is going. The studying at mother teach the baby and mother helping the baby. And many things happen. After day is coming, time is over. Mother is old. Now she is dead. Time is coming. So that baby is very, very sad and suffering because mother is dead. But whose mother? She's not baby's mother. But this mother is a pitch and sound, no? What do you think about Shani? Do you understand what I say?
Yes,
It's our
sir.
mind. It's our mind.
Yes.
You are talking today. It's your mother. Is there. The picture is there. Sound also there. That is your mind. Some babies is is misplacing as that. I was telling that Harshi, that example is baby is grow as a born time. Some babies misplaced.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes when babies are born at, in the hospital, they can get switched. Sometimes they do it deliberately, sometimes by mistake, babies can get switched, and, this mom will take a different baby, another mom would take the baby of this mother. You understand that situation? So, yeah, Ranas.
Yeah, it's happening, but some stories that baby becoming the that's age is coming elder. Is married after everything is happening. After someone is telling this mother is not your mother. After that guy is thinking this mother is not my mother. Who's my mother? Some guys are coming Sri Lanka here, finding the mother. Stories there, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere we can see. They find the mother, but they are talking. Their mother is there, but they know they are grow up in. They are coming this age. They are finding the mother. There's a real mother is here, but they don't know that mother is not real. No problem. But someone is telling is this mother is not your mother. What happened to you? It's a thought, no. It's change in mother. What is this mother? What is these thoughts? That's why Buddha told every time, Dhamma is everything. Dhamma vina natti pitacha mata. What is this word? No mother or father without Dhamma. You don't know the Dhamma. You don't know the mother and father. You know the Dhamma. You know who's your mother or father. It's your mind. How is this story? How we explain this real truth? Kisa Gautami suffering because Kisa Gautami's babies died, no? Died. Kisa Gautami, so coming to Buddha and telling this case. So I want my baby. So Buddha told, yeah. What's Buddha told? I can. I was telling that verse, Harshi. I can.
If you
Yeah.
to Kisa
Kisa
Gautami,
Gautami.
yeah, if you
Yeah.
I can bring the baby back to
I
life.
can.
Bring the baby back to life.
Yeah, I can bring the baby back to life. Yeah.
Yes, if she can
I
find
can give the medicine. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can recover. No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if she can bring a seed, mustard seed.
So after
from
that, after Kisa Gautami's mind is coming. The happy mind is coming. No, there's a positive mind is coming. Kisa Gautami's mind is fell down because baby is dead. But after Buddha told, no, I can given the life again, baby. No. At that time, Kisa Gautami tried. Yeah, Kisa Gautami, Buddha told Kisa Gautami, find the, what's that, arbor?
mustard seed.
Yeah. No one died. Anyway, somewhere. That's, you told that, Harsh.
So
can tell. You can tell. Yeah, it's okay.
to bring a mustard seed from a house where no one has died, no one related to them had died.
Yeah.
So she went looking for, went looking for a mustard seed from such
Yeah.
a house, from house to house, and no one had. There was no such house where no one related to them hadn't died. Someone related to them died. So while she was, going in search for this particular place to get that special mustard seed, she realized that, death is like a common thing to anyone, like it can happen to anyone
Yeah, it's a
nowadays.
normal. It's a natural one. So after Kisagotami, mind is cooled down. It's a nature. He can't change the nature. So really, there is no baby or anyone. It's Kisagotami's mind. That type, same. No anywhere, mother or father. It's our mind. But you won't understand. You won't understand what's happened here. But after you can, you won't. After you have confidence, the anytime what's happened, anything can be happen. But your inside not vibrate anything, any pain, no, because you know what is the real world. This world is not real. It's your mind. That's the confidence coming. So today, humans struggling many times because they don't know the truth. That's why I want to tell this. This truth is very important. Every humans. How animal understand this? It's not easy. But human can understand. Nobody is here. No one is here. Everybody systematically is happening. Everything is systematically happening. Sela Sutra is there. Sela Terni told this. Nahidang atta katam bimban nahidang paragatanga. Nobody is doing this. Everybody is systematically is happening. Everything is nature. We are thinking. That's the ego is coming because more ego is coming. He's thinking nature is other one. I am doing. I am his other one. No, anybody is here. Everything is nature. Everybody is same because everybody is nature. That's the cool mind is coming. Someone know this Dhamma. That's cool mind is coming. Tranquility is there. Finally, calm and cool. Because no race is here. Why we are fighting? Why war is here? Why we are in race? Who is big guy? Who's bad guy? Who is good guy? Who is rich guy? Who is poor guy? Everything is your mind. No one is here like this. Everybody is breathing. Everybody have blood. Everybody one day die. What's here? What's happening? Like a trees. Like a nature. The trees fell down, no? Everybody is the same result, no? Everyone have. What is silly thinking? No? How nice this world. Someone understood this truth. World is very, very interesting and very nice because every time everybody happy because loving kindness there. Because someone know this Dhamma actually like loving kindness there. Because nature also is living beings also everything is a same everything is close. No, very close. Because you are the nature. That's nature, guys. Today, human going wrong. I think human going wrong way. How they are depending against nature. They can't depend against nature. You see that that's ocean, sea, arising, no? The waves, no? Coming. That waves thinking, I'm another one, ocean is another one. But it's not happening. Ocean is the rising, is same. Like this, our thoughts, we are thinking, I'm another one, nature is another. No. You are the nature. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's thinking. Everything is nature. Same. Vibrations. Given us this everything. You know, hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything. It's vibrations. 5 aggregates, no? May I correct myself? That's a Mahabhuta. It's nature. Solidity or liquidity or everything. Hot, cool, everything. It's waves. You know, heat is waves. Light is waves. And sound also waves. These thoughts also waves. The electric power also waves, the magnetic power also waves, and the mind power also waves. Our alive feel is power. It's thinking power. That existent power. The speed is given this power. Our eye creation given us. Light is alive. Existent feel is light. Existent feel, our ear sense creation given us. Sound is existent. Other feel is smell, taste, and body feel, smooth, rough, this type, everything. Solidity, liquidity, everything is same like this. So, you know, sense creation given us this sounds, lights, this type, like a film is coming. You know, this sound waves and the picture waves and the together coming and the thoughts is coming, you know, thinking waves come. Chair tables, sense of creations. Effect. Cause and effect Dhamma is here. Effort is waves, is of speed. No, cause is waves, speed. Effort is thoughts. Sound also. Vibrations, waves. Also, light also, same. Spark, speed, rapidity, speed. So sound and this firm together coming, that's the thought. So this thought again and again and coming, that's the thought coming, exists, a feel, it's a power. So you know, vijnana is a consciousness word is we are using is a living being word is we are using. We ask the living being, they ask the consciousness. Say, it's a power. But people don't know how his power is generating, how his power creating, how his power is stopping. The Nibbana is someone understood this. You know, nothing here, anything. This power is disappearing. So after thought have value. Value is disappearing, that's the defilements are fading. Same. Otherwise, I feel also, your ego is fading. Same. No? Final is tranquility is here. Everything normally happening, your thoughts also normally coming because mind is also working normally. So day-to-day activities and everything is going normally. But someone understood this Dhamma. Someone understood this truth. Here, what's happened? What's going on? No problem anywhere. That's peaceful mind. That's really, really. No death or birth. These are thoughts otherwise. You are thinking you are dead. One day you are dead. You are thinking you are birth. It's thoughts. You know, every time stimulus are coming, thoughts is happening. Every time one thought is here, it's not real. That's to understand is the inside meditation. Vidarsana. That's dependent origination. Is understand how is these thoughts are coming. How is this alive feel is coming. Do you know? That's very important. That's the Buddothpado International Meditation Center. Why? Why very important this? Because this is not normally meditation. Here, we are explaining the truth and we are giving you the practically, you can feel, you can experience it. What is the truth? You know, it's a knowledge. You can explain. We are explaining after you have that knowledge, you know, nobody is here. But very important, practically, we are given package, program to you. It's your experience. After you know, it's your experience. It's not believing, it's not trust. Finally, you are the nature. You are the everything. You have endless happiness. It's very important. That message we are given all world. This center is practically is training center, human life, and every living being. Circle of birth, how is happening? How is ending this circle of birth? How is happening endless happiness? No death of birth. You are winning your death. You can get the prize. It's tranquility. That's very important. Our meditation centers, very important. Human being. I think happy to say tomorrow is your experience. You can experience it. We are doing our best. We won't teach this. We won't given you our experience. We won't share into you. It's your experience. After you are you have that, no? Tranquility. It's very nice. Peaceful world is our future. We are wishing. It's our vision. International Meditation Center. Buddothpado. Dhamma. Discourses is going that way. Everybody's becoming the Nibbana. That's right. It's tranquility. It's nice feeling. Nibbana Paraman Sukham is the Buddha's word. It's inside meditation. It's not easy. It's not concentration meditation. It's very important. Because whole world today is struggling. What is real Buddha's dependent origins Dharma? What is real Buddha's explaining? What is real Buddha's inside meditation? We have experience. That's why. This is not only the words this happening. Today also happening this. Today also is spiritual guys are here. Today also Arahata era is here. I think it's becoming. That's the meaning of awaken to the Buddothpado. That's our book's name. No, Vivek of Gautam Buddha says. The true Dhamma has awakened. It's nice feeling to you. It's tranquility. It's very important. Peaceful and calm world is the final coming. What did you think about Harshi? Yeah, I don't know how he's here. Yeah, what's your feeling? Others, Dr. Ravi, are you there? What do you think about Dr. Chandni?
Sir, were you
Yeah,
asking me or?
yeah,
No, actually, Aren Hanse gave a sort of very detailed explanation about how the perceptions occur as a result of the sensor functions and how mostly it is the vibrations of the eye and the ear which results in the misconception of mother or myself. So you gave a very sort of detailed explanation about that. And that is the basis of what we have to understand Aren Hase, because the self-feeling or the alive feeling, how it happens as a result of the current. Actually, that current is the one which is named as the self-feeling or alive feeling. That was a detailed explanation by you, Aren Hase.
yeah, it's okay. I think it's very important, everybody. That's the experience is very important, otherwise. Today our time is over, no?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
tomorrow we can join again. Terasana,
Okay.
Terasana and Dr.
Terasana, I pay
guys.
my homage at your feet, Aren Hase. Terasana, everybody.
Terasana. Shani, are you there? It's okay. Terasana, Shani. Yeah, Terasana. Terasana, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again.
Good morning. Can you give me a minute? Everyone, Saranai. Sorry about the wait. Good morning, everyone. Everyone, Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Hanse, our noble friend and teacher. Everyone, Saranai Aryan Hanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com, and today we're starting with page 139. The discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Saranai Aryan. In yesterday's Zoom discussion, you described a fierce rain in which weapons fell to the earth instead of water. This reminded me of a story I heard about 45 years ago from my grandmother, which was part of a Buddha Desana. According to that story, the lifespan of people becomes very short. At such times, when people indulge in wrong sexual acts, gems fall to earth as rain. When this happens, people fight to get more for themselves and seek ways to protect their possessions. Defilements cover the earth, and then a rain of weapons, Muruga Sangvarsha, falls. People fight with these weapons, but in the meantime, a group of pious people who live a spiritual life remain safe from destruction. These good people get the opportunity to reborn in the Abhasara world, gods of steaming radiance. Later, they return to the earth and continue life. This story is very similar to the one you described. Even today, human beings harm each other with weapons, and even artificial creations like robots are still made by humans. Aryan Mahanse, this is truly amazing. In truth, I spoke about this without knowing it had been mentioned by the Buddha. Many of my explanations come from my own discovery through superior wisdom or abhijnana. When I experienced the Alamariya Jnana Darshana, these insights arose spontaneously. I later encountered the sutta that described similar events. Most of my realizations have occurred in this manner. Even the doctrine of dependent origination was understood personally. This represents an extremely superior level of wisdom. Then the discourses flow naturally, like a river, born from the experiences and the wisdom arising from them. This is not mere knowledge. In 2018, I intended to share this treasure with the world, but the audience was not ready to absorb it. Later, when I fell ill with corona, I realized that if I died, it would be unfair to the world. That is why the Dhamma is now revealed to the world and it continues. This revelation points to the bliss of Nirvana. You do not need to grasp the Dhamma. It is simple and beautiful. You feel it through your own inner spiritual change and purification. So in this discussion, Aryan Mahansi illustrates that true insight does not always come from scriptures or books. It can arise spontaneously from superior wisdom, abhijnana, and personal experience. Tripitaka, or the Pali Canon, is like a recipe to make a cake, but he who really knows the Dhamma, he who realized Dhamma and saw the Dhamma within themselves, is equivalent to a person who really tried to make a cake using that recipe. Otherwise, everyone is arguing about just the recipe. The story of weapons raining down symbolizes the chaotic and destructive consequences of defilements. You know, when people have desire and ill will, hatred, jealousy, anger, all the negative emotions, the hatred, it can grow and grow and grow. And it can create chaos and destruction. Those are the destructive consequences of defilements. So during this, the reign of the weapons, the people who are spiritual, who are realized, they remain protected due to them being seeing the truth. They are not affected by defilements. Notice that the Dhamma is not merely intellectual knowledge. We've talked about it many, many times. Knowledge is mind-made. Mind is a creation that comes into existence moment to moment. And knowledge is born out of that mind. And it's bound by concepts, but wisdom arises through direct observation, awareness, and inner transformation. When we say awareness, there's two kinds of awareness. One is the right awareness. The other one is we can call it the wrong awareness. In the mundane plane, maybe we refer to, we could have awareness about where our things are, what we are doing, that kind of thing. But right awareness, here, the superior awareness, is that nothing becomes a thing, not attached to anything. The one who's realized, he doesn't dwell in the mind. He sees, he doesn't have the internal burning. That is the right awareness that is referred to here, and the inner transformation. Just as the gems and weapons represent phenomena caused by actions and defilements, the mind's creation, thoughts, perceptions, and the notion of a self arise through vibrational processes and dissipate when observed with pure awareness. Okay, that's a better word, pure awareness. The participants' recognition of having encountered these truths in previous cycles reflects the timeless and universal nature of Dhamma. Those who prepare to receive it through readiness of mind, ethical cultivation and insight are able to experience Nibbana directly, without attachment or grasping. The teaching emphasizes that bliss and liberation are not external rewards, but the natural consequences of inner purification and self-awareness. So this purification, inner purification, is nothing but knowing in the moment if that particular thought in that moment believes in a so-called word and a so-called self. If it doesn't, it's purified, it's pure awareness. There's no internal burning there. If the thought that you have in this moment believes the so-called external world exists and the so-called self is arisen in that thought, the becoming or the bhava is formed. Therefore, jati or the birth is formed. Birth is the birth of the self in one thought. And in the next thought, there's the birth of the self. In the next thought, there's birth of the self for the ignorant. Sorry. So when this happens so fast, because vibrations are so fast, manifestations of them are so fast, the existent field too happens so fast, the resulting, the sense of self tool as a product takes place so fast. One thought to another thought to another thought, the attention moves and it feels like there's a continuous self. There's no continuous self except for the thought you have in this moment, which believes in an external world. And there's that internal burning, the sense that something's out there and sense that I am here. It becomes, as we continue to talk about this, it becomes much simpler and simpler and simpler because it's the same thing. It's so simple. There's no external world out there as we thought it did. And the so-called self is being born in the moment. Because if something's out there, that same vibration, the power underneath it, gives rise to the sense of self. There are no two feelings. It's the same feeling being extended. But because of the duality, the dual nature of the mind, the external world and the internal world is created. And that is one of the most beautiful things about this Dhamma. How this existent feel and how this sense of self is created in the same vibration, same extended vibration. It cannot be grasped by the mind. It's an experience that you can experience. When you have the experience, you will see that this could have never been, this couldn't have been grasped by a mind ever. So it's like when an architect wants to build a house, he sees the vision of the house in his mind, but he would start drawing a side view, a top view, a rear view to make the others understand. So if the others have a good imagination or whatever, then they are able to see the same house based on minimum three views, 3 two-dimensional drawings. Similarly, this Dhamma is, the intellectual knowledge is like those two-dimensional drawings. Through personal experience that we are able to get to the abhijñā or the superior insight or the higher insight. See this Dhamma within us. See this Dhamma coming alive within us. See the mechanism of the mind live, how it happens, to see it within ourselves, to have that penetrative insight developed through penetrative contemplation. And that is why we have to continue to listen to them and really, really contemplate to make sense of it, because it doesn't. Because unless you see it within yourselves, it's just mere knowledge. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And to see it within yourself, it just doesn't happen, because as we enter the path, there's a lot of thoughts. Our minds are crowded. Our minds are kind of filled with thoughts, and we can't see the mechanism in the mind because we always run with our thoughts. We assume that we believe these thoughts are real and they mean what it says. When it says a book, we think it means a book. It doesn't mean anything. There's no object called a book out there. It is just a label that's been given by the convention. People from a different race, people who speak a different language would call it something else. So this mental veil, the fact that we carry it around, projecting it to the so-called external world, is the most difficult thing to see. When we, the image that is appropriate or relevant for a book, what we call a book, the image of that image doesn't become a book without that label. We are using that image to label the name book a book. The name or the sound, the book, becomes a book because it is attached to the image of the so-called book. If it was attached to something else, a book, what we call a book, will be hammer or something. So nothing is originating independently. They're dependent on many things. They're in the very first place, at the root, they start from vibrations. Vibrations happening at fast speeds manifests as images, sound, smell, taste, touch. And when all of them come together with respect to one package, book, mother, or whatever, it feels like this object that we refer to by a name is existing out there. So the book is not out there. The book didn't call itself a book. Without the label or the sound, the book, that image won't be a book. Without the image book, this label won't be a book. So if we didn't have any labels, what we are left with is just the experience, the raw experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. That is the experience of the radiant mind before the labels were introduced to the baby. And it runs deeper than that, further than that. And that sense of self that baby has, even though baby doesn't know the book exists or the mother exists, there's a sense that something's out there. So when everything is stripped off of its labels, what we are left with is the raw experience. But that experience too is not true. It too is an illusion that is born in the moment. Because there's no such thing called light, there's no such thing called sound, there's no such thing called smell, taste, touch. They too are manifestations of vibrations. When you drop a pebble into the still water, all these ripples are created. So the vibration that is created because of the power of dropping this pebble into the water, the way that the vibration, the ripples manifests, that manifestation is detected through the eye. The manifestation is the ripples. If there's some sound that's created because of water moving, the ripples moving through water, that sound of water movement, that is the manifestation as sound, manifestation of the same vibration as sound. There's no smell to it, but one can touch it. That is a manifestation. When one touches it, it will be just water or a colder temperature, but one will assume that I am touching the wave or the ripple, because that is the mental image that one would have. There's no taste. One can taste the water, and he or she would think that I am tasting the ripple. Just like how we would taste the pineapple. The tongue can only taste the taste of what we call pineapple. We cannot taste a pineapple. Pineapple is a label. So the raw senses too, they too are manifestations of vibrations. So when we slow down a vibration, when we slow it down enough, there's no vibration, because it happens so fast. It feels like there's a vibration. So essentially there's nothing. There's only emptiness. There's nothing to everything that we see, everything that we have based our entire world around, our loved ones, our children, our partners, our jobs, our past, our history, our accomplishments, the social status, everything is based on a lie that does not exist. And we are suffering. We've been suffering for so long. About what? Like now we know nothing. But like the extent of the deceit, the illusion it's magnificent. It's just astonishing when you see this. There had never been anything yet. It's just like the rainbow. There's no rainbow, but the conditions have to be there for the rainbow to appear. Rainbow doesn't appear on a sunny day, neither on a sunny day, nor on a rainy day. But when you have kind of both, kind of whether rainy, little bit drizzling, with some sunlight, the rainbow is born. The necessary conditions are met, therefore the effect is present. And we talk about the rainbow. We're happy to see the rainbow. We love rainbows. We take pictures. We write poetry. About what? About nothing. About an effect that comes alive, a fleeting effect that comes alive in the moment and that vanishes without any residue. Sometimes you may see, like, if the windows are open, there's like a flower bed on the outside. You can't see it, but the reflection of the flower bed is on a window. And it seems like this actually, I experienced this actually. There was some, bushes of roses, and I was staring at the window, thinking about something. All of a sudden, my attention landed on the window, the pane, the glass, and I saw the roses, and I'm like, it occurred to me, it's the same thing, the illusion, and with the colors and everything, and they're going in the wind. It really feels like the roses, but there are no roses there. It's an effect that came alive because the necessary conditions were met. What were the two necessary conditions? The window at that particular angle, and the bed of roses to be in that place together. But what was seeing was neither roses, neither window. It was a reflection of the roses that looked like roses, but you cannot make roses out of it or a window pane out of it. Just like when Aran Mahansa says, even though you can make ghee from the milk, you cannot make milk from the ghee. That process is irreversible. So the effect comes alive, which is the vibration, manifestation of vibration, which is the light, sound, smell, taste, touch. And it doesn't stop there. It continues to mature with the continuing vibrations and become objects, mental objects, become the existent field and the perception of self. And when you have when we have the perception of self, we cannot turn it into vibrations. But the only way that the sense of self could be eradicated is by seeing the mechanism of it, of how it came into existence in the moment. That way, when you know how the magician performs the trick, it's not magical anymore. Similarly, when you know how the mind is created in the moment, why would you be, when you know it's just a bunch of vibrations, nothing more, there's no mother, father, or loved one, why would you be attaching to a loved one or a mother or father or a child? That doesn't mean you are going to ignore your responsibilities. You will take care of your responsibilities, because still this illusion is there and things are happening. So you're part of that. Whatever you have to do out of compassion, you will continue to do. Just because you realize this Dhamma, you're not going to be a ruthless person. You are going to be more compassionate. Because without realizing this illusion, how the suffering is created in others. So you try to do as much as you could to share this Dhamma, share this truth. And if you cannot do that, in the very least, because not everybody is going to realize that, in the very least, you will start helping them with things that belongs to the mundane plane. And that's all I got for today. Theruvan Saranai Gandhima.
Theruvan Saranai Harshi. Thank you so much for your wonderful explanation. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Theruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as Harshi mentioned, actually this Dhamma is not a negative Dhamma. Sometimes one will feel whether they'll experience to spend the same ordinary life after even getting this Dhamma. So sometimes one may not reluctant, one may reluctant to listen this, expecting a kind of a major transformation and so on, like so. Actually, that's wrong. So all what's happening is here the mind is the stress area, mind is the burden area, because it is not a problem of the child, it is not the problem of the house, it is not the problem of the trees, it is not the problem of the colors, it is not the problem of sound or any taste. These are sensations, you see, and it's a natural phenomena that in this sensor system that naturally spark on its own and that give rise to some sensation. But the issue is that that sensation becoming a thing in the sense that is the stress level. So once that become real only all the needness for that and greediness for that arises. So simple as that. Therefore, it is not a problem of the things, but to what extent these things becoming real and felt like real is the issue here. Because all the experience in this system is some kind of sensation. So when you walk, your feet touches the ground and some solidity feel or some liquidity or some hot and cool, some sensation arises. So that's a totally natural phenomena. So these sensations, you see, that arises. So that's a normal thing. So even the colors, sounds, you see some sensation arises. But all these sensations are not a outside creation. All these sensations is a product of the sensor system itself. So every sensation is not real. So only thing is the sensation give rise the feel due to the speed of the activity. It give rise the feel that it is real. It is real. This is the problem. That's why color felt real, sound felt real, and the color and sound combining, and you see the things felt real, and the so-called self becoming real is this sensation becoming real. So this is the thing. Therefore, in this Dhamma, what happens? One sees what's the formation behind all these feelings, sensation, or the sensation feel like real, the existence. What is the formation behind this existence? And then it sees the magic behind the formation. So that is the break. Because all this time it was traveled in the entire samsaric cycle with this effect, with the so-called world becoming real. But now it is the disconnection, because it is seen, and that gave rise the liberation. So this is how this happened, in the sense what it is. Then it is not a problem of the mother, father, relations, humans, the whatever the trees and so on, anything, any worldly thing will not become a thing, because in that system it is not finding anything, but it is finding nothingness in anything. So simply that is that. So it will not become a thing. So the becoming is this delusion. The becoming is the ignorance. That is also a natural phenomenon. Becoming also, there is no doer there. Becoming also naturally happening. And the whole process happens, and becoming also has happened, and then there is the doer, notion of doer there behind back of all the worldly thing. So not becoming is also a natural phenomena. It is the reverse side, opposites of the anusota. So that's the patisota. So therefore there need not to have any greater fear of, you see, whether something would happen, whether this is a brainwash like thing is happening, you see. No, 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 nothing like that. This is clearly the reality is understood. Once the reality is understood, what happened, all the time there is a stress level. No, even let's say take a child. So whether this child is okay, is good in the school, will it score less marks, whether he's good in that. Likewise, you see the thoughts keeps on coming to the mother. So, shall I send him for another class? But maybe the child is really good in almost all the activities. But what happens until the child comes home? This mother is in a greater film. This is what happened when a thought become real in the system. Naturally, the next thought like was some stress film is running, but that mother even doesn't know like there is a real burden in here. This is what happened. So even when you say living, whether what to eat next day, getting foods, these things anyway will happen. But before happening, there is a real stress is going. That is, thoughts come. I have to do this. I have to do that. I have to do next one. Next one, next one, next one. When that whole keep of coming, that thoughts, you see, there's a high burden. It is because in the system, the whole world become real, the self become real. But now, what happened when this get resolved? Like, what is the so-called me, and what is this worldly thing? When this get cleared in the system, then it is more like the present moment. Even though the thought comes, yes, thought comes. Even thought comes, thought burden is not there. That's what is happening. That thought, that film, any film even, it is not a deep film. That film naturally become immaterialized in the system. So then it has not lived in a sort of a film. So that's the great liberation here. So all the activities are doing, but that the stress level or that the burden of self doing is not there. So this is the beauty, because otherwise one is in the cage of its own thought. It is a speed. Mind is a speed. It is not easy. If you just talk to somebody and see, they say they are really busy because their mind is busy, because that is the speed. What happened naturally due to this Abhisankarana thing, that is this getting stronger and stronger, power becoming stronger, that the system is in a quite a very extensive speed of next, and so on. So unnecessarily, one is really caught up in the speed. So thoughts comes and that burden come, tomorrow thing, next month thing, future thing, and all the things come, and this person is struggling in the mind because it can't cope up with the speed of the mind. That's why only way out of this speed is you must understand how this speedy formation give rise to real feel. When you see the feel, how the reality behind these speed formations only, one will get over from the speed cycle. Then it is beyond the cage. It is beyond the mind. Otherwise, living in the mind, nobody understand what kind of a burden they have undergone until they experience some relaxation beyond mind. So this is also a thing, because that stress, that next one, like it is very difficult to see because it has now practiced that because it is anyway in the film, and some people say their system tells like next one all the time, highlight the next one. So then maybe watches film, listen to music, and or go somewhere and or taste the food, like or something will come. I mean, that system doesn't allow any peaceful thing because it is a slave. That system is slave to the mind. Then it is not easy because mind will give so many things, and that also naturally in the film and keep on satisfying that, and it's quite difficult, always looking for something like. So this is the power, this is the inner wave. So that's why this Dhamma is important, because this inner wave cannot be seen until you see some form of a liberation, some form of a disconnection have to experience with the Dhamma. If that is experienced, then naturally system is somewhat in control. Otherwise, it's in the same speed, no? Then it is very difficult to experience the real tranquility and to see what's happening here, because it's almost caught up in the film. So therefore, this Dhamma is the science. That science is the speed given the vibration. But vibration, nothing is there. So mind means what? Mind is a wave. It's a speed. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But these are waves, different wave systems. Now some people, you see, they die fast because that is that wave strength. That wave strength is different from various system to systems. Now some animals, they have anyway a shorter life cycle. So even that one have a birth in human life, that wave strength would be very limited. So sometimes, I mean, something can happen. So we have seen sometimes some group of friends, either they go to a beach and then they gone up with the wave. So maybe the same team maybe go to a river and then they dies there. Or maybe some accident can occur, or maybe sometimes they might even can addicted to the drugs. So these are the waves. Wave strength are different. That's the thing. The wave strength is different. So it is not done by anybody, because that system will, something will happen to that system to end in that form. That is because that is the reading of that wave strength. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But where is good people? Where is bad people? These people means it is a thinking. But all these are waves. These are waves, and it's a part of the network of wave. That's a different communication. This network. So actually what happens, good people, bad people, it is what we say, no? But actually this is the wave balancing, because the whole universal phenomena is this vibration. It is the vibration, it is the wave. That is also not an existing thing. That is a forming thing, but there is some power is balanced. Everything is balanced in some form of wave balancing. So we see good, bad, so on like that, but it is a form of a balancing at the end of the day. So therefore, what is important is, if we have to look at this Dhamma not in the angle like a human looking at it, like these are drushtis, but really it is a current, it is a wave. This wave is the one which is taking the cycle. So if we understand how this wave is formed, how this speed gives rise to this existent field of present moment, only there is a chance of getting getting rid of this cycle effect. So that's why the cause and effect Dhamma is important, because cause and effect shows cause is the speed. What is the effect? Effect is this existent field. So that means it is not a existing thing. It is a present moment formation. So what is important is seeing the formation. As long as when someone sees the formation means it understand very correctly, it's a process. When something is a process means what? If it is a natural phenomena, then there is no ownership towards any of the sensation. But sensation becoming a thing is the delusion here. That is the drushti. That is how it was programmed. But now it is the right time to see how this has programmed. Then only there is a way out of the program. Yeah, Harshi, Terwan Saranai, I think others also can add.
Yeah, Therun Saranai, thank you for that valuable explanation. And there's Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Ravi. Therun Saranai, both of you, whoever want to go first. Therun Saranai, answer.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah, Therun Saranai, Dr. Chandani.
So yeah, I just wanted to add something, because we were talking about this young children, sorry, young people addicted to drugs. This addiction is also sort of a abhisankarana, isn't it? So because once taken, they get this happy sensation, so they want to like continue it. So they just take it again and again, repeatedly they take it. So what happens? Ultimately, they get addicted, isn't it? It's just like getting addicted to alcohol, sort of thing, isn't it, Harshi? So
yeah, actually, yes. Yeah, go.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing that into the discussion today, Dr. Chandani, and thank you very much for joining. Yeah, that was a very valuable discussion we had during Andolatmaka Deshana today. This addiction to ice, methamphetamine. Yeah, like you mentioned, it stimulates dopamine and it kind of secretes in large quantities. And they say like the regular happiness, whatever we get from eating something or having sex or whatever it is, that becomes 10 times more, because there's like extra amounts of dopamine that's secreted due to this drug. And with time, the natural production of dopamine gets depleted, it gets stopped. And I mean, there are doctors who can explain it better. All of you all are doctors. So anyways, the mind has this, the volitional formation, the abhisankarana. So this pattern continues and it's amplified, and the whatever the emotions that are created or the mental charge underneath is amplified. So And at the end, what will happen is there's no happiness, because now the natural production is no longer. If you want to have any kind of happiness, you have to have this drug. If not,
Continuously. Yes. So it is actually temporary happiness, no? So yeah. So to keep the happiness continuously, they have to keep going on taking the drugs. So it leads to that leads to addiction. Yeah.
Yeah, and even there's like without that, no happiness at all. And when you have addiction, and then there's withdrawal where you have like bodily pain and heat and some complaints of like needle kind of pain all over body and hopelessness, and obviously you get very skinny, no sleep, and you lose teeth eventually in about 1.5 years time. Becomes like a zombie basically.
Yes,
So
yes. Yes, it's like a vicious circle. Now continue to take it, and when we can't actually, I think they can't stop it. So it's like a vicious circle going on and on.
Yeah, they
Isn't
want
it?
to stop it. They know now they don't have the happiness because of this, but they can't stop it because if they're not on it, there's like so much of pain.
Yes.
And yeah, I think Dr. Ravi probably add to that. He probably knows this. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Harshi, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandani, Thiruvan Saranai, Renos, and everyone. Yes, yes, that discussion was very interesting. Yeah, so as Dr. Chandani mentioned, we externally stimulate by art, by giving something. We stimulate the brain cells, and we forcefully. What it happens is we forcefully stimulate those cells and forcefully let the cells to secrete more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So natural thing should be the power should be come from the receptors in the sense sensors. So when you get a sad feeling or happy feeling, so you have to have some kind of a thought there. With that thought, with the power of that thought, with that the energy that is built within that thought should trigger the secretion of dopamine. That should be the natural pathway. But instead of that, what is happening here is just forcefully give something meth, then let the brain cell to secrete more and more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So we just, what we are doing is we will what happens is forcefully asked to secrete happy hormones. So what is happening there, then the happiness is not natural. So it should come, ideally it should come from the receptors, initiated the pathway should be initiated from the entire pathway from the receptors or the sensors. But instead of that, it starts from something artificial. So that distort the entire balance of this nature. So natural process is distorted. So what happens is there would be, again, as Harshi said, a negative regulation would be there. So then, even though if we start to stimulate forcefully by giving more and more meth, it won't stimulate and it won't secrete dopamine anymore. So what will happen? The happy feelings that were there earlier, now it does not have. Even the other receptors or the other sensors, the amount that happy feelings come from the receptors is also not sufficient to trigger that hormone level to secrete. So that becomes entire body, as you clearly said, like a zombie, does not have feelings. A body is there, but feelings are not there. So 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 it is another kind of it is not the nature. So nature can't sustain that kind of a thing here. So it will it will gradually start to decay, because nature can't keep that system in sustainable state, because it has gone against the nature. So then what nature does is just let it die by itself. So that is what is happening, as Arana has explained it yesterday also. So even the outer appearance, face, muscle bulk, and everything become weak and weak and weak. Then of course the rejection of from the nature would start. So ultimately the fate it gets its the death. Yes, that's it. So rejection from the natural process. So so I don't think so the rehabilitation process is the most challenging part here. So how we should rehabilitate these kind of people. So it is the most so there may be certain steps that we can take. Just stop these things at once. So would it going to work? No, because just stopping abruptly everything, that makes him to suffer more and more. So I don't know, the approach should be very rehabilitation approach should be very I don't know how to say it, should be very comprehensive, and it
Yes, Dr. Ravi. Yeah,
yeah,
I
it
think
should be, yeah, we have to get certain approaches, just reduce while reducing the amount of myth that is given to that patient, and we have to start I think Aranwas is trying to no yeah
I think
yeah
Dr. Chandani was.
yeah John, Dr. Chandani, I want do you want to add something?
yes, I just wanted to add
Yeah.
something, Dr. Ravi, because
Yeah.
even before the rehabilitation part, as
Mm-hmm.
parents have a big role, no, in identifying these children,
Yeah,
signs of
absolutely.
children.
That's a
Yes,
point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So how to identify? I mean, especially the teenagers, they are like more anxious. They don't have any lack of motivation, and they
Mm-hmm.
sleep less and they eat less, loss of appetite, mood swings, and
Mm-hmm.
all that. As parents, we
Yeah.
have to identify, isn't it? First,
Yeah, yeah, as you clearly said,
that's what I
yes,
wanted to add.
parents, yeah, parents should have should take the most responsibility, because they are the one who knows the change in behavior of their own children. So way
And
they behave,
also,
yeah.
Dr. Ravi, burnt spoons and syringes, if you find
Mm-hmm.
in their rooms and stuff, that is also
Mm.
sign.
Yeah, maybe when so patient, some mothers have came and come and complain me that they have found some pills in the pockets from their children. So they ask me, what should I do, doctor, now? So these are not the usual drugs, that painkillers or something. So what are those? What were those drugs? What were those medication? And they showed me that those things. So So I was also helpless in that scenario. But if they caught to the police, definitely they will take to the police. And as parents, they don't want that to happen to their children. But there should be some place to go and tell these things. So I found these things from the pocket from my own son. So what should I do? So what I did was I directed to the narcotic. Say there was a thing called in Colombo. So I directed them to there. I don't know what happened then. Um, then certain things happen. So some mothers complained me that they were asking money forcefully, but they don't want their children to uh, be in the police as well, go to the police as well. So these are the family problems that they have. So we have to address. I don't know how to address. It is a very complicated thing, but what from our side, what we can do is we can educate. So the consequences of taking drugs and ice, and so we can tell them. So and also we can. So I think these days why are these especially the younger crowd tend to get these things because they have high targets. They are they are I think they are I don't know, their hopes are very big, and they want to make money, they want to go abroad, they want to study, they want to have good life. In order to do so, they are trying to achieve the things so quickly. So in that case, they want to study well. So that's why they want to uh, burn midnight oil and keep awake and uh, study. So that's why they are trying to take those kind of artificial drugs or ice and all these things. So it is a very competitive world. I don't know, they don't know how to cope up with this world, so they don't have that kind of ability. So they are actually, from their aspect, they are very innocent. So they think that is the world, that is the entire world that they are living. But if you come out, if you become more grow older, then you can say, so what the simplest thing that we have been doing at those ages, like things like this. So it's very difficult to them to convince what the world they think is not the world actually is. So yes, there should be multidisciplinary approach to address this issue. And also we have a big role here from the Dharma angle. So if they somehow the feelings they get is they get to know if the feelings or the thoughts they get are not real. So that could be a turning point in the youth. So what we can do is, as Warren has already initiated, we can spread this message to the youth, younger generation, more and more. And if they understand there is nobody here, there's no one here, there's nothing to entertain here, there's nothing to worry even. They so they are if they anyhow they can understand that they are living in a big dream, or they are caught up in such a big illusion. So they won't seek this kind of things. They want to look at these kind of things because uh, if they happen to feel like there is nothing to entertain in this world, so entertaining the senses will not fulfill everything. So that would be their turning point. I don't know whether it is possible for a child who has already taken these drugs, but for the newer one, for the fresh minds, so we can surely give this message, I think. Yes, Harsha?
Yeah, doctor, yeah, actually, this topic is very important looking at the disaster that's taking place in the country with the spread of these drugs. These are not just, these are very heavy drugs and very destructive drugs. I remember some time ago, this was called the most dangerous drug on earth. But now I think there are worse things than this fentanyl and stuff. Like they make you like turn into a real zombie. But this is there's no. It's almost irreversible. It's like we can talk about rehabilitation, but I have experiences with close members of the family and friends that I have seen whose lives have drastically gone from like a regular life towards destruction while we wait and watch because you can't do anything. You can just talk to them and say or advice or whatever, then with time they would avoid you and they're not your friend anymore. If they are close by, then they'll start stealing and trying to make a buck so they can buy a little bit more of this. So it's a disaster. I think Dr. Sakuntala probably have more information and feedback about this one as well. Thirwan and Dr. Sakuntala.
Tervasarana Harshi. I pay my homage at Narayana's feet. Tervasarana, all the friends. I think all of you have sort of mentioned most of the important facts. So I may be picking up few things here and there from your discussions. Actually, when it comes to children, present generation or the Z generation or whatever they call it, they do not have the strength to refuse the unwanted things. And that is because I think that is the way that they have been brought up from the small age. Now, if you compare we as children and a present child, present teenager, you can see there is a vast difference. And most of the responsibility for that should go to the parents because you can see that how they are intervening with the children to lead them to the goal that they want. Because most of the children do not get a free hand to decide what they are going to do. Their free time is very much less. And because of the society nowadays who is having a rat race, these children are pressurized to do more work and they have very little leisure time and very minimal time to play and interact with the others, and they are mostly on the screens, and they are dependent on the parents for many things. And we have seen now even the young adults, a child of 16, 17 years, before going to school or classes, mothers are feeding them. And there's a long list of food that they don't like, and the likes that they have is completely different and unhealthy type of foods. Now, this is one example that I am telling. So actually, they are not getting the proper love and care that we used to have from our parents. Present parents think that giving them the food they want and they have their own framework of love and care. it's not the love and care that we had from our parents about 50, 60 years ago. And presently, these parents are, most of them are going for work, and we had this extended family setup that time long ago, where the grandparents also were there. So children are feeling secure, and they had a lot of bonds with the grandparents, and grandparents were very religious, and often children used to get involved with those religious works, and small children sometimes go to the temple to observe still from their small age. And the other important thing is that sharing. Nowadays you can see that unless they are in a very poor setup, they try to give separate rooms for the child, so that sharing a habit of the bed, maybe your study table or even the pens and pencils. So whatever, sharing attitude is also gradually disappearing. So they want their own separate one always, and sharing becomes a big issue with lots of fighting and all. I mean, we had fighting with our siblings, but they were not the real fights. I mean, for a while they will say, "Why did you take my pen or pencil?" And next moment we used to say, "Okay, you take it." So that sort of attitude was there, but that attitude is also disappearing. And all these things, I think, make a person's personality very much fragile and very much unstable, I would say. So when they grow up as adults or young adults, they do not have that strength to refuse something that they feel is not correct. They find it difficult to recognize the harmful things from the harmless things. Now, even you can see that taking these children to classes, very few are allowed to travel by themselves, and most of the time the mothers will be there outside when the class is over, and they, whatever the age, they bring them home. So the mixing up with the society and the exposure is becoming less and less. So all these facts make them a very fragile or unsteady, as I mentioned, personalities, and who do not have the strength to refuse or to face any tough conditions. And therefore, they become flexed, or they become sort of they try to sort of agree or accept whatever the friends, actually they are enemies who are coming in a friend space, who are offering something and say that you try this for the first time. So when they try this for the first time, they feel that there is something different, and then little by little they get addicted to that. So parents actually should provide the love and care and indicate that they are having protection, and they should be close to them, so that the child doesn't feel afraid or anxious to tell any secret. So at least one of the parents, maybe father, maybe mother, should be a close person, close friend, so that the child can divulge whatever he or she is hiding. And also, too much of intervention is also not good. Trying to intervene with every minute thing is also not good, but should be observing from the distance without making the child feel that the parents or the whoever the adults who are looking after the child should have a sort of hidden eye to see what is happening. They should have some idea about the friends with whom the child is getting on and whereabouts of the child. And it's a good thing actually to get to know the parents of the friends also, so that you have a kind of circle of friends, circle of parents who sort of can communicate with each other and then know whereabout of the child is. And also a kind of random check in a soft manner without getting the child to feel that my parent is checking my things. And sort of random kind of subtle checks, I think, is important, particularly in the school bag. And as Harshi mentioned, I think even checking the room in the absence is also a useful thing to get some idea. And actually, addiction is what happens is when a person is addicted to drugs. As Harshi mentioned earlier, and I think Dr. Chandani also mentioned this earlier, all of you, gradually the demand for the drugs go up. That is because the effect gets less and less, so that the person is pressurized and person is compelled to take higher and higher dose to get the effect, which is becoming less and less. And as a result, all the side effects become more prominent and all the systemic effects will take place. And as you all as you all mentioned very correctly, counseling setup in our country is not satisfactory at all because, the Lord Buddha was the best counselor at that time. And yesterday we listened to one conversation with Aryan Mahansi, a mother who was like almost Patachara, who came crying to one of our Mehenin Mahansi's temple, and he had a conversation, and then how he helped, and that is a big type of the counseling that they should have actually. But nowadays, all these so-called qualified counselors do not give that sort of background and do not get into the child's shoe and try to understand that problem, because counseling in this aspect is a different field, I would say. And as you all correctly said, again, the rehabilitation is not easy, very difficult. First, the person should have a strong will to get out of this mess. Very strong will. And even with that will, after some time in the rehabilitation centers, when the person goes to the same environment, he will be forced to start it again. So the will should be very strong, and then maybe he will not be able to go to the same environment and the same background. And what they do is they give some drugs which simulate the effect of the addictive drug and gradually tail it off. The drugs which are used for this are not addictive but give somewhat similar effects. So it's, I think, very uncomfortable and severely symptomatic period where there is this withdrawal is taking place. So even after some time, after some months of not taking it, some of them go back. So that is, I think, Sonamali also yesterday mentioned in the discussion with Aryan Mahansi that their chemical balance is changed. So it's very difficult to have a strong will and not get into the same addictive pattern. So it is not successful most of the time. So I think our parents' time, or when we were children, we had lots of time spent with our parents. Our parents may not have been always hugging and kissing and telling all loving words, but we knew that they had love and care within them. So they may not be expressing in the way that most of the Western society will show, but we know that they had that love and care within them. And of course, our lives patterns were very simple. So ultimately, and we were not we were exposed to many things from the small age. We had the chance of interacting with the society, taking decisions in simple ways. So those things actually helped most of us who are adults now to become stronger personalities where we will not give in to any suggestion like this. But the present generation, the problem is they are very weak in that. I mean, it's not the physical body, but when it comes to decision making, they are not strong enough. They collapse very easily. So that is partly, not partly actually, mostly the responsibility of the family background and the adults and the so-called advancing world and so-called the new techniques and new technology, all these things doing more harm than the help. I think that's all I would like to say. Thank you, Terwan
Therwan
Saranai, all
Saranai.
of them. Terwan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. I think this topic is very important. Maybe we can discuss tomorrow also. So as you said, this technology is another aspect because now this is a digital era. So most of the time this technology is misused to great extent. So to great extent, you see when the exams close by, especially this O levels and A level student crowd, maybe let's say there is a good student who will definitely score good marks and it can enter the university also. But there is one friend around in that circle, clearly because of the jealous, maybe that student is sending some unwanted content of videos to that innocent child. Then what happened? Parent doesn't know. Parent thinks this child is studying late night, but you see slowly that video coming with a message that you read it and delete it. So that's how then continuously these videos are sent by that student because his objective is this guy failed the exam. So these things are very common and so this is a very highly complicated, you see, the situation and the problem also becoming very complicated, especially with the drugs and so on. Especially these students are in form of cliques nowadays. So this clique, they are very much fear that they will be get isolated if they don't follow the clique. So there are some bad clicks, good clicks like, but what happens is even an innocent child, it's very easy to, as you all said, to get something unwanted or addicted. Therefore, parent intervention and also the educational awareness is a must. Top of all that, I think this Dhamma is the greatest solution for everything. That if the child at least given some sort of a message that this mind is not real, the world, the so-called association, relationship, all these things are just a thought, and then it will become somewhat solid. It will stand on its own. Otherwise, it will bound on someone and just go on believing someone and end up in a mess in the entire life. So this Dhamma is the real medicine, a real solution for every aspect. Yeah, Harshi, Therwan Saranai.
Terwan Saranai, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, you all actually talked about really good points. And like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the modern day parenting is seriously flawed, and there's a lot of damaged children we see in the society, even very young adults, adolescent. All of them, if you look into their story, there's always something because someone gets to start doing these drugs because they want to escape their reality. Their reality is they're not happy in the reality they have. Most often it's absent parents, neglect, child abuse, those things. Always there's some aspect of that present when we talk to these people who continues to like go on to one drug after another, and end up in nice. That is like the destination for a lot of them who start somewhere, has become like that. And then there are in downtown and all these touristy areas, there are parties. People know that when they go there, they're going for the drugs, and it's available, and all kinds of things. Yeah, so there's so much going on, which kind of provides the platform for anybody to be exposed to these drugs. So, but we can't go on controlling. I think government is taking measures to attend to these kind of things. But what parents can do is be aware and be present. Like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, being a present parent is what matters, not just the physical presence, but the quality presence, giving that quality presence so the child knows that this parent really cares about them. That quality time is what's important. Yeah, Dr. Chandani, would you like to add something to the conversation before we wrap up today?
Yes, Harshi, thank you. Yeah, so I just want to add that actually, when we talk about children, what we should know is that the children are innocent always, because they don't
Yes.
know what the world is. So parenting is not just a little word, only a word. So as adults and parents, we have a great responsibility to look after them. So as Dr. Sakuntala said, in our time, we were like friends with our parents. We had a lot of free time. We didn't have phones or computers, so we played. We had friends, and they knew all of. Actually, if I talk about myself, my parents knew all my friends. So we are like a family. We invite them, so we talk with them. So likewise. So nowadays the parents are so busy that they don't even know who the children are associating. So once because they are always after money, so once they look back, the children are lost, they are in somewhere. So likewise, it's our responsibility to look after our children. I mean, that's what I wanted to add. And also there are warning things that a parent should know, because if a child is in drug abuse, there are warning signs. I mean, the cut marks, the injection sites. So one should be aware of that also. That's what I wanted to add, Harshi. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chandani. And if there's anything else to be added before we wrap up, I think we have, yeah. Again, once and with your permission, we would like to wrap up for the day. Okay, let's all pay homage to Aran Wahanse at our feet. Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse. Let's meet again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai. Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Chandani.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ, තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends.
Good morning, dear Dharma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aran Wahanse. Our noble friend and teacher, Peruvan Saranaya, sir, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 135. This is a sermon titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Participant, good morning, Thiruvan Saranaya. May I have your permission? This morning, while watching a Dhamma lecture on TV, it was said that the 4 elements coming from the outside form the elements inside our minds. I would like to know your opinion on this. Aranwanse, if someone listens to discourses on the 4 elements, it becomes clear that there is no such thing as elements coming from the outside or inside. The lecturer is holding a wrong view, and people with wrong views should not preach. Misleading lectures twist the minds of innocent listeners, putting the bliss of Nibbana out of their reach. The dependent origination occurs in an instant. It cannot be explained in terms of past, present, or future. Buddha Dharma must be understood personally, individually, through direct observation. Only those with great wisdom should guide others. The mind exists only in the 6 sense bases or Salayatana Loko. This is mentality and materiality, not materiality causing mentality, but mentality creating materiality. The common belief that the 4 elements create all phenomena is incorrect. Participant, in reality, the 4 elements do not exist independently. Everything is created instantly as the 8 particles, also Dashtaka, and disappears. It is purely a creation of mind consciousness. Participant, even the Buddha explained this clearly. Until your explanation, we mistakenly thought materiality caused mentality. Our education reinforces this false notion. There is no such thing as the 8 particles. 8 particles. It's all telepathy. As Anand Mahansa explains, one must see this through great wisdom. Anand Mahansa, notice how I perform my duties in noble silence. Why? If people attempt to attack my understanding, Nibbana cannot be reached by them. Everyone must have the opportunity to reach Nibbana. There is difficulty for most to observe the instant bliss, Oshana Sampattiya, because the dependent origination is often presented incorrectly. Many are limited to intellectual knowledge only. Knowledge alone is not true Dhamma. Venerable Sudarshana now says, nothing comes from the outside. Everything is created in the mind. The learner must accept this truth. Misleading others with results keeps the notion of self alive. If one clings to I or me, they cannot eradicate the wrong view of a separate being. Mistakes are natural at mundane levels, but those affected by Dhamma, arrogance, drift further from the path. There is no person called Aryan Mahanse. My duty is only to speak the Dhamma, nothing else. In the Buddothpado Sutta, Buddothpado believed he had reached Nibbana in the Asanyatala, base of neither perception nor non-perception, because this perception was subtle. The Buddha corrected this, emphasizing that one must completely abandon reconstruction and the notion of a self to reach Nibbana. As long as someone is attached to the individual self, they cannot eradicate the wrong view of the soul. So in this teaching, Aryan Mahanse emphasizes that the mind and the world it perceives are constructed by vibrational phenomena, not by external elements. His original question was that he had listened to some sermon on TV, and whoever the person or the monk who gave that lecture, rather, that's actually the correct word to use, said that the four elements coming from the outside form the elements inside our minds, and Aryan Mahanse completely rejects it and says that someone in the wrong view shouldn't be preaching Dhamma because it can mislead innocent listeners, putting the bliss of Nibbana out of their reach. How can that be? We always talk about what Buddha expounded to be dependent origination. Nothing originates independently. Everything is a dependent phenomenon. When there are the necessary causes or conditions, the effect is obvious. So, and Aryan Mahanse explains this in a way that utilizes many contemporary ways, so a contemporary listener can understand this Dhamma and sees it within his or herself. So, and when we were attending Sunday school, also what we knew was the dependent origination portion of it is in the previous birth, and another portion is in this birth, and then the rest of the dependent origination falls on to the next birth. But Aryan Mahanse clearly pointed out, showed us, so that we too could observe it within ourselves, not just intellectually take it and agree. No, we can confirm it within ourselves as we go through the practice, that the dependent origination occurs in an instant, in this moment, in one single thought. And so does the so-called entire world, so does the so-called self, so does the mind. Everything is one and the same thing. So to get at, okay, it's easily said than done, but it's just bunch of some simple sentences. But how do we see it? One should understand first intellectually and see it within his or herself. This is an individual journey. See within his or herself personally through direct observations. That is why Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko, the world that what we perceive is a world that is created through the Salayatana, the six sense bases, the inputs of the six sense bases, which is what is seen, what is heard, what is smelled, what is tasted, what is touched, and what is thought. So this, what is thought? The thought is a creation of the rest of the five sensory inputs. That's why when if you, let's say we think about the mother, your mother, instantly, by listening to that sound, the image of the mother could be seen in the eye of the mind. And if we contemplate on it a little deeper, we can clearly notice in that mental object, in that mental image, the color of the mother, the complexion of the mother, which is just a bunch of colors and shapes, and her smell, her sound, her memories, how she took care of you. We can zoom in on all that, because the sound, the mother can call upon all that, because this is phenomenon of resonance. One vibration gives rise to another vibration, just like when you have two tuning forks of the same frequency, let's say 256 hertz, kept a distance apart. One is struck, automatically the other one will be vibrated. No one did it. There's no connection in between them, just the air, but the other one is automatically vibrated. This is how signals, the telephone signals that we get through phone towers, or this is the same phenomenon at play. This is the same way when I say mother, you can, the image of your mother comes into existence. Telepathy. We call it telepathy in the context of Buddothpado sermons. So everything is created instantly. That's why there's something called Buddhakshana. This moment, this instant. Buddhakshana means seeing that everything comes alive in one moment. You only have to see this truth in only one thought. Just like if you want to understand the Venetian pattern of a mango leaves, you only have to understand the Venetian pattern of a mango leaf only, one mango leaf only, because it will be the same for all the others. Similarly, you only have to see this truth in one thought only. Even though we use that language to say that it's not your doing, you're not actively saying the truth about a thought. It is as this Dhamma is listened to, as this practice is done, we continue to talk about how everything is a system. Even the realization of the Dhamma happens according to the system. The Dhamma will reach your ears in due time, not before, not after, exactly at the right time. And these things will start making sense. And this, efforts will be made. Maybe there will be fallbacks, drawbacks. You will fall off the wagon. It too will happen according to the system. Just like there are plants that are growing in the jungle. Some turn into huge and magnificent trees. Some just die early. Some just grow to be okay sized trees because they don't get enough light or enough water, whatever enough nutrients, whatever the situation be. This is nobody's doing. It is how the nature works. So with time, with enough understanding, with enough seeing the truth in one thought, the total realization will occur. Things until that is happened, where the listener believes in a self, until the last bit of self-perception is diminished. There is a self. There is a sense of a self left. So it will feel like that self is kind of guiding you to Dhamma, making you understand Dhamma, or doing the practical approach, but it is the doing of the nature, the system. So there's not even a thing called dependent origination. Those are also mental constructs that are used to transcend this illusion, using the illusion itself. We talked about this in great detail yesterday. Even the 8 particles or the great octet, that too, there's no such thing. It is this nature of these mind objects that has the solid nature, that has the flowing nature, that has the, gaseous nature, all that it's still a mind object. Inputs from the sense faculties getting together. So, and they behave according to the phenomenon of telepathy. So to get to that stage, you have to get into the practice and continue to and be skillful at seeing every thought, the thoughts that assume the existence of a so-called world and a so-called self. In those thoughts, you can feel the emotions. Rather, the emotions are felt. Someone yells at you, thought arises, why is this person talking to me like that? How much have I hurt this person? He shouldn't have talked to me like that. That's not proper. So there's pain in that thought. That thought assumes there's this person out there. When it's just an illusion, when it's just a combination of images, sound, smells, taste, and touch. And this thought assumes that there's a self here. And there's this internal burning. This internal burning is the underlying power of these vibrations. The vibrations detected through different sense organs. So any vibration cannot come into existence without this power. So this power always gives us results in, due to ignorance, results in that restless feeling. That feel that something's out there. And because of the language, because of the thoughts, it feels like something's out there, I'm here. But this vibration, this mental charge, this internal burning, it is just one continuous feeling, one continuous charge. There's no duality in that one. The feeling that something's out there and the feeling that I am here it's just one continuous feeling that's been extended from existent field to the sense of self. It's an extension of the existent field that creates this self-perception. The extension happens due to fast vibrations because they accumulate. The power is accumulated. So other than that, there's no duality. Duality comes from while this power is being accumulated, the name and form are also assembled in the moment. So in that moment, the internal burning is there, the dual mind is there. Dual mind saying, I am feeling pain. He yelled at me. He shouldn't have talked to me like that. Him and I formed in that same thought, that duality. This vibration comes alive due to two opposing polarities. If there's any opposing polarities created, that gives rise to a vibration and thus an underlying power. So this understanding couldn't be sought through argument or logic. If someone tries to prove a realized one wrong or tries to argue, he cannot reach the Nibbana because he's not trying to see what is being expounded by the realized one, or in our case, Aran Wahanse. Because there's a veil that's blocking his view. You don't have to agree, neither do you have to reject, but you have to always the middle path. You have to be able to see that truth. You have to be able to have an open mind and inquire if this is true or not. If you have a preconceived notion as to, oh, this person is wrong. There's a clear blockage, there's a clear barricade which takes you farther away from Nibbana. So having an open mind, to have an open mind also, it's a certain kind of spiritual maturity. One should have done his or her fair share of journeying towards the truth, because in our cases also, a lot of us who are listening to this Dhamma has traveled this country, Sri Lanka, and out of Sri Lanka, to excessively looking for this Dhamma in different places, doing, observing different disciplines, different practices, just like in the Buddha's days. We followed jhana meditation, we followed chanting meditation, we followed different kind of interpretations, different kind of Dhamma, different kind of schools of thought. Someone would say anicca over anitya, someone say this anicca is different to that anicca. We can't, none of them we practiced for years at a time. We couldn't get to the level of tranquility that we become today with those kinds of schools. So we know through these forums, a lot of people have shared their experiences with all kinds of big name schools of thoughts, with all the drawbacks, but we talk about them with great respect to them, because all these monks and all these lay people who were exploring Dhamma, we did that with great intentions, did that with pure intentions. We believe that, and therefore there's great respect for them because of that. We came even a step further toward this path, but they were not the path. But the moment we heard that there is no such thing called mind, or all the 31 planes is in this moment in one thought, or the so-called external world is not a reality. And not only that, we kept on listening to this Dhamma, and even when we couldn't understand, even when it felt like this is so advanced Dhamma, we couldn't understand it, we kept listening, and it made sense a little bit more the next time we listened to the same sermon. Just like if you're in France, you will be talking to French people, you wouldn't know the language, you would first learn one word, then learn another word. But through association, you will begin to learn some stuff about their lives, some general stuff about their lives, even though you didn't have any French teacher. Similarly, here we have the noble friend Aran Wahanse and his total guidance, but yet the journey has to be walked by us. Lord Buddha says there are no ready-made rafts. You have to make your own raft. Meaning, after listening to this Dhamma, seeing it within you, have that investigation, have that our investigation to see, experience this truth. Because when you listen to it, Purabhaga Pratipada, the preliminary practice, which is listening to Dhamma, wisdom of truth, Satyajnana, at an intellectual level, you agree with the Dhamma. Then, okay, it makes sense. Aran Wahanse is very skillful at that. He expounds this Dhamma in a very practical way, using everyday examples, using relatable examples. So with that, it intellectually makes sense, it logically makes sense, but you cannot understand it You cannot realize it logically. To do that, you have to try to inquire what does it mean by the world out there is not real? What does it mean by eye only detects images? What does it mean? Look around to see whether the eye can detect anything else other than images. When we say images, it means just colors and shapes. We have to use the language, colors and shapes, but colors and shapes are also labels. Whatever the eyes can detect, if you strip the whole experience off of all the labels, whatever you're down to is the experience of seeing. Cannot be described in words. Similarly, extend the same practice to the ear. Can the ear detect anything other than sound? Strip that sound off of its label and just listen to the sound. Close your eyes and listen to the sound. Close your eyes and smell and see. If when you smell, if there are jasmines in the nose, no, it appears in the mind. When you see, are there any rainbows that the eye can perceive? The eye will perceive the colors in the rainbow. And whatever the explanation, whatever the label, the thought arrives in the awareness, in the mind. Even though we say mind, there's no existing entity called mind. The mind itself is that thought itself that was created in the moment. So you have to do that RA investigation to see this within you, to realize this Dhamma within you. We call it Krutajnana, Satyajnana, Krutajnana, Krutajnana. And that is the Krutajnana stage. And by Krutajnana, wisdom of completion, that stage, that means the world doesn't become real to you. You will just continue with the day like any other day. You will, at some point it will occur to you, isn't this a little weird? Like all the other days, I would get upset over calls that came, or upset over the fact that I spilled the milk, or I will be upset over the fact that the phone rang while I was watching the TV. None of that happened. All that happened, but there was no that upsetting, being upset. That internal burning is no more. So now it is confirmed to you by seeing that these things were a creation of the mind that assembles in the moment to moment. You have to see it moment to moment. By being engaged in that practice, you get the confirmation. Now you have a more settled mind, more tranquil mind that doesn't get affected by things that easily. You will still have things that you get affected by, but as the practice gets deeper and deeper, you will see this silence kind of creeps into all aspects of life, including very subtle things like the subtle senses of ego. You will walk into a room, nobody will give you the recognition you would like, and there will be a little, like a tiny hiccup sort of a feeling, shiny aversion kind of a tiny burning. And you will see that. Where's this so-called world that didn't give attention to me? Where is this me? In this thought that was created, that said, the world didn't give me attention that I wanted. So this is the path. What else do we want? Do we want to keep chanting? Do we want to keep meditating? This is the meditation. This is the Vidarshana meditation, the penetrative insight. With penetrative contemplation that is based on the true Dhamma comes the penetrative insight. This is the Vidarshana meditation. The only a Buddha revealed this Vidarshana meditation to the world after breaking away from the 5 ascetics, pursuing his own individual journey. This is the Pubbesu Anansesu Dhammesu, the never encountered Dhamma that Buddha self realized is this. The fact that there is no external world or a self in the way we thought, except for a mental construct that comes into the moment, into the existence moment by moment. That's all I got for today. Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai Randima. We can proceed with the rest of the discussion.
Teruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful explanation as you do every day. Thank you very much for that. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hansa, Teruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. So this practice is the most important thing, and the reason this practice, you see these procedures, the four techniques, four meditation techniques introduced by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse seems to be highly practical as well. Because Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse mentioned these four meditation techniques that not just came out, that came out from Aryan Vahanse through a very long research, long noble research in his own practice. So now we can see, Harshi, these monastery concepts with longer walking path really effective, and that seems to be somewhat novel to Sri Lanka also, because frankly we saw big temples coming up, buildings coming up, but there were no much discussion about this kind of walking meditation, right? So we especially we did not see especially the normal people, not the Buddhist monks, but the normal people. You see doing this kind of engage in this kind of a walking meditation. So now we saw on 21st this month in the Buddothpado newly open International Meditation Center, especially the walking path, which was surrounded by almost nature. So the green fields, some cultivation beds, some rubber estates, and you see, and the wind and the shade of the under the shade of the trees. People was undertaking this walking meditation, and that was very, you see, even to see that, even that was a very different sort of experience. Frankly, we saw this in other Buddothpado centers as well, but this one seems to be very different with the setup. Anyway, we as we listen to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we saw Aryan Vahanse had kind of has this kind of a vision towards new monastery concepts. We heard some sound healing techniques, and you see this kind of a long walking path, and most of the time Aryan Vahanse admire on even Buddhist monks undertaking this village walk. So actually walking around the village life. So this has immense benefit when it comes to this purification, because that really paves a way for way out of this cycle, because all that meditation has the real pratipada, real practice towards one's own liberation, to see that everything is just a process happening. So especially as you discuss, Harshi, this Purabhaga Pratipada and the Aparabhaga Pratipada. So the Purabhaga Pratipada is the preliminary practice, the Vidarshana, and the Aparabhaga is the Vipassana. So we saw people are given a sort of a opportunity to sort of to first they are given opportunity to understand what is self and what is the reality behind the so-called world, and then you see it is with some understanding they sort of first start with some contemplation, and then they experience the formation of the senses in the meditation itself, and then they experience slowly when it comes to the third and fourth, they fully understand it is just a happening thing. This is just not somebody's walking, so its walking is naturally happening, and senses naturally sparks, and complete natural phenomena is happening here. So when someone sees that it is a process, a natural process happening, then it drops automatically, it drops the duality. So duality automatically bring down, vanish, when it sees the formation and the process happening here, and then it experience there is no ownership for any of this process. So therefore this walking meditation in this manner is going to be a real, you see, a new concept, a novel concept, especially the monastery design vision of Aryan Vahansa with this long walking meditation path will be a real novel thing to Sri Lanka, and even would be a very good experience for international community as well. So I mean people now, we can understand people just run after worldly things. People do not really find time, you see, for to find who is self, to find themselves. They do not have time. But when these people with who is running messy minds and complex maybe lifestyles, sometimes complex jobs and so on, and coming from various mental conditions, mental stress conditions, really giving a way of freedom, at least in that particular day, when they are given opportunity to blend with the nature. That's why every mothers who undertook this walking meditation in this manner really gave very good comment about it, because they never have experienced that kind of a long stretch, maybe because that experience is quite different and that really got felt rather than walking in a very short distance. So this is the difference you see in this walking meditation, because mostly people just listen something and they do not they don't have time to really see within. But this walking meditation really provide a practical way of seeing within. That is also happening, and then at the same time it is experience. They can experience what is really happening here. Natural phenomena is happening, and it is at nobody's control. So that they start to felt, and then they realize there's nothing more to think here. So this is the Dhamma, this is the Anatma, the unsolved Dhamma. So they themselves find the moment here. So therefore, this novel concept of the new monastery concept is really would be very effective for everyone to feel the real Dhamma. Because what we saw is most of the time, even the meditation centers where we have been, mostly the encouragement was to sit in a building or somewhere and sit and engage with the concentration meditation. That is the focus mind focused on a particular point, and there were no discussion about what is the reality of the world, what is the reality of the soul. This is a current, this is just a moment. These things we did not hear, frankly. So therefore, the process we undertook in concentration meditation even was like a never-ending process. But Nibbana is in the present moment. When someone understands the real science here, and this science, this formation, this mechanism, this was not explained, then after giving that whole direction, and then you see giving this kind of experience, walking meditation experience is a unbelievable vision. So because we got to know in I think yesterday's Zoom, I can't remember, maybe, yeah. So Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse mentioned it was in the until the late night. Even Aryan Wahanse was clearing the pathway. So with some couple of people. So look at the effort the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is taking to make this. Because until someone experience this, they will not feel it too. So somebody's effort, actually the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's effort to clear this path and have this kind of a long walking meditation path is a unbelievable vision. So therefore, so it is a very fortunate thing now. Sri Lankans and the international community really has a opportunity to experience these new monastery concepts. Yeah, Harshi, we can continue. Thiruvaren Saranai.
Yeah, there was an Anandima. Thank you for that variable speech. Actually, Aranhanse, this initiative of creating one of a kind monasteries has really, I mean, it will really help people, like you said. So unique, and like when one enters enters the premises, it just takes you to kind of a different world. It automatically, the mind is slowed down, like, mind has no other option but to get to that same speed of the environment and slowly taken through all that, the nature. And then the Dhamma is given, and then it slows down even further. and then the practice. So, from the moment somebody came in, by the time he or she leaves, then you could almost taste it